All right, good morning, everybody. Garrett, good morning. It is before 7 a.m., of course, where you are in Houston, outside of Houston. And Hurricane Melissa dropped pressure overnight, down to 901 millibars. The wind speed has not changed. Landfall within the next couple of hours. Two different recon planes going into Melissa right now to see her landfalling intensity.
Morning, Dave.
Good morning.
It's not looking good. No real. There was probably a little bit of an eyewall replacement cycle, but it doesn't look like the system has lost a step in that. In fact, we'll find out here with the recon flying in
Yeah.
if it has even intensified using kind of this we talked yesterday about as it starts to move to the northeast. The overall atmospheric conditions might actually improve a little bit for it, and it looks like a buzzsaw.
It
It looks
does.
about as good as it has from a from the storm standpoint to this point. So pretty sobering moments here coming up as it heads towards Jamaica.
Yeah. No words really for the level of destruction that we're going to see after the fact. I'll tell you what, the models yesterday and especially on Sunday were really consistent. Sunday night with where the landfall point would be somewhere between White House and Black River, somewhere in this kind of southwestern nook, kind of corner of the island, and it looks like it's going to be somewhere right in here between White House and Black River. If you kind of extrapolate where the Jamaican radar in Kingston has gone down, that's why I'm not going to show it on stream today, is because the radar went down yesterday evening. So that's usually one of our best landfalling tools, at least to pinpoint where exactly the eye is coming ashore. Satellite still does a pretty darn good job, but if you kind of, let me pull out my telestrator, if you extrapolate where the eye of the storm is right now, and where it's probably going to be. Good morning, Madison, in the live chat. There's the telestrator. If you kind of extrapolate this movement, it's wobbling a little bit east, maybe, Garrett. But, I'd put landfall somewhere right in here, right?
Yeah, I would say right. We're talking Black River, St. Elizabeth.
Yeah.
A pretty sparsely populated area, it seems, to the east of Black River and St. Elizabeth, and so going down to Great Pedro Bluff. So best case scenario is the worst of the system does trek over areas that are less populated, obviously, but we do have a lot of towns and villages in these higher elevations, and then a couple towns right on the coast. Like I said, Treasure Beach, going a little bit southeast to Great Pedro Bluff. That seems to be where we'll be ground zero. And then, with this kind of, this mentioning of, kind of veering maybe slightly off to the east, continues to make this bad for Montego Bay, where they will continue to have it's pretty much locked in. They're going to have a northerly flow into the bay. So there will be a pretty decent storm surge on that side of the island.
Yeah, and I'm going to kind of illustrate what you're meaning by that. So this is the early morning run of the HAFS hurricane model. Does it get down to the 890s? Let's see. Oh, well, okay. It gets down to 887, Garrett.
Okay.
We will see. When was the last hurricane hunter in there? Do you know? When was the
Yeah,
last sample?
the last pass was right around midnight Central Time.
So it's been about 6
One
hours,
Eastern.
6, 7 hours.
Yeah, yeah. I stayed up to watch the last fix, and that's when we got that 901 millibar reading.
So HAFS is a little further east here with a landfall point. It's got landfall near Treasure Beach. I think it's a little bit off there. It's probably going to be, again, closer to Black River. Let's see what HAFS B has. Pretty similar. First, some comments in the chat. Rayan's here. Reptile is here. Mr. Vlog is here. Good morning to you guys. People lost their life. It hasn't made landfall. I saw that. There's already been a few deaths even before landfall. But real quick about Montego Bay and why this is particularly bad for Montego. I think the eye is going to be closer to here, closer to Trelawney, when it moves back into the Caribbean Sea. And when Montego is going to be on the west side of this, all of the winds on the west side of a storm, on the northwest side, rotate from counterclockwise from the northwest. So you're going to get a bunch of ocean water get thrown in to Montego Bay. Storm surge is going to be a major, it's kind of like reverse storm surge. Even though the storm is moving away from Jamaica, it's still going to have storm surge on that northwestern side right in Montego Bay. And some of the wind reports in Montego Bay are going to be crazy. Speaking of, I did make a live wind element. Let me go pull it from this scene. We'll keep that, and we'll put it at the top actually. So right now Montego's east-northeast at 38, gusting to 54. That number, of course, is only going to go up, Garrett.
Is that right? That's right now. Wow.
That is
Already.
right now.
I'm a little, I mean, and I guess, one thing the storm did do, and another, kind of evidence of a eyewall replacement cycle, it really kind of doubled in size. It wasn't that big to begin with, 18 to 24 hours ago, but it's much larger. And so the fact that you're already seeing winds like that while the system is still probably 6 hours out from being at that latitude, not a good sign. Just there's been, a little bit of hope that, maybe it comes down to a, medium to high range category 4. It is looking like Melissa will make landfall at its peak and be as strong as it possibly could be at the latitude of Montego Bay as well. So, already, sustained a tropical storm force, gusting to medium strength, moderate strength tropical storm force. Going to be a long stretch here for the entire island going through the morning here.
This camera went down. I'm not exactly sure where this is in Jamaica. This is earlier this morning. This is 3:37 this morning, so in the middle of the night. And I can see why this camera went down. This is the camera I probably would have had over my right shoulder today, the HWT Transport Center. I kind of curious where this is. I guess I'm not going to find it. If somebody in the chat knows where this camera is located, I'd be really interested to see where. And this camera is now offline.
I have a question. What do you guys think of the intensity of the wind on the eastern side? Eastern side of the island, eastern side of the storm. I guess we'll answer both. Eastern side of the island. Still similar to the thoughts from yesterday. Kingston, we'll see. I don't know what I know there's been a lot of power outages already in that area. I'm not really entirely sure what the wind reports have been as of yet there, but 50 to 75 mile per hour winds, gusts to 80 to 90 in the strongest bands. Looks like they will just be outside of the core of the worst of the wind on the east side of the island, the east side of the Eyewall. Right on the coast, sustained winds to 160, 170 miles per hour directly on the coast. Gusts potentially as high as 180 to 200 miles per hour. And then what is very concerning is if you were inland and up at 3,000 feet, you aren't going to get that much reduction in wind on the east side from even if you are, away from. Typically the frictional effects lead to a lessening of the winds, but if you're too high in elevation, there's not much frictional effects up there. And so you're going to get these winds just slamming into the mountains, the cockpit country, just north of St. Andrews, and Treasure Beach and Black River, I believe the other town is. And so on the east side, anywhere 150 to 175 mile per hour winds right on the coast, and then a little bit, and I'm sorry, St. Elizabeth, not St. Andrews, but right on the coast, and then a little bit higher in elevation.
Yeah, wind impact in Old Harbor. That camera is located halfway. That's somewhere in Kingston. That might have been an outer rain band overnight then. Look at this guy. Hold on, let me move this. Look at this guy just... Oh no, they just moved the camera off of him. There's a guy just on the shore there, just next to the river, next to the flat bridge, just taking in the scenery. Ocho Rios, the impact is going to be less there compared to places like Montego Bay. If I were riding out the storm in Jamaica, I'd probably pick Ocho Rios to ride it. That's actually exactly where my college classmate is, who's with Fox Weather right now. They are in Ocho Rios I think they're in St. Ann Parish. I'm keeping this camera up on screen because I really want them to zoom out and show this guy next to the river. As you can see, debris now flowing down the river. Sun coming up in Jamaica, 7:05 local time, 8:05 Eastern time in the United States. Montego Bay, we'll see how long that wind measurement stays up. That is the latest wind measurement, but I don't think we're going to have Montego Bay's live wind report for the duration of this storm, Garrett.
No. I would say we probably get another, hour of data feeding in from there, and then I would anticipate the entire island being without power, if the majority of it isn't already without power within the next hour, 2 hours here. So
Yeah.
maybe unless you're in Ocho Rios or the northeast part of the island where wind isn't going to be as much of a factor, in the short term. But it's the island. I'm concerned about losing communication with with the island. I'd be interested if if there's anybody in the chat, anybody watching right now, who is on the south side of the island who still has power. That would be it's just hard to everything I've heard from overnight is that there's Kingston metro area around there has already been losing power, and it hasn't even been close to the worst part of the storm yet.
Yeah, GSK says he or she is in Portland, which is the far northeastern parish on the island. Arguably the parish that has gotten hit the least so far, especially in terms of wind, and he says they lost power already. Yep. Wow. Yeah, winds increasing by the minute, and that's only going to continue to stay the case as Melissa is on her final approach. It's like a 10-mile final, like an aircraft landing at an airport. That's what we're looking at right now, with Melissa about to make her catastrophic landfall in Jamaica, likely somewhere between Black River and Treasure Beach, probably right around Black River, honestly. That's just about going to be ground zero, and that's going to force all of this water in the Black River Bay, in the Paratee Bay, I think that is. You're going to get so much water inland. The Las Vegas Cafe, I don't think will be standing anymore right here. Yeah. Anything along
right
the coast.
Crane Road.
Huh?
Right on Crane Road there. Anything on Crane, Port of Call Hotel, Indigo Beach Villas.
Yeah.
Hard to imagine those areas being recognizable here in about 2 to 4 hours.
Mm-hmm. I wish we still had the radar data, but
yeah,
a few broken poles. I'm assuming you mean power poles overnight. Well, there's going to be a few, probably 100 or 1,000 broken by the time we get to this afternoon.
Dave, break down, like you just kind of were, if you're in Black River, if you're in St. Elizabeth, areas that we are, about to see the core bear down, what would you expect if you're in Black River, what are you expecting in the next hour or so here? Just, realistically, go from Eyewall to back Eyewall, what are you expecting if you're in the Black River metro area into St. Elizabeth?
Yeah, sure. So if we assume this is the eye, let's say the eye is, of course, here now, but in a couple hours, probably right around 9 or 9:30 local time, in 2.5 hours, the eye is going to be right here, right off the coast of Black River. So the Eyewall, the northern Eyewall is what Black River is going to see. Those are going to be the wind speeds, max winds of 175 miles per hour. I think some gusts over 200 miles per hour in that Eyewall. It's really unsurvivable unless you're in an incredibly sturdy structure, which I'm sure there still some are, but the most devastating part is going to be the storm surge. So if I redraw the eye, it's going to be all the water getting thrown inland on the southern and eastern sides of the eye. On the opposite side, on the back end, the water is actually going to be pulled out from the northern part of the bay. Is this still Black River Bay? This is Malcolm Bay. So let's say the storm makes landfall, like right here, in or just south of Black River, on the northwestern sides of the storm, the water is actually going to be pulled away from the coast, but you're still going to get crazy 150 plus mile per hour winds. But the good news in terms of the water is that it's not going to be pushing water inland. Even up to White House, you're going to have wind gusts over 120, 130 miles per hour. And then the most worrying part is, depending on what kind of track this takes over the island, if it goes something like this, you're going to get some crazy wind, crazy water getting pushed towards Montego Bay and all the northwestern coastline up here, which is pretty highly populated. It's not quite as highly populated, of course, as Kingston, but the airport runway, unless there's some crazy sandbar here, unless this is crazy above sea level, I'd be stunned if the airport runway is not underwater later on today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zell is in Black River, or he's close to Black River.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So you're just trying to see if we get a little bit more specific there. I mean, that is, like we said, where we think, from a populated area perspective, seems to be, ground zero. But you move in towards, St. Elizabeth. I mean, there's a lot of, even though there's not sort of the concentration of population that you see, Black River, obviously you get to Kingston and Montego Bay, but it seems like there's a lot of people that live along some of these highways. And so you go in more towards, St. Elizabeth, and right on the edge of these, what looks like marshier plains and marshier land. There are a lot of houses here on Satellite. And so, obviously just concerned. It doesn't look like barren desert wasteland, if you will. I mean, it's not swamp. I mean, there looks to be, it almost looks like, like we talked about in the last couple of days, in Southwest Louisiana, you kind of Lake Charles, and a little farther south, it's more swampier land, but you still have towns that kind of, border this land. And this looks very similar. There's a lot of, the Broad River Basin, the Black River Basin, but then surrounding this, there's a decent amount of people that live in these areas. And so hopefully there are relative increases in elevation in these areas where people will not be stranded water-wise. So that's kind of the most we can hope for right now.
Lots of rain and windy and Mineral Rights Maypen. I think that's on the northeastern part of the island.
No, Maypen is actually a little bit west of Spanish Town, Kingston.
Okay.
So well inland, seems to be a safer spot from the coast.
Yeah.
But there's a couple pretty good sized rivers, actually. Rio Minho, it looks like, that comes right through the city from the higher elevation. So that to me would be the biggest concern if you are in Maypen, being near the main river that comes through there. That river is going to be well out of its banks. That's probably the biggest river I've seen on Satellite so far. Yeah, you can see it right there through the island. No question that river is currently flooding right now.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be into the parts of Maypen, especially the southern portion of the town. Recon on their way. We're going to find out if Melissa is one of the strongest storms to ever make landfall in the Atlantic Basin, thanks to these two sets of incredibly brave souls that are flying a plane into the eye of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa right now. The latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, this just dropped a few minutes ago. They're saying maximum sustained winds at 175, minimum central pressure at 901, awfully close to dropping into the 890s for central pressure. It'll be the third or the fourth deepest storm with the lowest pressure on record, at least to make landfall.
Do we have a list of the lowest pressure to make landfall? Is one Labor Day? And
yeah, I will get that list together right now. They're still saying catastrophic winds, flash flooding, storm surge expected across most of the island today. I think it's actually Wilma in 05, 882. What was the Labor Day?
Yeah, at landfall.
It got down to 892.
Wilma was 882. Strongest hurricane by landfall. Still trying to find that. I know Labor Day is number one. I know Camille is up there, 1969. It was, I believe, 900 millibars at landfall. Um, let's see.
Yeah, Labor
I
Day
mean,
was
this is gonna be right
892.
there.
Mitch was 905. Melissa is going to be low 900s. Wow.
Yeah, this is. I mean, you're in rarefied air here. I mean, you're talking about one of the top,
Yeah, what was
in
Camille at?
recorded history. I believe Camille was 900 millibars at landfall. Camille. Yeah, 900 millibars, and it was very close to his peak at landfall. So, I mean,
Hurricane Allen.
yeah,
Allen was
you're
one
in
too.
you're
I
in
forgot
rarefied
about.
air here. Rarefied air. I mean, this is not as, yeah, I would say the impacts to the island will probably be in the ballpark of what Maria was to Puerto Rico. And we
Agreed.
saw what happened to the island of Puerto Rico after Maria. So I would say, precedent wise, it's generally what we're talking about. Um, this might, Maria had an eyewall replacement cycle just before landfall in Puerto Rico. So this appears that it will be stronger as it comes ashore. But like the Hurricane Center has mentioned over the last couple of days, the differences between a high level category 4 and a category 5 are negligible. With that being said, I mean, this isn't even like a borderline category 5. I mean, this is well into category 5 range. And so, but I would say precedent wise, if we're comparing to recent events, recent history, if we remember what happened to Puerto Rico after Maria, months of power outages, very difficult time recovering. It's an island. The infrastructure is better than some islands around it, but still, just a long road ahead after landfall today, and after the storm moves to the northeast of the island, later today and into tomorrow.
Unfortunately, UFO, there really isn't much time to leave the area of landfall. We're only 2 hours out. You had to leave yesterday at the latest. I
Yeah.
think the airport closed Sunday, and time is out
Yeah.
to seek shelter. This is Kingston Harbor we're looking at here. Kingston's gonna avoid the worst wind, that's for sure, and it's not going to see it, as in Kingston, it's not going to see quite as much rain as we initially thought either. If we go back to the Hurricane Center's rainfall forecast, they have trimmed back the rainfall expected. This is rainfall to come. This does not include rain that has already fallen, but there's still a foot likely to come for Kingston, but that is a lot less than the 20 to 30 inches expected right along where the core of the storm moves through.
Yeah, watching a radar loop up until the radar seems to have gone out in the last couple of hours. There definitely was and I saw this last night. As the recon was leaving, there seemed to be two spikes in rain rate as the plane is cutting through the core of the storm, and there definitely was a secondary maximum band, a concentric eyewall. And it looked to me you're starting to see the inner core sort of cycloidally loop, you call it, or just kind of move in little circles within the broader structure of the circulation. And it looked like to me we were going to get kind of a full blown eyewall replacement cycle, which is what both the halves A and the halves B, the hurricane models, were showing. Long story short, you got kind of another, whether it's a scientific term, this is about to be a whole thing, the MREC, the
The merger,
merging
yeah.
of the eyewall. There was a kind of a converging of the concentric eyewalls versus a complete collapse of the inner eyewall. We saw this with Irma a bunch in 2017. We've seen this now. Melissa is now another example of a storm that has evidence of two eyewalls, but never fully goes through that cycle. And what typically happens in an eyewall replacement cycle is the inner core, which is where you have the strongest winds, collapse, and then the outer, concentric eye wall kind of takes over, that inner core never fully collapsed. And so what ends up happening is the storm actually just grows and stays at peak intensity. And just looking at this radar loop overnight, really this was the last 6 hours while everybody was kind of asleep. There was no drop off. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this recon fly through here in the next half hour. This is stronger than we've seen it to this point.
We just lost the Westmoreland camera, which is in the western part of the island, isn't it? Isn't that where landfall is going to be? Yeah, we just lost the Westmoreland cam. What was the last feed here? Hold on. So we lost this camera. What was the last kind of frames from this? Let's see. This was in Little London. We got a guy walking around. You can't see that, can you? There's the guy walking around.
Yeah.
And then we must have just lost power. I mean, this doesn't look that bad. And then, we just lost it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming everything's out at St. Elizabeth or Black River. There's no cameras from there.
Rick, the entire island is not going to get 175 miles per hour of wind and 40 inches of rain. That is hyperbolic. There's going to be a pretty narrow corridor that could see 175 plus mile per hour gusts. I'll draw it right now. It's from basically Montego Bay to probably right in here, probably just about the full parish of Trelawney. That's the extent where the core of the storm goes over the island. This is where we could see 175 mile per hour winds. The only areas that could see 40 inches of rain are probably like right around here. But the problem with that is that some of the highest elevations in the island, which leads all the rain to needing to be flowing down the hill. We're going to see landslides, mudslides, some of the video later today, if we can get video. Again, if we get power and communication to somehow stay up in some of the island, the video is going to be out of this world. It's going to be apocalyptic. It's intensifying here in Westmoreland. Westmoreland Parish is going to take it on the... Where are you in Westmoreland, Fabian? Are you in Negril or are you in New Hope? Negril hopefully avoids the worst wind, but there's still probably going to be some storm surge here on kind of the northern-facing coastline in Negril, like from Ocean Cliff Hotel to Negril Harbor. You're probably going to get some surge here along this northern-facing coastline because of the way the winds will be when it makes landfall. Let's look at some more video here.
Yeah, as of this morning, Dave, it's truly remarkable. Melissa has been shattering records of the driest eye that we've ever seen recorded. The drier, the more subsidence in the core of the hurricane, kind of a signal of how strong it is, and it's been breaking records as to how dry it has been. As of this morning, it has obliterated its own record.
Really?
It just continues to drive up. When it comes to maximum water vapor brightness, if you will, and temperature in the eye. It is as warm as it's been to this point, and so just another signal. And we're also seeing lightning completely surrounding the eye wall and in the core of the eye wall, a sign of strengthening. Very, very interested, and we'll be able to do this live on air here, but very interested to see.
Look at the eye temp starting to jump here.
Yep.
This is a graph of the eye temperature of the clouds or lack thereof within the eye of the hurricane. And the higher this is, the stronger the hurricane is. If we look at the central dense overcast, this has actually gone up a little bit overnight. This is looking at the strength of the showers and thunderstorms right outside of the eye. I really am curious to see what the hurricane's hunters are going to find. I'm trying to find the Geo Lightning Mapper. Here we go.
Yeah, we'll be able to watch it. We'll be able to watch it live here in the next what?
You can see
30 minutes.
all
We
these.
should be getting
Look at the lightning really start to perk up there. Look at this. That kind of these hot spots of purple and white there. The lightning is only going up right now. Actually, this is going to be a dangerous mission for the hurricane hunters. The Air Force plane is flying through it right now. We're going to get observations in the next few minutes. The NOAA, the American National Weather Service plane, is passing over Cuba right now. When is landfall? Likely in about 2 hours. In about 2 hours from now.
Yeah, a pretty cool
Fabian's
image just sent you, Dave.
Huh?
Pretty cool image I just sent you from our Flash AI app, being able to track the lightning. You can very clearly see the eye
wow,
versus
yeah.
Jamaica. I mean, there are thousands of strikes going on simultaneously.
This is from our mobile app, which you can download. This is crazy. Like, we don't have radar data. I mean, the radar went offline, as we mentioned, but tons. And I have never seen this in an eye wall of a hurricane. This is crazy. Wow. You're on low power mode already, Garrett, I see.
Yeah. I have a bad habit of not charging my phone when I go to bed.
All my banana trees are down, the river is swelling up, and the rain has gotten harder. Yeah, it's about to get a whole lot worse. Where is Sweet River? This is in a mountain? This is the Sweet River Mountain. I really hope you're still not there, Fabian. Ferris Crow. Oh, this is a river. This is not a good place to be. Oh my God. Did the eye hit Jamaica? Not yet. We're about 2 hours out. There's the eye. That kind of pink outline is, of course, the island of Jamaica. And something we probably have happening right now, there could be tornadoes in some of these outer rain bands that are pushing on shore. We have no radar coverage, Garrett, so we'd have no idea if there are actually tornadoes. But with this strong of a hurricane, with this much spin in the atmosphere, you usually get the big spinner, a hurricane, to produce little spinners, tornadoes. So,
yeah, I'm still pretty, I'm mesmerized by the amount of lightning, in the eye. And again, this is a telltale sign of an intensifying hurricane, and just the fact that it's doing this at this intensity and potentially still
look at this guy.
Ramping up.
Look at this guy.
Yeah, that's bold. And is this live? Like, is this a live stream? That water is higher than it was 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, it is.
And what can happen in this is, you can have, this can rise. We saw this in the hill country of Texas earlier this summer. This can rise 5 feet in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And what happens is, okay, yeah, you know where you're at on the bank, but what if there's a localized low area behind you, and then you're just kind of trapped? I would not be hanging out on the riverbank, or anywhere near these kind of ravines on the island, during this storm. That is the last place I would be.
How fast is the storm moving? Above me, 7 miles per hour to the northeast. These recon flights are going to be, it could be historic. We'll see. They're going through the eye right now. As we speak, the hurricane hunters, the Air Force hurricane hunters, are going through the eye right now. You can see the eye on satellite right here. There's the plane. And this data is 2 minutes old, so maybe they're not quite there just yet, but they are closing in on the eye right now. My relatives are in the direct path. I'm so worried they're in the west. Well, where? Question is, where are they exactly? Over 1,000 folks in here. I think I dropped a poll. Are you watching from Jamaica? Yesterday was about 50-50. Today it's about 2/3 no. I think, Garrett, you mentioned this before we got on stream. We're probably not going to have the Jamaican audience we had yesterday just because power and communications going down. Nettie is in Old Harbor in St. Catherine. Very windy, not much rain at the moment, but getting dark. You got lots of lives on TikTok. One lady near Montego Bay. It's crazy. Yeah, Montego Bay is going to be the hardest hit big city in Jamaica today, considering Kingston is not going to get the worst of it. If I had to pick, if I want to ride out the storm, it's too late to pick where you want to be now, obviously. But if I had to pick Kingston or Montego Bay, I'm going to pick Kingston in terms of safety. But it is obviously way too close to landfall to pick where you want to be. My family is in Clarendon. Clarendon's going to get some really bad wind here in the next couple of hours. My friend's granny is in Westmoreland. Yeah, Westmoreland, the western four parishes, so Hanover, Westmoreland, St. James, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, so I guess that's 5 parishes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 will be hit the worst, especially in terms of the wind. The rain is going to be probably a little bit worse for Manchester, for Clarendon, for St. Catherine, for St. Anne. The safest part of the island is probably the northeastern corner towards Ocho Rios, Tower Isle, towards the other airport, the Ian Fleming Airport, St. Anne's Bay. But we're going to see landslides, mudslides, water rushing down the mountains throughout the day today. You have a lot of older people in those parts of the island. You mean the western parts of the island, I'm assuming? Hunkering down in hotel. Yeah. Don't want you guys to hear that sneeze. Muted the mic just in time.
Hill area.
Hopefully those folks, the older folks in the western part of the island, got out. That's all that we can really hope for at this point. In 5-6 minutes, we'll have the latest data from the hurricane hunters. Will the eye diameter increase over land? It likely will. We'll see a little bit of weakening in the storm as it goes over land, but the radius of hurricane force winds will also likely increase, grow in size a little bit as well. That's why we're really worried about Montego Bay. I wish the HAFS model was not as far east with this storm because I think it's a little off. It has the eye really right over the heart, the center of the island. I think it's going to be a little bit 20 miles further west than that.
What is that price? Is that 915 that it has over?
It's got
915
919 right over the center of the island.
What's incredible, Dave, is that's at 3,000 feet.
Yeah.
I mean that actual pressure is more like 800 and something millibars locally.
Yeah, how does that work? Because in that middle part of the island, those are in the mountains. So is it extrapolating down to the surface that in this part doesn't exist under the mountains? I don't know.
Right.
Watching from Brooklyn, my roots is in Bull Bay, St. Andrew, Taylor Land, very dangerous. Yeah, the strongest one, not only thus far this year, but one of the strongest storms to ever make landfall in the Atlantic on record. Very concerned about the damage that we've done to the beaches in Negril. Yeah, the beaches along the entire western half of the island, and for that matter, the entire island really, will be changed forever. Fabian saying the wind has gotten more intense.
So, Dave, what would be, if my math is correct, what would be incredible is and this is just how rare like something like this would be. At 3,000 feet, standard, mean sea level pressure is about 1,012, 1,013 millibars at this latitude. 3,000 feet, it'd be about generally 900 to 910 millibars. So that model is correct, and you're talking about 915 millibars, translating to mean sea level pressure. At that elevation, you're talking about a pressure that's like 800 millibars. So the atmosphere, basically, the atmosphere causes there's almost like an inverted sinking into the eye. It would be, the equivalent of you really being at 5,000 feet at 3,000 feet, if that makes sense. Just really fascinating, like physical things going on here. The hurricane is just evacuating so much air that you're getting so much sinking. But I have never seen a model that far inland show that change of pressure at that elevation. That has never happened before. So you're talking about things that are just pushing the boundaries of what we've seen. In the tropical space right now.
I think the Montego Bay airport sensor has gone down because I'm looking kind of at a back-end METAR TAF report here. The last report was 2 hours and 35 minutes ago. I don't think I'll keep it up on the screen for a little longer. I might try to work our back-end coding to change it to Kingston from Montego Bay, because it looks like the Kingston airport is still reporting. So if that's the case, we'll switch it over from Montego Bay to Kingston. But I want to keep an eye on, if I had to guess, the airport's weather station in Montego has probably gone down. We're not sure. I'm not sure about that, but that would be my guess. We'll see. As we await the latest from the hurricane hunters. Some articles hypothesize that lightning activity within the Eyewall region might be a sign of the storm's inner core revving up. Yeah. Lightning in the Eyewall is never good because it's rare, extremely rare, especially to have, I'm going to pull up this screenshot you sent me again. I have never seen this much lightning in an Eyewall ever. I mean, this is crazy. A likely historically intense storm making landfall in Jamaica right now. It's like hell in Negril right now. Wow. Yeah, it's you've probably got winds in Negril right now at least 70 miles an hour. Maybe some gusts pushing 90 or 100. I'm surprised you have power. To be quite honest. How tall is the top of the Eyewall of Melissa? 30,000 feet at least. I'd have to look at a sounding. I mean, we can do that. We could look at a vertical kind of profile of the atmosphere. Somebody might have speculated that, hey, maybe the storm is not high enough. The mountain is higher than the storm. Unfortunately, that is not the case.
I don't think I've ever anticipated a recon pass.
Where's the tropopause? Are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Does that say 893 extract?
It does. 893.
Oh my gosh. And what is the wind? There's still at 893, you're still at 55 knots. I mean, this is in the 880s.
Could be. We're going to know more by the drop signs. All of a sudden, this has now potentially, this very well could be the strongest storm to ever make landfall in the Atlantic. Ever. This is extrapolated, so we don't know for sure. This is estimated MSLP. But 893, and these wind barbs saying 165 flight level winds at least. at least. The eye is up to 20 degrees Celsius here as well. That is crazy. Look at this spike right here. Look at, like, goes 10 to 12, 10 to 12, 10, and then just a jump to 20. Wow.
Yeah, Dave, I mean, I'm pretty, for those in the chat, I mean, or those watching, like you're watching. I've never seen anything like you watch all this data, all this weather data come in, your whole life.
Yeah.
I remember being on the floor on AccuWeather, where my dad was the lead meteorologist for a long time, and when we were watching recon data come in for Hurricane Katrina, and I remember there being just doing exactly what we're doing now 20 years ago. Watching recon data come in, and it came in at 902 millibars, and there being like audible gasping on the floor, as the storm is approaching New Orleans. I was 9 at the time. I'm not really sure I totally understood what was going on. This is that same feeling, you're watching something that has, only been done in recorded history one other time with Wilma. And that was kind of in the middle of, open Caribbean Sea. This is going to be impacting people here now, and the core of this, a mere 20 miles offshore. Just sobering stuff. I mean, that is, you're talking of a pressure 880 millibars. There's only been 3-4 recorded storms ever to be under 890.
Mm-hmm. And Wilma, when it got to that point, like you said, it wasn't making landfall. It was in the Caribbean, not far from Jamaica, but it wasn't making a landfall. This is as bad as it gets. I've never seen. I mean, this is. I almost don't have any words for it. I'm probably going to take the Montego Bay number off of here because it's clear that somebody's saying nothing in Montego Bay. I mean, JRG, we're talking about when they're actually making landfall. And we're talking the Atlantic. I mean, Typhoon Tip was halfway around the world. Patricia was likely undersampled before it hit in 16. Was Patricia 15 or 16? I don't remember. 15? Yeah. How long before it makes landfall? 2 hours. 2 hours or less. So there's still time for this thing to strengthen, believe it or not. I will say, Garrett, the Haas hurricane model had this. I mean, it had it down to 886, but this was its initialization. Mm-hmm. I think Haas A actually might have nailed it. Yeah, it had it at 887 right off the coast. Like literally right now, it had it at 887, which might be exactly where it is. What about Dorian? Dorian's a good question. I don't remember what the peak or what the lowest pressure. It was 910. Dorian got to 910, and you can see right here that Melissa is 901, and it's likely lower than 901 right now. I would not be surprised, Garrett, if the National Hurricane Center puts out a special update if we get a dropsonde in the core of Melissa to say that usually the Hurricane Center issues hourly updates before landfall, especially for a U.S. landfalling system. I guess they don't do that for this storm, but still they could issue a special advisory saying this storm is stronger than 901 millibars. It's probably right around 890 right now. Yeah, landfall right around 10 a.m. this morning, about an hour, 10 a.m. We'll call it 9:30 Jamaican time and 10:30 Eastern Daylight Time because Jamaica does not use daylight time.
Yeah, waiting for the rest of the recon data to come in through this kind of core punch. But I mean, you're talking conservatively 890 millibars, 190 mile per hour sustained winds at the surface. You're in like Typhoon Haiyan. If for anybody who remembers that, in 2013, that's kind of just like a benchmark in the satellite era of like perfect storms going into a landmass in the Philippines. Um, this is as historic as it gets. It's not being hyperbolic at all to be saying this.
Mm-hmm.
For places, it's just very clear. Like places in the southwest portion of this island are not going to be the same, unfortunately.
Ever. Yeah.
Usually you see this stuff in the open waters, maybe,
Mm-hmm.
but to be bombing out or peaking out at an all-time record any basin, or close to it, uh, right next to a very populated island in the Caribbean. This is pretty like we've said, pretty
Yeah,
sobering
3
stuff.
million people on the island. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just this just does not happen.
Yeah.
Often. You can count on your hand the amount of times this has happened in our lifetimes, Dave. Let
Mm-hmm.
alone in the last 150 years of record keeping. So, and like we said yesterday, this is a perfect storm of what we've seen in the last several years of hurricanes peaking on their northeastward trajectory around the United States. We've seen this with Hurricane Michael. We saw it with Hurricane Ian. Two very specific, examples. And you did not have the oceanic heat content that this storm had, and the slow motion over this oceanic heat content that this storm had. So it's a best of both worlds, atmospherically and then environmentally around it. You have the source region of heat, and it just sitting over this water, this very warm, deep ocean water. And then to start getting the ventilation and the favorable baroclinic processes as it moved northeast. This was the concern, that it would reach its peak as it was starting to make its move towards the island. And that is exactly what's happening. And so, it goes to show, if the environment is in place and the atmosphere says something is possible, it's going to go do it. I think that's kind of the answer here is
we've seen it so many times.
Right. If there's nothing to hold it back, if there's nothing obvious, and if there's no physical limitation, if you're able to avoid an internal dynamic of an eyewall replacement cycle, it's nature is going to go do what it's going to do. And it's like you said, with a figure skater pulling in, its arms, like there's nothing to stop the figure skater,
Nope.
right? As she pulls in her arms. So that is nature's version of this. And just trying to process what's going on here. Just from a meteorological perspective, I'm never really at a loss for words. I'm kind of at a loss for words for right now what's happening.
Yeah, I just saw your tweet. 893.5 at, is that what it was? 54 knots. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
we're gonna get a new update any second now.
That's the X trap. So
okay.
I mean, we're about to see, from the drops on.
It just flew. It just flew around the eye. There you go. 893 is your. I bet they flew around the eye because they went through some of the most intense turbulence they've ever felt. They only do this when they need a moment. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's a incredible way of putting it. Is they will hang out in the eye, and I'm not sure. I mean, what is that? 3 loops, 4 loops?
Yeah.
I mean, and with how small the eye is, I mean, they had to be pretty banked to be looping that hard.
That's a good point. Yeah.
How you put it. Yeah, they needed a moment to say it to say it lightly.
They needed to catch their breath. So we can't. It's probably right around 893. I mean, until we get a drop zone in there, until we get official measurements that land in the ocean that say 893 millibars, we can't confirm that that's the official pressure. But Tamika's from New York. Good morning. Has the storm weakened? No, it is strengthening still, unfortunately. Yeah, Rick, there's not going to be any cameras that make it out of the southwestern part of the island. This is not survivable. Anywhere along the southwestern coast of the island is not survivable. It's not. Because with 893 millibar pressure, you've got gusts in there probably over 225 miles per hour. You've got wind gusts in there, EF5 hurricane or EF5 tornadic strength. Destructive, catastrophic, pick your adjective, not survivable. Landfall in probably an hour and a half, I would say. Just crazy stuff. What are you seeing on your end, Garrett?
Yeah, just kind of combing through X right now, just trying to see, obviously during X is as good of a spot during these events, any live event, to get data. And there's just so much.
This is from yesterday.
So many good forecasters, so many good, it's you beat me to tweeting out. I was going to tweet out your quote on the account, but you beat me to it. So it's good that I just.
Well, I did word it a little bit differently. Yeah.
No.
This is what the eye of the. This is yesterday when the hurricane hunters penetrated the eye. This is literally what it looks like. It's a stadium. I mean, this is the craziest video I have ever seen from inside an eye. I mean, look at the ray of convection getting thrown around the eye. I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Those videos are. I mean, there was a couple of them. It looked like when some of the people were screenshotting it, and just like screenshotting stills, like you looked like you're at like the gates of heaven,
correct,
or something. Like
literally,
it looked, out of this world. And you get the stadium effect, which is somebody put it yesterday in a way that's just like it's an infamous term, right? And it's something that's really unmatched in anything. But like the stadium effect of just you look like you're in a in the Coliseum.
I was literally going to say the Coliseum. Yep.
It just is. This hurricane will be remembered for a long time. It would be remembered for a long time if it was out in the middle of nowhere. But given what it's about to do, and the images seen, but all of this goes to show, like, one, the hurricane hunter is getting credit for what they do.
Yeah.
The data and the advancements that we've made. Somebody said it yesterday, where it's like, imagine telling somebody 100 years ago that you're just flying planes into these things, the way that we are, and the data that we're taking. We're able to get a glimpse into the literally the eye of these things. It's remarkable. And sometimes you get a lot of hurricanes throughout the year, a lot of different storms. Some are sloppy, some are messier. Like, this is perfection. Like, full stop.
It's the wrong kind of perfection.
Perfect as it gets.
Yeah.
Right. Perfection from a meteorological perspective, where it's like you just don't. We may never see this again. This level of strength. At least in this position, about to make landfall in a populated area.
Lowest pressure. I mean, it keeps saying Wilma, but Wilma was not 882 when it made landfall. So.
Right. Yeah, and this is flagged, but when I say flagged, a data point that is potentially suspect or given for whatever reason not reliable, but non-flagged surface winds from the recon 168 knots, a flagged surface wind of 182 knots. I mean, even flagged, I've never seen that high of a number before out of recon data.
Crazy. I was trying to see The strongest storm to make landfall ever, like at landfall. By wind speed at landfall, Labor Day was 185, Dorian was 185. Labor Day was 892. That's the record. And that, what did we see here? 893. This is going to be the second most. This is probably going to be the second most intense storm to make landfall ever in the Atlantic. If not, I mean, it's still got an hour to go. So theoretically, you could say it could still strengthen. Unbelievable.
Yeah, just waiting on some drops on data here. Would be good to see the Eyewall and the eye drops on just to confirm what we're seeing. But again, you're talking at least top 5, top 3 ever. Lowest pressure in the basin. And I think, did you say Labor Day made landfall at 892 millibars?
892 at landfall. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Labor Day hurricane was 1935, so 90 years ago in the Florida Keys. This is we might have a new record here for landfalling hurricane in the basin. So,
and then the second lowest tied between Camille and Gilbert. Gilbert was not at 900 millibars when it hit Jamaica. I think that's when it hit Mexico. When it hit near the Yucatan.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, 892 for the Labor Days when it hit, like you said, the Keys. Wow.
Yeah.
The current storm speed, movement speed is north at 7, north-northeast at 7. You see it above me. The maximum winds, I think, are higher than 175. Garrett, I think it's probably closer to 185 or 190. If they listed at 190, this storm would be the strongest storm. Not only it would be tied with Allen for the strongest by sustained wind speed ever in the Atlantic, but it would be the strongest at landfall ever in the Atlantic. Tied, that would beat Labor Day and Dorian, which both had 185. Somebody asked, been through 2 Cat 5, Larry Yassey cannot fathom the sheer power of these systems. Yeah, well, the problem is it's too late to evacuate. Andrew at landfall was 160. It was 165 wind speed at landfall. And I don't know what its pressure number was. It's not in the top 10 at landfall by pressure. I know that. It is in the top 10 by wind speed at 165. You've got the Eyewall it's probably at 40 minutes away from impacting Black River, Treasure Beach, this kind of southwestern corner of the island. The Eyewall is about half hour to 45 minutes away from making its quote-unquote landfall. Landfall is official when at least half of the eye is on land and not over water. That's the official definition of landfall. They flew around the eye again for 10 more minutes, Garrett. Look at this. They did it again.
Gosh.
Now,
wow.
You wonder, you hope there's not something wrong with the plane.
Right. Yeah.
I have never seen back-to-back OBS, 10-minute. I've never seen back-to-back sets of OBS from recon that are circling the eye. I've never seen that.
Do we see any significant changes in the altitude as the hurricane or as the hurricane hunters were flying through the eye? That's my question. Were there any big jumps up and down in altitude? There was a pretty good drop as it kind of bursted through the eye wall and got into the eye. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just wondering if just trying to
don't see anything crazy in the geopotential heights, which is good. Flight level pressure, you're not really concerned about. You're concerned about geopotential height. When they fly into the eye, they literally lose altitude, not on purpose, but because of how deep and how strong the hurricane is. So the Weather Channel is saying 893. Well, they could say whatever they want. It probably is 893, but we go by the Hurricane Center. They like to say a lot of things they want.
We're still seeing, 893 at, they're flying around 893, 50 knots, 893, 44 knots, 893, 35 knots. I mean, the typical adjustment is about 8 to 10 knots for every millibar. So maybe this is a different kind of mission where they're just trying to take as much data in as possible. Maybe they're getting more some more social media content to post. I don't know, but there is a little bit of a level of concern when you see them doing things that you've never seen before. I have never seen them take 25 minutes and just fly around the eye.
You would hope it's
Dave,
maybe. Go ahead.
On the hurricane models, do we have they might not have even gone through the strongest part of the eye or the strongest part of the eye wall. Do on the hurricane models, what quadrant? It's harder to tell just because of, is it the northern quadrant?
It's
or
so
the
hard to
northeast
tell.
quadrant? I mean, it's hard to tell when it's barely been moving, but as it's been moving north now.
Looks like where they penetrated might be the weakest part, actually. That southeastern part.
Yeah, so they might be gathering to say, all right, let's hunker down here and find a way to get out.
Yeah.
Can you go to I think it's GOES 19 zoomed in on Cyclonic?
I'm on the mesoscale sector. Is that what you're talking about?
Are you? Yeah, there's one that's a little bit more zoomed in.
This one. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like the most stable. It's it is. I just never seen the eye is perfectly circular. They just can't get stronger than this. I do wonder, as it approaches, will there be any sort of, could you get disruption as it's pulling in, northeasterly flow off the island in the last, 30 minutes? But at this point, the cake is kind of baked at this point as it approaches land.
Where is the NOAA plane? They're about to. I wonder if these guys know what they're about to get themselves into. I'm sure they do.
Right.
There's your look at this, Garrett. Look at this. Middle right. The Hurricane Center did issue a special advisory at 9 a.m. and our 896 millibars is what they're calling it, 180 mile per hour wind. That would make it the second strongest storm by pressure and the tied for third strongest storm by wind speed to make landfall in the Atlantic. This would tie it with Irma when it hit Cuba for the third strongest wind speed on record.
Wow.
And the second strongest
This isn't it is a position update.
Yeah.
So, okay, it's a position update. So, they're typically, when they do an update statement, an intermediate update statement between advisories for any hurricane that's either system that's rapidly intensifying, if they haven't had a plane in there for a while. They wait for the full sampling of data. So there isn't anything that we're missing from the data here. They're just issuing an update statement, and they will do so every hour, it appears. So they will do another one in an hour. So this was standard operating procedure versus them updating it because the recon is in the hurricane, if that makes sense.
Yeah, Air Force Hurricane Hunter aircraft found that missile is strengthening, maximum sustained winds of 180 Minimum central pressure has fallen to 896 millibars, which again, this info above me, I don't know why the position number is slightly off by 5 miles, but close enough. Probably just a rounding error on my end with the coding, but close enough. Another position update provided at 10 a.m., so the next update comes in 54 minutes. Landfall coming in the next hour and a half, Danielle.
Yeah, no drop zones yet. And they're still flying in the eye.
We have a new, I guess it's 05.
So
Well,
yes,
we
in
don't
8
know yet.
minutes. So
Hopefully we get a drop zone in this next update in the next few minutes.
updates, auction down area. We've touched most areas. We are going to be very, very well situated with Jamaica by the end of this, Dave. We will know this island better than most.
I'm going to go to Jamaica.
Yeah, I might go with you.
I'm going to go help the
auction
cleanup,
down
the aftermath.
Yeah.
Because they're going to need,
Yeah.
I went to the mountains for Helene after Helene last year in the North Carolina mountains. They needed a ton of help. But to be quite honest, that pales in comparison to what Jamaica is going to go through in the next few hours.
Yeah.
Because Jamaica has pretty similar mountains to what North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia have in the United States. But these winds are probably double what the Appalachian Mountains saw in the United States back last year.
Yeah. So the auction down area, which I believe, just looking at the map, if I'm correct, is just north and west of Black River. They will not see the storm surge. You will be in the Eyewall or just outside the Eyewall. So gusts 100 to 150 miles per hour. Wind wise, near total. Just if you're in that area or know people in that area, hopefully they are just in a hunkered down place and a stronger engineered piece of property.
This loop is just, it's really just mesmerizing.
Yeah. And we got, 1,500 people in here. When we're quiet, we're trying to take in, God bless you. We're trying to take in the data that is being, there's a lot going on right now data wise. And so we're just trying to take in
jaw-dropping data, really.
Yeah. There's a lot of people breaking down the data, a lot of really, really good, minds out there who are also posting about this. So we're just trying to, make sure we're digesting it in all this stuff is in real time. So, if we're quiet, that is what we're trying to ascertain as the next round of data right now.
How long is this feed going to stay up? Somebody who knows Jamaica, where is the Flatbridge camera? What parish is this in? Jamaican watching from Cape Cod. Thanks for stopping by, Ripton. Guys, if you're enjoying I guess not enjoying, but if we're finding the content informative, protective, give us a like, subscribe. We'll be here. I'll be here all day long. Garrett, you've got stuff to do, but I'll be here as long as it takes today, at least until probably 4 or 5 o'clock. This is in St. Catherine. Okay. What part? Anybody know what part of St. Catherine this is in? I can probably Google it, to be quite honest.
So it looks like they're starting to try to fly into the northeast eyewall. There was an 892.3 X-strap at 55 at 50 knots.
It's kind of weird that they're getting lower X-strap, like where there's zero wind, the pressure was a little bit higher. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I just, and again, it's instrumentation. You just don't know. all the dynamics going on in there.
Bog
But yes,
walk.
that's
Okay.
odd. But I mean, the eye is tiny.
Still no drop zone
It's
data.
not a pinhole. Yeah. I just wonder if I can it even reach the ground? I mean, is it still? I mean, is it obliterated by the wind? I mean, no, but you're just seeing things. Anything's on the table right now. I've never seen them take 30 minutes to fly through the eye, so we're gonna hopefully get some of the greatest video we've ever seen, and that's saying a lot because yesterday we got the greatest video we've ever seen from an eye.
So flat bridge right here. Thanks everybody for, between Bog Walk and Spanish Town. So this is going to be interesting. You're not going to have crazy wind here, but this is going to be an interesting camera to keep an eye on for how fast the water rises. That's going to be the main thing to watch from this camera. The wind is not going to be as crazy as the western half of the island. Did I just jinx it? Did this camera literally just go down? Did it just go down? If so, that's crazy. Nope, it's trying.
And we have debris.
Yeah, so the question's the water's getting, let me move this over here. It's getting close to this little shack here. At some point, this shack is going to be overrun. That's just about a fact. The question is, when does that happen and how long does this camera stay up? My guess is not much longer. Yeah, we'll see. This is scary, man.
And what is going on in Maypen, Clarendon? Pretty similar conditions to what you're seeing on your flat bridge camera. A lot of rain. Winds will be higher than where they are what they are in Kingston. 80 to 100 mile per hour gusts. There's probably already been a foot of rain. I would expect probably another foot of rain in the Maypen area. Ground zero for the flooding, for the freshwater flooding coming down off the Blue Mountains, the cockpit country is going to be right in the central part of the island, central eastern part of the island, downstream, getting towards the coast. So we've said this, on 3 different streams now. Know your localized high areas in these areas. That's like the most important message I could give. When you have elevation, you're not everywhere is going to flood. It's going to flood near where Dave was just showing, the flat bridge live cam. It's going to flood near these rivers, near these creeks, streams, ravines. Knowing your localized high areas and staying away. Do not be standing on the banks of these creeks and streams like we were seeing earlier. Getting as far away as you possibly can get from those spots.
Mm-hmm. Just checking some millibar pressure numbers. So should we explain kind of pressure and millibars and how it's inversely related to the National Hurricane Center? I don't want to spend too much time explaining, but National Hurricane Center suggests wind speeds at higher elevations could be 30% stronger than at sea level. That means that some of these higher elevations in the western part of the island where the Eyewall is going to go through, we could have sustained winds upwards of 220 miles per hour. And the best way to see that is going to be through a drop sonde, but we don't have a drop sonde yet reporting. So once we have that from the hurricane hunters, we'll bring that up, we'll explain that to you and show you what we mean by those winds increasing with height. There have only been 6 hurricanes with sub 900 millibar pressure in Atlantic. Melissa is now the 7th. $1,500 of you in here. Thanks everybody for watching. Now at 20,000 views. We're going to be live all day long through landfall for the next several hours while Melissa does unimaginable things to the great island, the great people of Jamaica.
Yeah, still no drop sonde. Don't know what that's about.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. We don't have the drop sonde. We don't have...
No vortex data message.
No, we don't have a VDM. We don't have anything. Yeah, I want to go to this. When I go to Jamaica, I want to go to the bridge here, the flat bridge, and get the scale of what they are seeing right here, right? Yeah, the flat bridge camera keeps going in and out. Let's pull it up one more time. This is a few minutes old, and it says this is live. It says this is 8:10, so this would be 4 minutes ago. But it says it's live, so I think we're watching this camera slowly start to lose its connection. Even the Kingston Harbor camera is going in and out a little bit behind me. Let me pull it back up. We have donated to see Jamaica. Great, I think his name's Marvin. He runs these cameras all by himself, I think, in Jamaica. He's letting basically every single news outlet, including us, I guess, if you want to call us a news outlet, use these cameras for free, but hopefully those outlets, just like us, are giving him money to... This is going to be a mammoth task to bring every camera back online after the storm. The NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane turned around, Garrett, it looks like. They got halfway through there, and I don't know if Air Force told them not even think about it or what. I have never seen this. I've never seen a NOAA Hurricane Hunter get... This isn't that far into the storm, but start the penetration into the eye or start to get there and then say, nope, we're going to turn around. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, as it turned, I guess we'll see in the next sort of fix. Is it turned around to turn around, or is it changing its angle? Is it not wanting to fly over the island? It looks like on the trajectory it would be flying over the island. Is it changing its angle to kind of come in shallower, I guess, from a latitude perspective? We're going to have to wait for the next fix. A lot of weird stuff going on right now. A lot of atypical things from what you're used to. This is a atypical situation, without question. I mean, unprecedented stuff right now. We weren't flying Hurricane Hunter aircraft into the Labor Day hurricanes or Typhoon Haiyan.
We were not.
We did do it in the Wilma. So, just... We are. It's a fluid situation. So
that is one way to call it. Yes, it is a very fluid situation. Unbelievable. Should we bring the Kingston Harbor camera full? I'm gonna have to put a different camera behind me here because the flatbridge camera is either done or it's about to be done. Maybe it's going to be okay. We'll keep it up. Maybe just got so much traffic, can't keep up. I don't know. Yeah, the Montego Bay Airport is not giving us... I had this wind kind of info bug right here in the top left, but I'm going to switch this to Kingston. Garrett, I'm going to need a couple minutes or maybe not a couple minutes, but I'm going to need to change the coding around for this. Okay. I will just tell me what you want on the screen while I adjust the coding for this.
Yeah, just you can go full screen with the map of the island of Jamaica. Just going to kind of break down, what we're looking at here while you adjust. So just kind of to reset here, obviously the last 30 minutes spending a lot of time talking about this recon data. What does this all mean for the island? We'll start from the core and we'll work out from there. The next 6 to 10 hours as the hurricane, is going to cross the island. If you are Black River to Falmouth, and then radiating out about 30 to 50 miles on each side, that is ground zero for the core of this hurricane. Anywhere along the southern coast of the island, Black River, Great Pedro Bluff, wind gusts 160 to 180 miles per hour. You get inland, will come down some. You get into the cockpit country, higher elevations. You're looking at back up towards 150 plus mile per hour gusts. Falmouth, the North Shore, Runaway Bay, anywhere 75 to 125 mile per hour winds. And so, that is where we're expecting the core to be, to cross over the island here in the next several hours. Radiating out from there, if you're Montego Bay, Savannah, Lamar, Westmoreland, that's where you're looking likely at wind gusts 110 to 130 miles per hour, mostly majority of the time out of the northeast or the north. In Montego Bay, that will be a very bad wind direction for you when it comes to storm surge. Likely 6 to 10 feet, if not more. The good news is you're not getting the full push that you get with a storm coming into your direction. It will be moving away from you, but you will get a blowback tide, or the tide blowing in from the north, this is a very rare track for Montego Bay. Probably the benchmark track for a significant hurricane in this area. So as bad as it can get from Montego Bay, like we said, 100 to 130 mile per hour gusts, storm surge out of the north. Moving on to the east part of the island, Mandeville to St. Anne's Bay. A lot of our concern, especially Mandeville, going to be destructive winds, likely major hurricane force wind gusts, 120, 130 miles per hour. The rainfall to me is a bigger concern in these areas. So Mandeville through the cockpit country, Brownstown, St. Anne to St. Anne's Bay, 20 to 30 inches of rain, which is, another 10 to 20 on top of 10 to 15 that's already fallen. Any ravine, any river, any creek, any stream will be significantly flooded. That is where you'll see your worst freshwater damage. Moving a little bit farther on to the east, Ochos Rio, Port Maria, Linstead, Spanish Town, Portmore, Kingston, all pretty similar impacts. Maypen, we've been watching, live streams of creeks and rivers, significantly rising, flooding, multiple areas. Any of this water that is that falls in the up in the higher elevations of the island will go down. It's got to exit somewhere. It's going to go down to a lot of these towns that are bordering the coastline. So that is the biggest concern on the east half of the island, is going to be the freshwater flooding. Same goes for Port Antonio, Morant Bay. You're not going to get a lot of standing water, but what you are going to get is the potential for mudslides, landslides, significant and rapid rises in water as the storm progresses through. So that's kind of the total picture of what we are expecting here. Really in the next, we're about maybe an hour 15, hour 20 away from landfall. What we are expecting from that point, and then for probably the next 5 to 6 hours afterwards. I cover you long enough, Dave?
Yeah, you got me. Yeah, we got Kingston's live wind there at the top left-hand corner, so well done. Just had to change the airport code, change a couple things around, and we're good. So the Hurricane Hunter, the Air Force Hurricane Hunter plane is now flying out. Looks like they've made it out of the Eyewall, thankfully. Nothing new regarding the NOAA, the National Weather Service plane yet. Michael's saying NOAA 42 is flying circular patterns to calibrate instruments, assess storm boundaries, and prepare for a safe penetration to the Eyewall. Okay. Fabian saying, talk about crazy right now in Westmoreland. I can only imagine what the Westmoreland parish is going through right now.
So Jeremy DeHart.
Did he just tweet something?
So increasingly worried about my crewmates that they have been circling in the eye for over 20 minutes now. Still no drop sign has been transmitted. Extrap SLP, the pressure is down at 892 millibars. Hopefully they are just trying to get a good sonde out, and it's not something more serious. It seems now that they've punched out of the northwest eyewall. Hopefully that is not the case, that it's something serious. But
yeah, you would think that now that they've gotten out, hopefully they're It looks like they've made it out of the Eyewall. You can see it there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interested to see this next fix of the NOAA plane.
Yeah, a gentleman in our chat, Michael said that they were trying to calibrate instruments, I guess.
Okay.
Chris says, I don't think you could pay me to fly into a perfect storm. Yeah, I don't think I could either. This zoomed in view is just diabolical.
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect.
In all the wrong ways.
No. Again, and to be clear, when I say perfect, I mean you watch the loop of this eye. I mean, there's no undulation of the eye. There's no, deformities. I guess I'm speaking in a meteorological perspective. Obviously, this is not a perfect situation for Jamaica. It's the exact opposite, but it's perfection meteorologically. I'm not sure. I've just seen this steady of an eye. The consistency and the convective pattern, it's just a machine right now. It is just how do you put it, Dave? It's an air evacuating machine right now.
Yeah, it's a perfect air evacuating steam engine.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Yep. Yeah, the NOAA plane is still, it's not turning around. There's another fix. It is sitting and it's circling. Some very interesting stuff this morning, Dave.
Yeah, we're going to get a new update from the Air Force hurricane hunters in the next couple of minutes, probably 2 minutes, about their excursion out of the eye. I'll need more coffee later today, that's for sure. Yeah, the latest NHC update at 9 a.m., right above my head, below Garrett. Maximum sustained winds at 180, pressure down to 896, moving north-northeast at 7. Landfall probably around 10:30 Eastern, so 9:30 a.m. local time in Jamaica. It actually is probably going to be later than that, honestly, Garrett. I'm not going to say it's slowing down. This is at least an hour and a half away. I'm looking at this a little bit closer right now. Yeah. It's 9:30 Eastern, 9:27. And to, again, make landfall, over half of the eye has to be on shore. If it's making landfall closer to Treasure Beach, it's going to be sooner. But it looks like it's going to be west of Treasure Beach, and it's going to be more towards Black River. So Black River, obviously a little bit more time over water. I think it's going to be around 10 a.m. local time, maybe even a little bit after that. Jamaica operating, of course, on Central Daylight Time, Eastern Standard, because Jamaicans are normal. They don't use daylight savings time like we do in America. Should daylight savings time be year-round, Garrett? That's a whole other discussion.
Well, is it? And I get confused because I've been to some of the legislation. Whatever makes it lighter at the end of the day, I'm for.
Sure.
So,
yeah,
I can live with it being dark in the morning as long as it's not dark at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think Laura's really kind of summarized, especially if you know tornadoes. Imagine an EF3 tornado just lingering over your city for 12 hours. Praying for Jamaica from Boston. I mean, to a degree, that's exactly what this hurricane is. And it's even like an EF4 tornado, because this is maximum winds of 180, and EF5 is pushing 200. You've got EF5 gusts in the eyewall of this hurricane. That is, Fabian, you are in Westmoreland, and Fabian is saying it sounds like a tornado outside. right now. I can only imagine. It sounds like a freight train. It sounds, yeah, I can only imagine what it sounds like in the southwesternmost parish. The parishes that are going to get hit most by the wind: Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, St. James, Hanover, and Trelawney. Really, really worried about the wind damage in pretty much the west, anything west of this line. Anything west of, which ones? Manchester Parish. Even Manchester Parish. Mandeville's going to get some heavy damage from the wind. It's just a matter of where that Eyewall exactly tracks, Garrett.
Yeah. Well, we have Zell, who's been on since we got on this morning. In Brompton area near Black River, says things are getting crazy. I can imagine so. Zell, be safe. Make sure you're. Dave, what was the advice you gave yesterday that Dr. Norcross gave during during Andrew in Miami? I think that's probably a good time if you're in that area to hear this, because this saved hundreds of lives.
From Andrew, 1992. Put as many walls as you can between you and the outside. Get away from windows, because windows can either get blown in by 180 mile per hour winds, or the pressure falling, literally cracking the windows from the inside, or 2x4s, debris getting thrown into the windows. So windows become flying objects at this point in a hurricane landfall. So away from windows. And the last thing is this is what people would literally call into the TV station in Miami when Andrew was making landfall, saying, "Brian, what do I do here?" And his advice was put a mattress over your family's head to avoid the debris, to avoid getting sucked out of the house, literally, because that's what the pressure, that's what the wind was doing. Michael's in Oklahoma saying, take your tornado precautions. Yeah, eastern Jamaica, not as bad as western and central. Yeah, Kingston, this would be a much worse disaster in terms of population affected if the Eyewall was 70 miles east and going right over Kingston. Kingston's not going to get the wind because Kingston is what, right about right here. The eye is moving this way, so the Eyewall is going to make landfall right around Black River. So the worst winds are going to be right here, which is, 60 miles west, if not more, from Kingston?
Yeah. We have a dropson in the eye. 893 millibars with 13 knot wind, so 892 millibars. 27.2
Oh my God!
degrees Celsius temperature.
27 that is about 84 degrees in the eye.
Yeah.
84 degrees Fahrenheit. I've never seen a number that high.
Yeah. And then close to 80, almost 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 300, at 1,400 meters.
So the Labor Day hurricane was 892. I think that's exactly where we are right now with Melissa.
Yep. Yep. We did not get a dropson. It seems like in the Eyewall. We're discussing. It does not matter if it's 180 or 190 miles per hour, effectively. But, we are in rarefied air right now. If it were to make landfall at this rate, it would tie the all-time record for the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall in the Atlantic Basin. And the NOAA plane is still circling.
This is unbelievable. I've never seen a sounding or a dropson like this. I just tweeted that out.
Dave, can we spend a minute obviously this is coming for Jamaica, but then tonight this is coming for Cuba.
Yeah.
The Southeast Bahamas, looping this through. Your thoughts on, Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo Bay impacts, and then, Turks and Caicos on northwestward in the Bahamas.
Yeah, the Turks and Caicos are out here to the east, so the Bahamas will get hit way worse, at least the southeastern Bahamas will get hit way worse than the Turks and Caicos tomorrow. But Santiago de Cuba, right here, is that Santiago de Cuba or is this Santiago de Cuba? I don't remember off the top of my head.
Montego Bay is east.
This is Santiago.
De Cuba
yeah,
is west.
It looks like Santiago is going to be exactly where it makes a second landfall in the middle of the night tonight around 3 a.m. I will not be up at 3 a.m. to cover landfall in Cuba. But we will cover the Bahamian landfall tomorrow, the Turks and Caicos impacts tomorrow as well. The wind field will likely expand. It'll weaken, obviously. It's not going to be one of the strongest storms to make landfall in history once it leaves Jamaica. The land interaction with the mountains will weaken the main eyewall pretty considerably. But still, you're going to get major hurricane winds in the eastern part of Cuba and those mountains, and then the southeastern Bahamas. Luckily, the southeastern Bahamas are much less populated than the central and northwestern Bahamas. And the Turks and Caicos will get some tropical storm force winds, but luckily no hurricane force winds, Garrett.
Yep. Yeah, and so the
Looks
surge
like
concern.
Looks like real quick, just the Air Force plane looks like they made it out, thankfully. That whoever's on this plane is going to have some incredible stories. Yeah. Danielle, Katrina was a Category 3. Katrina was a Cat 3 when it made landfall in New Orleans in 2005.
Looks like the NOAA plane is making its move.
They're going in. Yep. So
they're going in.
The 10 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center will be interesting, mainly not because of the numbers, but because of what they're going to say in terms of what the Air Force plane saw. I'm going to show this video again. I mean, this is just insane.
And like the kind of bursting through and into the eye, remarkable.
This was captured yesterday on one of the recon flights. This looks like the stairway to heaven, literally. This is like at sunset. This is unbelievable. I mean, just unbelievable. I mean, this one's arguably even better.
Yeah, just
sobering stuff. Again, the content more than likely that will come out. The stories that will come out probably later this afternoon once that Air Force and NOAA plane get on the ground, will be pretty remarkable to see. If there's continued videos, I mean, it's hard to imagine images being clearer than what you were just showing, Dave, but you just never know. I mean, the things that we're seeing today is more spectacular, again, relative from a meteorological perspective than we saw yesterday. Awe-inspiring, if you will. We've been at a loss for words. More, I mean, we're pretty, fairly charismatic, talkative people, I would say. We've
try
been
to
at
be,
a loss for words. We've been at a loss for words a couple times during this stream, just given incredible data, incredible. I mean, every time I look at the satellite image, I'm like, I kind of have to do a double take. Just seeing things we've never seen before, at least, since we've gotten into the profession.
Look at all the gravity waves propagating out from the storm. Look at all, you see, it's like all these storms, the atmosphere is just a giant wave. Look at the gravity waves getting propagated outward. Can
you explain, what is happening there? You kind of mentioned it, the atmosphere is,
cyclostrophic balance. How long do you have?
Yeah. But
I'm not going to get into all that.
In layman's terms, why are you seeing kind of these ripples?
Because centrifugal force and cyclostrophic balance is when the pressure gradient force.
Centrifugal force.
All right. I mean, should we get my dynamics professor in here?
It's like if you think of it inverse, you drop a ball
right? You throw something into water and you get the ripples, right? Well, the atmosphere is a fluid dynamic, right? And so, you know, you get the air going up. You're getting so much, like we've talked about, evacuation of air. You're just getting waves. You see this a lot in storm chasing, and they can act as gravity waves can act as a trigger for thunderstorms. Almost like similar to an outflow boundary.
I don't know how that camera's still up, by the way. I have no idea.
How high can we go to that image? Can we see, has the water gotten higher?
Yeah, hold on. Where'd it go here? Here we go. We should keep like like the shack. Okay, well, I think the camera automatically moves around here. Is that a huge stick? What is that? What is that?
Looks like it. Yeah, it looks like a large. There's a lot of debris coming through there. A lot of debris, which is a sign. Like, I mean, it goes without saying, but a sign that the water is reaching levels. It's sometimes hard to tell, on this localized image, but it's reaching levels to go pick up debris and bring it down the river. So this is clearly flooding areas right now.
MAK says, good for surfing.
That is a good standing wave right there.
Yeah, it's a great standing wave indeed. Michael wants to show our live stream on his weather page. Sure. As long as we can save lives and property, that's all that matters. That's why we're on the air. But unfortunately, at this point, there's only so much that we can do. Well, Kashiri, there is no bridge that I can see. The flat bridge is the no bridge. That's bamboo. St. Anne weather is worsening.
We do have a Michael. Is it okay if you if I show your live stream on his weather page? I have a friend who's a missionary in Jamaica currently. They're not able to get updates.
Sure. As long as they still have power. And here's a good camera. Hold on a second.
Oh boy.
It was literally just better a few seconds ago. This is Crossroads in Kingston. And you got Kingston. We got the live wind speed, 30 miles per hour to the southeast, gusting to 47. We'll see how long it stays up. Thanks for being here, Ralph. Yeah, that probably was bamboo going down the... that shack at Flatbridge is for years? You mean it's been there for years? Watching from the USA. What do we have? About 2,500 votes. About 2/3 of you not watching from Jamaica. About 1,500 of us here in the live stream. Share this with your friends. We're about to see some crazy video as Hurricane Melissa makes landfall in Jamaica in the next hour and a half or so.
It looks like we have the NOAA plane is moving.
Yeah, they're on their way.
I do wonder. Now the Air Force plane is moving south. I do wonder if it will try to make another move towards the eye, or if one was enough for them this morning.
I'm going to put one of the cameras. I got so many tabs up. I'm going to put, which camera should I put in so I'm going to move the Kingston info to the upper left-hand corner. I'm going to put another camera next to Garrett. Which camera should I put there? Do I put the flat bridge camera and just see how long it hangs on? I don't know. Let me try to add the flat bridge camera real quick. Let us crop this down. I guess we'll leave it there for now. Is that okay? Sure. We'll go with that for now. The Eyewall is getting awfully close to Treasure Beach. That is Cuba, that's not Jamaica. The Eyewall is getting awfully close to Treasure Beach, to Black River. I mean, we are getting awfully close to the strongest winds making landfall right now, Garrett.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back and find in the chat. Hopefully Zell is still with us. He's in Black River. Just maybe we can get an update.
Yeah, we had a gentleman in the chat. I forget who it was. It was Fabian. It was not. It might have been a. I forget who else. Somebody said they were in Westmoreland. Any cameras in Rocky Point? I can look. Is this going to change the camera? Yeah, it is. Yeah, Beverly, you kind of hit the nail on the head. I am extremely worried about Montego Bay later on today with the wind and the reverse storm surge. Montego Bay is going to get it worse than Kingston, much worse than Kingston today. There's no doubt about that.
Dave, I'm about to send you a link of a video that you're going to have to put up.
Okay.
Of the
yeah.
Oh, you were on the same. I don't know if that was your.
I've got a lot of things going on here, Garrett.
Yeah, there you go. That's. I don't know if that was the link or you already had it up, but that is just another.
Look at it's like little like ellipses. I mean, this is what they teach you in like fluid dynamics, atmospheric dynamics, as to what, like when cyclostrophic balance, when all these equations work out exactly how they should, this is what happens. A perfect meteorological phenomenon. And usually this happens over the open ocean in the Pacific, even in the deep tropics of the Atlantic, of the Caribbean, without land interaction. And now, unfortunately, Melissa is less than 2 hours away from making a landfall.
I mean, you're getting little subvortices as well. I mean,
yeah.
And it's on a broader scale, and it is kind of amazing if nature as a whole, works on small scales and giant scales. I mean, you get tornadoes, and some of the strongest tornadoes have subvortices that rotate around a common center axis. The same as here. I mean, you have one common center right in the middle of this eye, but then you got, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 subvortices.
Yeah.
Rotating around the eye that also then can, generate their own vorticity and their own convergence. It just is incredible that they're not competing with each other necessarily. It's so balanced right now that you're getting, perfection from a meteorological standpoint right now in the eye. I've never seen this. I've never seen it just like this on this scale. Part of it is we have more observational power than we've ever had. At the same time, how you just don't get storms like this that often. So it's continues to be. Oh, we're punching the northeast eyewall right now with the NOAA plane.
Yeah, it seems like that's been the preferred way to get in and out, or at least the way that the Air Force plane got out, the northwest eyewall. You can see they went out northwest, and now the NOAA hurricane plane is going in towards the northwest. Why is this so zoomed in? Through the northwest eyewall right now. Flatbridge has disappeared. What about St. Anne's? St. Anne's is where a lot of media folks are staging. I know that. I'm going to see if Jared has posted anything. I got so many tabs up here. This is crazy. Let's go here. We're taking your comments and questions on the air. We're taking... look at Jeff. I mean, this guy is probably the most legendary hurricane chaser. You could make an argument. Jeff Piotrowski. I don't know what you would say about this, Garrett. Would you say... We just lost Garrett's mic. Did your AirPods die, Garrett?
No. I was taking the advice from Madison Deese to not have my mic on while I type, and
got it.
Forgot to turn the mic back on. So
no problem.
I'm trying to do good. I'm trying to do good things here, Dave. Jeff, Mark Suddeth, kind of legends in this. But Jeff is he's always very well prepared. Like he is. He got the GoPro on, the helmet. Very committed to the cause for sure. And like those are guys who, and he's a person who was doing this before. Right now, like the big name obviously is Josh Morgan, who's, his last tweet was 6 hours ago, I think, and he really puts himself in. He finds shacks on a hill and he'll ride it out there. And
usually we don't hear from him until like a couple days later. That's the thing,
right?
Like we probably will not hear from Josh again for, if not a day, it could be a week. I remember it was like after a Pacific storm, they were worried about him because we hadn't heard from him for several days.
It was this past, it was this year. It was a couple, last month or 2 months ago. But Jeff and Mark have been, doing this since, before social media, before chasing was a really, really big thing for pretty much every streamer to do. And so have been able to continue to adapt their craft, which is what it is. Yeah. If you've ever storm chased, if you've ever done anything, I mean, it is, there's only so much you can do from putting yourself in position, and then you got to kind of be on your feet, and have a plan and know how to be kind of agile. So, really props to them. They're both prepared as we, the Eyewall is now full. The worst of the Eyewall is now on land.
It is.
As the storm is coming on shore.
And the NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane is going into the eye right now. We'll have the latest from them in probably about 2 minutes, Garrett. Oops.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, we have folks from our people from our team also feeding in here as well. Madison's in the chat. Our CEO is Jason Deese, who is very actively engaged in bringing up really good points about the fact that we don't have, you mentioned this yesterday, Dave, no storm surge modeling outside of the U.S. from the Hurricane Center, and so just kind of talking about what are we expecting from a storm surge perspective, kind of reiterating this island wide. I know we've talked about Montego Bay a little bit on the north side with the winds kind of backing in from the north, but what are you expecting? I mean, even if you are well to the east in Kingston, from a storm surge perspective with this onshore flow.
Is that a question for me? What are we expecting storm surge wise for Kingston?
Yeah.
Yeah,
anywhere
from
just east of the center making landfall to
6
all the
to
way
10
Kingston.
feet probably.
Yeah.
I think this little kind of jet out on the southern side, I forget what the lighthouse or whatever this Portland Cottage, this might stop some of the surge towards Kingston east of this point. The worst surge is going to be west of Portland Cottage because the eye is going to make landfall here. The worst surge is going to be along this area from Treasure Point, Alligator Pond, Milk River. All of this is going to be underwater. This is going to be like after Hurricane Laura hit New Orleans or Louisiana. Homa was underwater, and this storm's stronger than Hurricane Laura was. All of this, I have the map, the topographic map of Jamaica somewhere. Where did I put this? Like all of this is extremely low elevation on the southern end. Like this is all going to be underwater. It won't let me draw on this. That's a shame. Where this cursor is, all this green, that's the lowest lying area. Because if the storm makes, all of this is going to be underwater. I mean, this is going to be uninhabitable for months. Anywhere in the Black River area, Cataboo, like this is all like very marshy. I mean, you could tell. The Black River is going to be out of its banks and then some. And some of this might even push up towards Frenchman, Cashew. Some of the video out of this area is going to be apocalyptic, Garrett.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Flatbridge camera's still kicking. Flatbridge camera's on.
Still going. And I don't know what that is on the far side of the. Did we pass through the eye here?
893, yeah.
Yeah.
There's your latest pass from the Hurricane Hunters. They just did one loop and got out. They did a quick circle, and now they're flying out of the southern Eyewall right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some numbers here that, from a flight level wind perspective, that are pretty remarkable. Pretty remarkable. But no, on the video that you're showing here above, I don't know what that is on the far side. It's some sort of sign. Every time we go back to look at this video, that the water is higher. Which isn't surprising, but it is rising visibly quickly.
Yeah, it is. Can't see Flatbridge anymore. The river's all over it. Yeah, this camera is going to be the one both up there and the one over my left shoulder is an interesting one to watch. Yeah, we've talked about See Jamaica, a great YouTube channel. Marvin runs it. We've donated to him. He's got like 10 different cameras across the island. It looks like this Westmoreland camera is actually back up, Garrett.
Interesting.
Let me make a new...
Check that out.
Hopefully this doesn't confuse. It looks oddly quiet here. Where is Little London?
8:39 a.m.
Oh, that's on the western, it's way west. Okay, that's good. So they're not going to get as bad of wind as like Black River, White House, kind of these areas further to the south and southeast will. That's good. 1,700, almost 1,700 folks in here. Kashiri saying that guy was still, was that guy still out there by the shed? I didn't catch that. Is he still out there admiring the scenery? I don't see him back there now. What does Flatbridge normally look like? Let me go back in time here to yesterday. How far would it let me go back? There you go. You can kind of see it. This is 12 hours ago.
Wow.
Here you go. I'll just do kind of like a 20-minute jump. 20 minute. Look at the water just steadily going up.
Wow.
And then it's covered by about 4 a.m. It was covered. And then it's not even a road after that.
I mean, you're talking of 15-foot water rise there.
Mm-hmm. Thereabouts.
Well, we'd say we're probably within the hour away from landfall.
How this loop is what?
Maybe a little, right about an hour, I would say.
Probably probably a little bit longer on it. It's probably gonna be right at an hour would be 10 a.m. local time, maybe like 10:15 local time.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
They just measured a 199 mile per hour flight level wind on the way out. Wow.
Wow. We're just reiterating wows to each other at this point.
I hit the wrong button. No, I did not want to start Adobe Premiere Pro. We're not going to edit videos right now. We're going to do a live stream. No. Go away. I screwed up.
While you're screwing up, Dave, another follow-up tweet from Jeremy DeHart, who is a meteorologist who is usually in the eyes of these things and will be flying a mission later today. Talked about not wanting to be flying the mission in between Jamaica and Cuba, due to the turbulence that will be kind of imparted on the hurricane by the elevation of Jamaica. And so what you don't want, hurricanes can be very uniform. The reason why they can fly through these things is you don't have downdrafts, going at 80 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, like you get in severe thunderstorms. We would never fly a plane through a severe thunderstorm, right? It's just a more volatile, less stable, it's on a smaller scale, but less stable storm. These hurricanes you can fly through because typically, it's pretty uniform. In the wake of Melissa moving on from Jamaica, there will be disruptions in the core of the hurricane due to the high elevations, while maintaining still being a very strong hurricane. It will be a very bouncy ride for the hurricane hunters later this afternoon, in between. And I don't know what the Jamaican Straits, the Straits of Cuba. I have no idea what the name of that water basin is between Jamaica and Cuba. But just mentioned. I thought that was an interesting kind of line of commentary. Talking about it's turbulent in there now. It might actually be just as bad later this afternoon as the hurricane is moving away from Jamaica.
Yeah, I mean, the worst impacts in Montego Bay will happen later this afternoon.
Yep. Yeah, this is the definition of a buzzsaw, Dave.
With this video, wow. We might have showed you something similar to this already, but look at all the eddies. Somebody mentioned in the chat the eddies.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Like literally little hurricanes in here. It's insane. Is the Air Force plane going to try to make another pass through here or what, I wonder? The NHC just dropped the info. I haven't gotten a notification for it, nor is it showing up on stream.
185, 892.
892. There it is. So, if it makes landfall at this strength, it is the tied for the strongest storm to make landfall in the Atlantic on record in history.
And the message, the headline: catastrophic winds moving onshore southern Jamaica, last chance to protect your life. Just kind of sobering stuff.
Yeah, put as many walls between you and the outside. Dangerous. Yeah. They must be listening to our stream. Cover yourself with a mattress. If you have a bike helmet, yeah.
And it's funny. Zell on the chat, who's been here since the beginning. Brompton Lane, St. Elizabeth. I'm zoomed in on it. Know exactly where he is at. He or she, I guess. On the western side of Black River. You're in the Eyewall now. The last said it's crazy here in Brompton, St. Elizabeth. I can imagine you are going to be right in the thick of it any moment, if not in it now. So all these warnings about ways to protect your life, please heed them.
Yeah. The storm is 45 miles southeast of Negril. I'm not sure why that part of the graphic's not updating. Everything else is right, though. Pressure is at 892. That would be the lowest, tied for the lowest central pressure for a hurricane making landfall in the Atlantic in history, tied with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. Winds of 185. That ties Hurricane Dorian, I believe. No, that ties Dorian and the Labor Day hurricane for the strongest wind speeds at landfall.
Yeah, reaching its peak at the absolute worst time.
It is. What would this storm surge be on Florida coastal areas? Tampa would be underwater. Miami would be it would be unimaginable. If this storm hit Miami, this would be a $100 billion disaster, at least.
It'd be a $500 billion disaster.
Maybe a T. You could maybe have a T on that. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be
the worst disaster in modern history.
Yeah, moving at this rate, that we're extremely lucky. A lot of the obviously Ian was bad. Like, imagine Ian in Southwest Florida, but moving slower, and 30 mile per hour stronger. It's in that ballpark. You're definitely talking by far the most expensive or most damaging hurricane in U.S. history.
And it really wouldn't be close. I mean, you had Harvey, but
no.
You've never had this strong of a storm hit that developed of an area in the 21st century.
You've had no storm hit that developed of an area. I mean, what is the last hurricane to hit Miami? Katrina? I mean, people forget Katrina. People forget.
I mean, Irma. We had Cat 1 winds in Miami from Irma, but
yeah,
you may not even call that a hit.
Right.
Yeah, Max saying the Eyewall is on land. If it's not, it's just about to be on land. Again, we don't have the Kingston radar, so we don't know where that exact ring of convection is. We could have the Doppler radar data from the aircraft. I don't have that handy, though. I'm interested to see. So both of these planes just did their initial passes. Are they going to go back in? What are they going to do?
I don't think so.
Are they just going to?
I mean, the NOAA plane might. It seems to me that it looks like the Air Force plane is heading back, because I don't think it's going to, if it's going to go completely around, then come back southeast to northwest, it's probably another hour. By that time, it'll be pretty close to landfall. I think I don't know if they're going to risk it.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I just don't know how much more information you're going to gather. Unless you think you can get a drop zone in the Eyewall, but I think you got a good sampling of what this is coming to land here, coming to shore.
You've got the strongest hurricane, tied for the strongest hurricane on record to ever make landfall in the Atlantic. That's what you got.
A record tied from 90 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Which did make landfall in the United States, the Keys, but still the United States. Yeah, looking at, and I'm going to share another link with you, Dave. I think kind of giving a good picture of what the hurricane hunters dealt with
going through the Eyewall.
Yeah, let's see what we got here. Was it this spike down and up?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder what they dropped in terms of feet.
Another one I don't know. I don't know how they get. Maybe they're processing the data differently, where they're getting every single point, fixed point from the hurricane hunters. But it was an 890.7 extract from the NOAA plane.
Really? Wow. I'm going to pull up the Kingston Harbor camera here.
Okay, we got a drop zone from the northwest Eyewall. Two drop zones in the northwest Eyewall.
132 knots on that one.
47.
147 on this one. So a little bit under the 160 knots that the Hurricane Center said in their latest advisory.
895 at the center. I mean, this 27.6 C number in the eye, 25 C at 1,500 meters. Insane.
Unbelievable.
Insane. Yeah, truly.
How about this?
Truly
How
incredible.
about we use some flash stuff and we can show you where we got lightning strikes. Look at this.
Wow.
Look at this. Yeah, this is one of the outer rain bands. Again, the radar's down, so we don't have the radar data, but you can very clearly see the eye wall right here from our lightning tracker. Wow. That is that. Wow. The upper limits of atmospheric energy transfer on Earth. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're watching right here. Eyewall making landfall. So this is actually a good way to track the eyewall. So the eyewall actually is not there yet, right? I mean, lightning, recent strikes. We don't have this looping, but this does tell us where the eyewall is. It's not there yet. It's about to be there. Again, Black River is going to be the landfall point. I think that's just about a guarantee right now. Crawford, Sandy Ground, Cambridge, this kind of southwest Bay area is going to be the landfall point. Yeah, Dave, I don't know why if you help them out, you will go to jail. Yeah, okay, sure. Sure.
Dave, you'd be happy to know that I do have a mic en route.
A mic is en route.
On the way.
Okay.
Unfortunately, about 3 hours too late, but it will be here for the next stream. I guess we have a live stream tomorrow. Are we doing that?
We'll do one tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not sure what time and etc. But yeah.
Yeah.
1,700 folks in the air, 34,000 total views. Share this with your friends. This is the worst hurricane by strength in the 21st century to make landfall. This is the strongest storm in 90 years by central pressure to make landfall in any landmass in the Atlantic basin, Atlantic Ocean, Caribbean Sea, etc. Garrett, what are you shaking your head at?
Dave, look what I just sent you. Drops on southern Eyewall. 172 knots at the surface, 215 knots at 900 millibars. 220 knots at 900 millibars.
The wind is blowing so hard, it screwed up so the green line is never supposed to be to the right of the red line. The dew point is higher than the temperature. That's not supposed to happen. That doesn't happen unless it's super saturated, which this storm, anything's possible, I guess. You've got winds. This is what's going to be happening in the mountains, Garrett. This is a perfect example of what's going to be happening in the mountains. So this isn't even that high above the surface. 219, I mean, this is not that high above the surface. You're going to have winds in the mountains of up to 250 miles per hour. That's not an exaggeration. Winds in the mountains, they could even be higher than that. Unbelievable. And at the surface, it's 172 knots, which would be about 195 miles per hour. The hurricane center at the next update is probably going to go higher than 185. I would be surprised if they didn't. I've never seen a sounding, a drop sign, etc., anything where the dew point, the green line, is to the right of the red line, the temperature. Unbelievable. Here are the latest strikes. Let's reload the latest strikes. We're about an hour, well, the Eyewall is about a half hour away from getting to the coast, and we're, Garrett, I'm going to call it 11:30 for landfall. We're still an hour away. We are. It's going to be 11:30 Eastern time, 10:30 Jamaican time. As I go back and forth between cameras here, here's a Kingston camera. Here's the Kingston Harbor.
I have never seen a skew T like that. I have never seen a drops on like that. Wow. Wow. I mean, you're looking at 892, arguably 200 mile per hour wind sustained.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 220 knots is 253 miles an hour, Dave.
Mm-hmm. Which plane dropped that sonde? Was it the Air Force or the NOAA plane?
NOAA.
Oh, I see it as they left it, yeah. Hold on. This is unbelievable.
Oh, and by the time they dropped it in the southern Eyewall, by the time it got to the surface, it was actually in the eastern Eyewall. As you can see,
it was.
The winds were
because
west.
the wind switched. Yep.
So it flew a quarter of the way around the eye by the time it got to the ground.
Yep.
And you're talking 1,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. We have never, I mean, for the, for those watching, like we've never seen data like that before. I mean, I've never seen 220 knots in a dropson at any level. You're just reaching like the physical limit of what you can get. Also, what's incredible, very little, I mean, as the hurricane is approaching, pretty mountainous island, no disruption from the island yet. And you're getting the worst case scenario. There's nothing, it's going to make landfall at its absolute peak.
And there's so many. Ian in 22, or Ian was 22, right? Yeah, Ian was 22.
Correct.
Helene kind of strengthened. If anything, got the wind field of Helene got bigger as it made landfall. It just seems like every single one of these storms nowadays, as it's making landfall, is intensifying. It's either intensifying or the wind field, the hurricane force wind field, is expanding. In the mountain areas, I see a situation where thousands of trees fall and that debris is brought down the mountain by landslides to coastal areas dealing with 10 to 20 feet of storm surge. Worst of the worst here. The western half of the island may very well never look the same again, Garrett. Kingston is going to be very fortunate in a lot of ways, I think, with the outcome of this storm. Because if this eye is 60 miles further east, the telestrator's not working here. If the eye is in Mandeville, not in Black River, you have an entirely different situation. And Tiago's got a good point. Most of the live cameras that we have are from the eastern half of the island. The one that isn't, that I know that isn't, is the one in Little London, and it is offline. As I go to check it right now, it's offline again. So we're doing the best we can with the cameras that Jamaica has, that Marvin has. Marvin has done an incredible job with allowing folks all around the world to use his cameras on stream. We went ahead and donated to him. I hope news outlets are doing that because he is providing this free of charge to everybody. So Kingston is going to get out of this, compared to Montego, compared to, again, the western half of the island, relatively better than a lot of the other folks. The scoured mountaintops will be in the mud flows, stunning reality. Yeah, Ralph, you hit the nail on the head right there. How many people live on the west side of the island near the coast? I can try to find a population map here.
And this storm is an example, Dave, of, we talk about the worst case scenario for hurricanes generally being the storm surge, the flooding. Mm-hmm. This is the case where, if you're in a 50-mile wide F4 tornado, which is effectively, this is what this is, that's probably the worst case. And so, Kingston wouldn't even want to think about what Kingston would be if the eye was going right over them. But Dave, I mean, there will be some reduction in wind. This is going right at Montego Bay.
Yep.
Right there. So the core is, the core and the winds from the core of the three, I mean, it's uninhabitable what's coming for these areas directly in the core. Somebody asked to pull up Rick's cam. I actually wanted to look at this in Negril. It is offline. It is not working. Yeah, it's not working. This is the last feed. I don't think that's what it looks like right now. Yeah, that is certainly not what it looks like right now in Negril. So it is offline. There's something else that I was going to look at. Ocho Rios, again, everybody's going to get impacted. Ocho Rios is not going to be one of the worst cities, for sure, because Ocho Rios is Telestrator working now? It's trying to work. All right, whatever. This thing is not wanting to work. We'll try again later. Ocho Rios, we know where it is, on the northeast corner of the island. I mean, my question, Garrett, is can even concrete structures survive this? Yeah. And am I clear through here? I've been lagging on my end a little bit, or the video has been. So
Yeah, my
sound
computer
okay?
is struggling at this time.
Yeah.
It's the telestrator that's
the-
doing it. I'm going to close out the telestrator
Yeah.
here.
Any structure, concrete structures. We saw.
You got an echo, Garrett. Hold on, let me unmute you.
Do I? Sound all right?
No, sir. We'll give it a second. It'll probably fix itself. The telestrator likes to cause mayhem on my CPU. So we close that out. I want to go back to the lightning tracker here. We got some strikes getting awfully close. This is a strike 2.5 minutes ago, just off the coast of Treasure Beach. So the Eyewall getting awfully close to Treasure Beach. It's only a few miles away. Negril. It's pronounced Negril. Thank you, Leslie. Negril. The Flatbridge camera is actually still working pretty well, surprisingly, as the eye is miles away from a landfall. Garrett, are they going back into the storm?
Can I talk? How's my
Yeah, you're
echo?
good. You're good. You're good.
Okay. I would think that the NOAA plane will do it one more time. On its way back, it looks like to me
Looks like Air Force is done.
the Air Force had enough with one run through. So I would think there's going to be one more pass. We'll find out here in the next fix if the NOAA plane starts turning north, and then we'll set up for one more move back into back through the eye. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Given the turbulence that we've seen through both eye walls this morning.
Yeah, the little London camera is down. The Barbican camera might be down. No, that one's working. I mean, the Flatbridge camera is really the best one that we have right now. The Kingston Harbor, I mean, this camera's not bad either. Got some white caps, some small white caps showing up there. 33 mile per hour in Kingston. The Sangster Airport in Montego Bay, we have not had a report that weather station at Sangster in Montego Bay went down. So I originally wrote we wrote the code for it to be Montego Bay, and Montego Bay, the weather station there has fallen to the storm. So we're going to use the latest wind reports from Kingston because Montego Bay is now offline. I wonder what the Hurricane Center is going to do at 11 a.m. in terms of wind speed.
Yeah, hard to keep bumping up. I'd say maybe 190. Josh,
This guy's a great follow. Yeah, I was just pulling this up.
Yeah, he's in Saint Elizabeth. So Crawford, St. Elizabeth Parish. So let's see exactly where that is.
This guy's a great follow on Twitter. He's probably
Yeah.
the hardcore hurricane chaser. If we're being honest, he's probably going to die to a hurricane, but he loves what he does.
He is just west of Black River, so we'll be in the core. Don't know if he'll be in the worst of the storm surge. It might be just.
Yeah, the little London camera's down. Do we have the Barbican camera?
No, I think there's. It looks like the NOAA plane might be done.
Are they done? I mean,
I think it's going
to be honest,
looks like you're going east of Jamaica and out.
Yeah,
Which,
they're probably done.
There's really no reason to go through
finished.
again. There's what is the difference now between 890 and 892? We're never gonna see a drop sign like we've seen in the southern Eyewall. We're never going to see pressures like this. One run is good enough through both. And I guarantee you, I somebody said in the chat earlier, they were talking to the Air Force plane, and that's why they circled around for a bit, because they're like, all right, let's get our ducks in a row. Let's make sure everything is tight here as we punch through this.
Yeah, Ron, that's what we got above me right now. 185 sustained. My fam is in the southeast St. Elizabeth Parish near Treasure Beach. It's going to be horrendous, apocalyptic in the southwestern portion of the island. Anywhere, I closed the telestrator, anywhere west of this gold line, basically. Anything west of me, Mandeville, Treasure Beach, Mountain Slide, Watchwell, Santa Cruz, Black River, White House, Middle Quarters, Cambridge, Betheltown, Petersfield, Savannah Lamar, Anchovy, Wakefield, Montego Bay, you're going to see extreme winds, 150 plus miles per hour. Sustained. Gusts upwards of 190 to 200 miles per hour, Garrett.
Tweet from Josh Morgan about 15 minutes ago. Punishing gusts in Crawford. Crawford is just west of Black River, St. Elizabeth Parish.
How is
wind
he?
Whistling through.
That's where he is right now, is in Crawford?
Yep, right there.
That's unreal.
Pressure in the ears, trees outside waving wildly like they're insane. He always has a flair for how he describes. Cuban radar. Can we look at the Guantanamo Bay radar?
We can, yes. Stand by. Is this the?
I do wonder if there is
another site to get it.
Here we go.
Here you go.
Let me put this camera,
Wow.
let me put this radar on screen somewhere. There it is coming in. Yeah, you can see the eyewall right there. Let me put this back on screen. Hold on a second. Okay, we'll copy this over. Put it there. All right, it's set to refresh. I'm going to crop this down a little bit more, actually, and we'll blow it up a little bit.
Nice. And you're good at this. It's like you've been on TV.
Well, this is a little different than TV, but we try, you know. Almost 2,000 folks in here. This is not one of the slowest hurricane movements, Dan. Dorian was stationary when it hit the Bahamas back in 2019. Montego Bay, not a good... No, this is going to be horrendous for Montego Bay. I mean, this is going to be as bad as it gets for Montego Bay. JS Photography YouTube channel. I don't want to steal this guy's stuff. I'll look at it real quick. We'll give him a shout out. Well, I mean, this is what we got here. Can't really see much. Wow. This is in Treasure Beach.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I can't stop watching the zoomed in view with
Of the satellite?
being able to see the vortex, just the little vortices in the eye.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. We're 9:30 local time there. I think your prediction of 10:30 local is most likely the time of when we'll see landfall. I wonder what we're getting any lightning on shore now. Taking a look at the the flash view.
It's close. It's awfully close. You got some strikes getting awfully close to Treasure Beach, Black River. Close, man. Oh boy. One thing we haven't really talked about that Jason just brought up is the agricultural loss from the storm.
Mm-hmm.
And if Dean and Gilbert have any prior precedent, the agriculture loss could be in the billions or the tens of billions if it's like the past couple of storms. Yeah, look at this. Wow.
Yes, this is our app. You can download this Google Play, Apple Store. Just search Flash AI, or there's a QR code there as well. We have a lot of global products coming, but we do have global lightning currently, and you could see very clearly where the eye is. This is unbelievable. This amount of lightning in a Category 5 hurricane like this shows that it's still volatile, still strengthening. A lot of times you do not see lightning like this in stable high-end hurricanes. So
Just a remarkable storm, across every aspect as we are closing on landfall here.
Yeah. Fitzroy's watching from Portland. We are using all sorts of sites. We're using our site. We're using Cyclonic Weather, our partner this hurricane season. The info above me is a program that we wrote on our computer here to pull the latest information for the National Hurricane Center. The radar feed on the bottom right is from Brian McNoldy, one of my professors at the University of Miami, who creates radar loops for every landfalling tropical cyclone in the Atlantic Basin. And above us, next to Garrett, see Jamaica providing live streaming coverage with cameras across the island. We have donated to them. We encourage you to either donate or watch his streams also. Marvin's doing a great job with providing live looks across the island of Jamaica. Most of these live looks are in the eastern part of the island. That is not where the core is making landfall right now. This is where the eye is about to make landfall in the next hour or so. And I think recon is about done. Recon, I'm assuming. So it looks like the NOAA plane flew around the island to see if how strong the winds are around the edge of the island, and you still got wind gusts at sustained winds at flight level upwards of 60 miles per hour. So you've easily got tropical storm force winds making it to the surface in and east of Kingston all the way to the eastern border of Jamaica.
Yep, and to reset here, the recon data that we did see in the last hour, 892 millibars. This will tie the all-time record for the strongest hurricane ever to make landfall on any landmass in the Atlantic Basin, tying the 1935 Labor Day hurricane, which made landfall in the Florida Keys. Remarkable, and we haven't even discussed, like, we're almost in November, right?
Yeah.
We're almost to Halloween. Obviously still in the hurricane season, but far after the peak. With that being said, this time of year, Wilma was the strongest hurricane we've seen pressure-wise in the Atlantic Basin. It was in October as well. So, this is why the hurricane season, you just can't discount it until it's over. And we always just kind of felt, Dave, we were going to see some, obviously not to this extent, but we felt like the season wasn't going to go fully quietly, go out quietly, and it certainly has not.
It is not. It saved its most destructive storm by far, not only the most destructive storm this year, but of the 21st century in 90 years. for last. Garrett, I'm going to step away for 2 minutes. You're going to take charge here. Back in 2 minutes. My camera stays on. My mic turns off. Got to get some water. Might get a snack here. Back in 2 minutes. We will leave the satellite up here. Back in 2, Garrett.
Cool. Yeah, we'll run through some of the questions in the chat right now. Good question. Why don't more mature hurricanes have a lot of lightning? A lot of that is because usually mature hurricanes aren't continuing to intensify. Lightning in the eyewall is a really telltale sign of intensification. We don't have a lot of Category 5s that continue to intensify, and so if you think of where Melissa was last night, 160 miles per hour to where it is now, 190, 100. I mean, arguably 200 miles per hour. That's a 40 mile per hour difference. That could be a 3 category change on a weaker hurricane. So from 70 to or 75 to 115 miles per hour, which is a 40 mile per hour change. You would typically see a lot of lightning in a developing hurricane like that in the eyewall because it's very volatile, increasing in strength very quickly. You've effectively had a 2 category change in strength in the last 12 hours. So the reason why this hurricane continues to have lightning in its eyewall is because it's intensifying. If there was a Category 6, a Category 7, so on and so forth, the same way the categories move really in 20 to 25 mile per hour increments, 1 through 5, you would effectively be having a 2 category change. So that is why there is not more lightning in mature hurricanes, because they're mature. They usually level off and get to a certain point. Melissa has not been the case. Let's see if there are any other questions in here. Look like the eye is turned due north, and say it's moving just east of north right now. Will still likely pass just to the east of Montego Bay, which is the worst case scenario for them. They are going to get winds blowing onshore 6 to 10 feet of storm surge. Continuing to go up through the questions, see if there's anything else.
I'm back too. I'm bringing up our new position code here real quick.
Can list the slowest hurricane movement. Yeah, Dave already hit that. Harvey, for example, is a storm that did not move for days, 3-4 days.
What is the forecast for Discovery Bay? Did you talk about that already, Dave?
I don't think I did, no.
Okay, Discovery Bay. Let's back this up here. North side of the island. You'll be very close to the core, just outside of the core. Likely, south to southeasterly winds, moving to or starting east northeasterly, moving to east southeast, and then southeast winds likely in the 70 to 100 mile per hour gust range. And as we speak right now, talk about storm surges a little bit more for us. Good question. Generally, a lot of good questions in here. Black River to Great Pedro Bluff to due south of Mandeville. We're talking 15 to 22 feet of storm surge above normal tide levels. West of Black River, from Black River to Savannah Lamar, your storm surge is probably the worst right now as you get that kind of initial push, but then as the winds shift more out of an offshore flow, you'll actually get a blowout tide. So surge should be pretty negligible west of Black River. You go from Portland Point to Kingston, 6 to 10 feet. And then we go to the northern part of the island, Ocho Rio, Discovery Bay, Falmouth, anywhere east of Montego Bay, not much storm surge. You might on some eastward flight, but Port Maria right now on the eastern facing, Galena Point might be having some storm surge right now with an east northeasterly flow. But the worst on the northern side of the island, and I'm looking over here because I'm looking at my map. Lucia, Sandy Bay, Montego Bay, like we've talked about, 6 to 10 feet, potentially more. Biggest concern for Montego Bay. This was very similar to what happened. I'm not saying it's going to be like Katrina in Montego Bay because you're not a city that's below sea level. The worst of the storm surge and the worst of the conditions for Katrina in New Orleans
was when the hurricane went by and the wind came out of the north, pushing all the water from Lake Pontchartrain into the into the levee system, and that's when you started to see levee failure. Montego Bay, same exact situation. You're not going to have water rises until the hurricane goes by you. So the Melissa will likely be back offshore, and that's when you'll start getting a east-northeasterly wind, blowing all of that water right into that kind of funnel-shaped portion of the coastline. So that is my biggest concern, Montego Bay. 6, 8, 10, 12 feet of storm surge. Anywhere east of that, Umbrella Point, Flamingo Beach, Falmouth, it won't be bad until you'll start seeing some water level rises as the hurricane moves past you. Are there residential buildings that can stand up to 200 mile per hour winds? Not many.
Yeah, not many is right.
Not
What is
many.
this video?
Hurricanes getting worse in modern times. It's hard to make that argument. You definitely say we're in a warmer cycle temperature-wise in the Atlantic Ocean, a warm AMO, Atlantic multi-decadal oscillation since the 80s. And so, no question, a lot of warm water in the Caribbean helps with the conditional peak of the hurricane. If you notice, it wasn't a ton of hurricanes this year, even though it was a pretty favorable looking pattern overall, with a La Nina paired with a warmer Atlantic Ocean. But what you saw fewer storms. What you did see is a higher peak of some of these storms. A lot of that because there was just more fuel for them. So it's a more complicated discussion from that. But I will say, I do think that a high oceanic heat content available has led to this, this storm in particular being able to tap into more in the way of energy. Outlook for Negril. I feel like
You're
we've
good
talked
on
about
TV,
Negril
Garrett. You know that?
amount. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
Did we lose the Flatbridge camera? We might be losing cameras left and right here. Flatbridge is not working. Oh, well, this is from 12 minutes ago. Let's go live here.
Is that water on Flatbridge storm surge or rainfall? That is rainfall.
No, we did not lose Flatbridge. Well, this is not live. I said to go live, and it's not live. So maybe that means we've lost it. I don't know.
Send
me another screenshot of the lightning tracker in the app.
Yes, sir. Let's see.
Supposedly, they're not going to change the wind speeds from 160 in the 11 a.m. advisory.
Do you already see that?
That's what we have from our good friend in the live, in the Slack chat. I mean, this is insane. Look at this. Look at all that lightning. It is so difficult to get lightning in the eye because it's so warm for such a high altitude into the atmosphere. It requires an incredibly intense storm, incredibly intense updrafts to get up to the freezing level, which is probably in a hurricane like this, 25 to 35,000 feet above the surface. It's mind-boggling. Just mind-boggling. God bless you, Millicent.
The question, one of the questions while you were sorry, I'm taking a screenshot. One of the questions that you had, or that we had while you were gone, Dave, that we were finishing up on was, why don't more mature hurricanes have lightning? And so I won't go through it again, but this is a very unique scenario where you have a mature hurricane continuing to intensify, which does not happen very often.
Mm-hmm. There's Treasure Beach. This is courtesy of JS Photography in Jamaica. Look at that. Is Treasure Beach just missing the Eyewall? Is about to hit? It's really close. And if you ask our lightning tracker, Treasure Beach right here, it is awfully close. Awfully close. Wow.
Dave,
Can concrete structures survive this storm? If they're bolted to the ground, maybe. They got to be bolted to the ground. If they are, then there's a good chance they will. Montego Bay is going to be what I'm most worried about later on today. I'm wondering how long we're going to have the Kingston wind report still. Yeah, well, this is what happens when you break records on stream. That's a live reaction of us seeing Melissa become the strongest storm to make landfall in the 21st century. It's just speechless. These hurricane hunters.
Can you pull it? Is that on the image of the radar, the Doppler tail? Is that on? Oh, there we go. It is on Cyclonic.
It's on Cyclonic, yeah. What did you want to look at?
Yeah, I haven't looked at any of it yet. So, I mean, no even like sign of an Eyewall replacement cycle.
Heavily tied into steelwork. Okay, well, that's good. That will definitely help. I don't know if any structure can survive, especially in the mountains, 225 plus mile per hour gusts.
Yeah.
We're going to have to wait and see. I don't know. I don't care how well built the structure is built. I don't care what it's made out of. It requires an insane level of structure integrity to withstand that. Almost 2,000 folks in here. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. Share it with your friends. We're providing live coverage of Hurricane Melissa, the strongest storm in the 21st century to make landfall in the Atlantic Basin, the strongest hurricane in 90 years by central pressure, 892. The Labor Day hurricane of 1935 was the last hurricane to make landfall with a central pressure of 892, and Melissa is tying that. 185 mile per hour max winds, that is the same speed that Hurricane Dorian hit the Bahamas with in 2019 in Marsh Harbor, a much lower populated area than what the western half of Jamaica is. We're going to see places uninhabitable for weeks, if not months, across the western half of the island. Montego Bay will sustain the worst damage as the second most populated city in Jamaica, of course, behind Kingston. Landfall is within the hour, Dorothy. Within the hour, landfall is expected. There's the latest update from the Hurricane Center. Extremely dangerous Cat 5 Melissa about to make landfall in Jamaica. Coming within the hour, landfall is. Those are the latest numbers, Garrett.
Discussion.
These are the latest numbers. These are correct on the stream. 185 mile per hour winds. They did not change the pressure. Stays at 892. The position was updated. Okay, 40 miles southeast of Negril. Moving a little bit faster now, north-northeast at 9 as opposed to north-northeast at 7. Public advisory. There's a new hurricane warning for parts of Cuba, a new tropical storm warning for parts of Cuba as well. The hurricane watch for the Turks and Caicos has been discontinued as maximum sustained winds are at 185 miles per hour with landfall within the hour in Jamaica.
Yeah, this will be a very, very interesting discussion to read together. I'm sure there will be some mention of the hurricane hunter's experience flying through the core of this hurricane this morning.
Yeah. Hanover getting some fierce wind. If anybody's in Jamaica right now, it looks like 2/3 of the chat. We've got about 4,000 votes saying they are not in Jamaica, but still about 1/3 of the chat is in Jamaica. Somebody saying the phone lines are currently down in Montego Bay. Mark giving us the latest update from the Hurricane Center. There it is. I'm sure there's some crazy TikTok lives from there as well. The Treasure Beach camera, look next to Garrett. That camera is going crazy right now. Seeing the outer portion of the Eyewall with landfall in the next hour. This is a live look in Kingston. Kingston really, by and large, does not look that bad at all. Almost looks like a regular day in portions of Kingston right now. The harbor does not look great. That is shaking around a little bit for sure.
Update from Morgerman about 15, 20 minutes ago. Crashing sounds like an explosion, wreckage flying down the streets, trees bending way over. Unpleasant pressure in the ears. This is Crawford, St. Elizabeth Parish, Jamaica, just west of Black River.
We should have his Twitter pulled up. We don't even follow him. That's got to change.
New discussion is out. Nothing groundbreaking.
They didn't have anything to say?
Reports from the Air Force Reserve and NOAA Hurricane Hunter aircraft show that Melissa has strengthened since last advisory. The central pressure inside the 15 nautical mile wide eye has fallen to near 892 millibars. And the NOAA aircraft reported flight level winds of 172 knots at 700 millibars. Based on this data, the initial intensity has been increased to 160. A little surprise. I mean, usually there is some, I don't know. Usually some, I don't know if pizzazz is the right word for the situation, but some perspective put on something like this in those discussions. This is very
pretty short by and large. You are right. Yeah.
Yeah. Very to the point. Obviously, a lot of details in the key messages. Usually there is, perspective as, this ties the 1935 Labor Day hurricane.
Mm-hmm. Well, it hasn't made landfall yet. They'll probably wait until landfall to say that. We'll see. Yeah, local storm totals of 40-plus inches of rain possible, and it took about half of that to cause catastrophic damage in the mountains in North South Carolina. The damage from the mountainous rainfall, the runoff, the landslides, mudslides is going to be unimaginable in the western half of the island. Still in the eastern half of the island as well, but it's going to be apocalyptic in the western half of the island. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and you're starting to see your first signs of, and this is going to happen, but in the storm has been, like we said, just visually perfect, meteorologically perfect. You're starting to see your first signs of initial degradation, if you will, as these first, areas of, these vorticity maxes within the center start to come on shore. So even in the minute by minute frames from GOES, you can start to see, a little bit of imperfections. The deepest cloud tops kind of starting to spread away from the center without them reforming near the center. You'll start to see the eye. Again, it's a very high bar. We're talking about perfect versus imperfection. But you're starting to at least see the impacts of, not sitting over 90-degree water and having land in one of your quadrants of, pulling air from there. The frictional effects will start to take over. So we're seeing the last few frames here of its peak, and then just the impacts will only deteriorate here for the next several hours through the island.
Yes, Starseed, there's nothing fear-mongering about this being the strongest storm of the 21st century and the strongest by pressure in 90 years. So you can call it fear-mongering. We're just telling you the truth of what's going on in Jamaica right now. Landfall within the hour. What are you going to say, Garrett?
There's just like no other. How else are we supposed to downplay? What we're looking at here. I mean, it's fear mongering would be like, hey, well, Kingston, it's just going to be just as bad as what's going on in the west part of the island. Like, fortunately, it's not. But like for these areas from Black River to Montego Bay, like there's no other. I'd rather fear monger than tell people it's going to be okay, right? Like in this area, like it's just not realistic. We're trying to just kind of call balls and strikes here and call it how it is.
Yeah, we're just calling balls and strikes. That baseball game went to 3 a.m. last night. I did not stay up for that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Kingston has not reported a new wind report yet. We should get one here at the top of the hour, unless the station went down in Kingston at Norman Manley Airport. We'll see. It should pull the latest data in the top left-hand corner of your screen once it does come out. Yeah, let's show the key messages if they're out. Has this been updated? Yeah, this is updated. They went caps lock for this, and it went into the cone. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Catastrophic winds with total structural failure are likely near the path of Melissa's center. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, destructive winds expected across the remainder of the island, causing widespread infrastructure damage, power, comm outages, and communities to be isolated. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves expected throughout the day. And not just the southern coast, but once this storm gets back out into the Caribbean here, on the northern side, this is too far north. The center is likely going to be a little bit further west, but see all these arrows coming in from the north. That's going to push storm surge into Montego Bay later on this afternoon after the storm gets back into open water. And that's going to make it a much more dire situation for Montego Bay as we head into the afternoon and even the early evening hours, Garrett.
Yeah. And again, I'm concerned about just kind of the angle of the wind that's going to be put in the angle of the kind of funneled bay that is Montego Bay. Just concerned about lining up and there being, the international airport right on the water, to me will be, an area that will likely be submerged. A lot of resorts right along, a lot of infrastructure right along the water here, obviously. And then that will be later this afternoon and tonight. And then obviously when we head to, makes its move towards Cuba, Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo Bay, Long Island, Great Inagua, the Acklands in the Bahamas. You start to just see kind of down the island chain who's next here. Won't be seeing what we're seeing obviously now, but a very broad storm surge arguably will impact a wider area for Cuba and for the southeastern Bahamas, just due to the fact that the hurricane will be more spread out, wider, shallow waters will help kind of promote more movement of water in these areas. So this is just the first, to kind of your point about baseball, this is like the first 3 innings, right? We still got about 2/3 of the game left to go for these other places.
You got 250 mile per hour gusts we mentioned in that drop zone. 250 mile per hour gusts occurring less than 1,000 feet above the surface. That means some of these cliffs on the south coast are going to see wind gusts that have never been experienced before for that part of the world. Crazy.
Pretty incredible. Doing my best to shut the mic off while I'm typing. Doing my best. Better than yesterday.
The viewers, I went back and listened. Thank you for that. The 2,000, almost 2,000 people in here, thank you.
Yeah. Went back in yesterday, listened to a little bit of it. It was very loud. So apologize for that. Anybody who was on yesterday. But we're doing our best today.
That's right.
And again, for all those watching, I mean, I don't know if we still have the poll up, but again, it was about 2/3 were non Jamaican locals, which obviously we're doing this to try to give as much as much information to those who still have power and the ability to receive this down there. But for everybody else watching, subscribe to the channel. This is a a template of what we will be doing for other major weather events.
Correct.
Obviously hurricanes, but severe weather events, winter storms. Dave's kind of your captain, your leader on this. With try to be the first mate as much as I can and help out. Maybe even be in the field sometimes. But this is where you're going to get your best information. Across the board. Real time. So like the channel. Follow Flash Weather AI on Twitter and download our app as well. We'll be able to give. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, no, we're definitely passionate about this, and not all the time you get to sort of put it in a way that is impactful for people and helpful for people. So appreciate everybody tuning in, and continue to subscribe and follow us for future events as well. Obviously we're far away from this one being done.
Indeed, landfall within the hour along the southwestern coast of Jamaica. Just over 2/3, or right at about 2/3 folks not watching from Jamaica. Yesterday that number was about 50-50, and we have a little bit less today.
Let's see this latest satellite. What time is that the satellite on the image you have refreshed to?
03.
Okay, so
3 minutes ago.
up. It is up to the minute. I mean, you're starting to, Black River, Crawford, a lot of St. Elizabeth Parish. I mean, you're in it now. You are in the absolute thick of it. A reminder for anybody who can still hear and still follow in this area. Do not start wandering around when the eye comes over you. It's a slow moving storm. You're going to be in the eye for a solid 30 minutes to an hour. Those winds that we talked about seeing in that drop zone from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft were in the southern Eyewall. Okay, so it will be just as bad, if not worse, when it comes back in, and you do not want to be caught away from a shelter, as that southern Eyewall is coming back in. So hunker down, stay hunkered down. Kind of maybe recalibrate if the eye is over you, and if you can get to it, if you can reposition locally, in your building to a safer spot, or understand the wind will come out of a different direction. Prepare that way, but don't start walking into town and thinking it's over. It's only just the first half, and you're in halftime.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. A lot of ways, being in the eye, it is like halftime. You're through half of the storm, but you haven't even finished yet. Through half of it. Checking in on the cameras. This our camera. Well, this isn't our camera. This is courtesy of JS Photography. In the upper right, or the upper middle, I guess, next to Garrett, is I guess a guy who put up a stationary camera in Treasure Beach. Insane. They're getting kind of the outer edge of the Eyewall right now. The northern batch of the Eyewall is making landfall as we speak, right near Black River. It's making landfall. The north part of the Eyewall is on the coast, on the shoreline of Black River, right? Actually, it's a little bit west of that. The storm has actually kind of turned a little bit left. It's now moving almost, it looks like, due north, Garrett. It's moving almost directly poleward in the past, what?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to go right over Josh Morgerman. He will be in the eye. So there will be there's some people there in that area that will have some unbelievable images, God willing, they're in a spot safe enough to survive something like this. If you're not unbelievably prepared, you will not survive something like this. So Black River, Crawford, I mean, it looks like the eye is just going to come right over you. Maybe even like you just said, maybe just to the west of Jamaica, or not Jamaica Beach, Black River.
The Treasure Beach camera keeps buffering. We might lose the camera at some point. It's crazy that, the power line's still standing there. The trees are bending sideways. The storm surge is not bad yet. I wonder if this is a little bit inland or maybe it's elevated a little bit. We don't know exactly where that camera is in Treasure Beach. It's got to be elevated at least a little bit because there's got to be some crazy surge that's happening around the area of Treasure Beach. But the visibility is not terrible, all things considered. And the Cuban radar is on the kind of the bottom middle portion of your screen. We'll get an update from the Hurricane Center when it does make landfall, but official landfall is when at least half of the eye, I guess 51% of the eye, makes it onshore. That is the official landfall definition.
Dave, can you on that live stream from Treasure Beach, can you turn the sound on for that? Or will that not work through the stream? Because the sound is dramatic.
There's the sound.
Yeah, I can't hear it.
Can you hear it? You should be able to.
I cannot. Maybe
you'll be able to hear it on the stream though.
Yeah.
Can folks on YouTube hear it? Should be able to.
Yeah, people are saying they can.
Yeah, they can hear it. They're saying that they're using a Starlink. Shout out Elon. That's the only way that this is being broadcasted, is through Starlink. Wow. Somebody saying in that chat that they just saw a cow get blown by.
Twister.
I'll turn that volume. I'm not going to turn it all the way off. I'll turn it way down though. For now. People walking and driving in Kingston. Yeah, I mean, this camera, wow, in Kingston Harbor is starting to shake around a lot. And this is a 7-minute-old. That's live. Barbican looks like a normal day. Crossroads in Kingston looks like a pretty normal day. Flatbridge is still, of course, underwater, but we need to keep this camera on the stream, I think. Oops. Yeah, Santa Cruz. Prince Harry's got a good point there. Structures can be rebuilt, but lives cannot be. There is no doubt about that. Oh, I did see that Grand Palladium Resort camera the other day. Yeah, let me pull that up. When I was starting to do some research over the weekend as to what cameras to use, I remember seeing that Grand Palladium Resort camera. It doesn't look that good, honestly. It is current, I think. I'll just show it. It really doesn't look that good. I'll keep an eye on it, but it's not one of our better cameras, that's for sure. They're on the north shore east of Montego Bay. Okay, so that'll be a camera, thanks JP, to watch later today as the storm crosses over the island and moves back into the Caribbean.
Dave just sent you a screenshot of the latest look at the lightning coming on shore. So the Eyewall is on shore, and the eye is starting. You're starting to get, a piece of the eye that's going to come. It's going to go right over Black River.
Here's the latest look from our app of the lightning around the Eyewall. Look at all that lightning on the east side. So you got the Eyewall moving onto Black River right now, right where Josh Morgerman is. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Flatbridge camera is trying to stay afloat. Ramon says he's hearing the first set of thunder. I'm not sure if the Kingston Airport's weather station is still functioning, because I think we would have gotten an update at the top of the hour, and oh, it is. The wind actually went down to 26 knots, which is right around 30 miles an hour. Southeast at 30.
So Dave, what does programming look like the rest of the day before you hear with everyone for the rest of the day? Anything you're going to try to hone in on? What is just kind of giving people a preview next few hours?
Yeah, I mean, we're just really concerned about Montego Bay with the wind and with the reverse storm surge that's going to happen in Montego Bay. That's going to be the biggest disaster out of this, probably, is what happens in Montego Bay, because it's the second most populated city, but it's going to see way worse impacts than what Kingston will see. Kingston's going to see wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour, but Montego Bay could see wind gusts up to 150, 160 miles per hour. Could see what Treasure Beach is seeing right now. So we'll be live. I'm going to sneak you to that mic, baby.
Bless you.
We'll be live throughout the afternoon, at least until 5 or 6 o'clock. We've been live for 3.5 hours now. We've got at least another 3.5. Well, it's 11:18 Eastern time. We've got at least probably 6 more hours to go, at least till 5 or 6 o'clock. Thank you, Madison. Thank you, Brandy, as well. Very kind. Gosh, Garrett, if you gotta be productive, no problem. You can come back on later today. We'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to watch this Treasure Beach camera. We're going to watch any other cameras that folks send in the chat. And we're going to watch the strongest storm of the 21st century make landfall in Jamaica. Unbelievable.
So GFS still have it going east of the Dominican Republic?
Probably.
That'll be for a different discussion, another discussion for a different time, I guess.
Indeed.
It's run on Friday. Had it at this point 986, so about 100 millibars higher, due north of the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, the wind field is going to weaken a little bit as the storm makes landfall, but the hurricane force wind field, 80 plus mile per hour wind gusts, that wind field is going to expand as even as the highest winds come down, hurricane force winds will still expand in radius as the day continues. So Kingston could actually see the strongest winds later on today as the highest storm winds actually weaken a little bit. It's kind of counterintuitive, but that's probably what we're going to see in Kingston. Yeah, I can take this at least somewhat full screen here. At least blow it up a little bit. I don't know if I want to go much bigger than that, but again, that is not our stream. That's courtesy JS Photography. There are over 10,000 people watching that stream on YouTube, and he's gained about, he's getting people to watch this by the minute, which I'm not surprised considering this is probably our best look of the Eyewall right now. Treasure Beach probably seeing the worst. They will see it. Right now, occasional buffering as expected with a camera that's going through a Category 5 hurricane.
Just a quick scan through some questions about the north side of the island, Ochos Rios, and you can hear me, right, Dave?
You can.
Okay, keep muting on and off. Just want to make sure that everything's still working. Ochos Rios, probably there in the far eastern end of the island, probably the best place to be. Generally, hurricane force wind gusts as the storm approaches. 20 to 30 inches of rain. Staying at higher elevation will be important there, but no storm surge issues there.
Yeah. You were talking where?
Ochos Rios.
Got it. The strongest storm of the 21st century to make landfall. Crazy. Yeah, Brad, this should be an ad for Starlink. The fact that we can pull up, the fact that JS Photography could put up this camera and use it all on Starlink is crazy. Elon probably should make an ad out of this. Garrett, you're laggier than the Treasure Beach camera right now. Are you in Jamaica, Garrett?
Yeah,
we might lose Garrett.
It's been
I don't know.
buffering here.
We might lose Garrett. And there he goes. All right, we lost Garrett. That's fine. We're going to get him back. And we're going to go... I got to figure out where to put this now. I think I should put it right here. How big do you guys think I should make our Treasure Beach camera? Like this? I think that looks good. There he goes. Garrett, I don't know why we lost him. We'll see if he returns. But for now, we have... Okay, there is that. Let's put that there. Let's put the radar... No, let's put the radar here. Let's crop it down some. Don't you even think about going away. Very bad here in Newport. Mandeville, 3 trees down on my step and driveway. Trees also on my light and cable. Very bad, says Juliet. Is there another storm after? No, this will likely be the last storm of the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season. I'd be pretty stunned if it isn't the last storm of the season. The Kingston Harbor camera over my right shoulder here is still doing pretty good. The Flatbridge camera has been kind of in and out all day. It's trying. It's actually doing pretty good staying up. Above me, directly above me, is the Cuban radar near Santiago de Cuba. It's actually west of Santiago. Where is it? It's in Pilon. I think that's how you pronounce that. Above that is the satellite image, is a longer looping satellite image of Melissa, as I crop it down a little bit and make it bigger. Top middle is courtesy JS Photography. He put up a camera in Treasure Beach using Starlink. This is probably going to be an ad for Starlink very soon. The fact that you can put a camera up in a Category 5 hurricane and it not be shut down is pretty wild, to say the least. 2,000 of you in here, like and subscribe, share the live stream. We're providing live breaking news coverage of the strongest storm to make landfall in the 21st century, likely the strongest storm to make landfall in 90 years since the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. That one hit the Florida Keys. This storm hitting the island of Jamaica. As I drop the audio on Treasure Beach. And as Starlink might be struggling a little bit. Uh-oh. Starlink might be having issues. It's back. We'll take your comments, your questions on the air. Flatbridge is completely covered. Jeremiah thinks that this is God's wrath. That's pretty dark. Is it 11? This is live. Okay. Chanela says, pray for my country. It's scary here. I can only imagine. Yeah, covers all of Florida, PG. It's covering the entire island of Jamaica. I think Jeremiah needs to go into timeout for a few minutes. Jamaica will persevere. That is correct. You can replace things, but you cannot replace lives. And we hope the death toll from this storm is nowhere near where it can be, because this is as bad as it gets in this part of the world. Keep strong. Everything is in God's hand. That is one thing I will say. Jamaica, a very religious island, and that is what will help us get us through this disaster, this tragedy. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. It actually looks like it's improving a little bit in Treasure Beach. These winds look like they've come down a little bit. I don't think Treasure Beach is seeing the worst. This is the latest look at our first strike. So Treasure Beach is right here. The Eyewall is here. So it looks like Treasure Beach might be just avoiding the worst. The Eyewall hitting places like Crawford, Bruce's Hill, Salem, Mount Airy, Belmont, Black River. You can draw the Eyewall with where these lightning strikes are. It looks like Treasure Beach might just be avoiding the worst of the Eyewall right now. I do not know which direction this camera is facing, UFO. I do not. I wish I did. I don't think it says in their video description. No, it doesn't. Very limited information. I would be purely speculating, and I don't want to guess as to which way you think it's facing east. I mean, it might be. You might have a better guess than I would. I have no idea. I want them to zoom out. Yeah, so that shack is still standing, it looks like. The water hasn't come up too bad just yet. Glenn's saying Hurricane Hazel was worse. Well, it's not over yet. We got a long way to go. We haven't even hit landfall yet. Landfall is coming this hour, likely in the next half hour. I bet it's right at the top of the hour, honestly. Right at 11 a.m. local time, noon Eastern time is when we will have landfall. Oh, here's the latest from the Hurricane Hunters. This is real interesting here. Let me zoom this out a little bit. Oops. The Weather Reconnaissance Squadron is returning to Curacao after encountering heavy turbulence while entering the eye of Hurricane Melissa. During the event, the aircraft briefly experiences stronger than normal. Wow. Does not indicate damage. We need to see if it cut. Wow, crazy. Wow. Yeah, we were wondering why they circled around a couple times in the eye wall. Or in the eye. There's a look at the eye wall on what looks like Cuban radar. All of these little like hooks in the eye, all of these little hooks are all mesovortices that likely have winds over 200 miles per hour, almost like mini tornadoes within the eye wall. That's what all these little notches are within. I mean, you could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's dozens of little tornadoes all around the eye wall. Unbelievable. It does, like, if you look at the satellite image in the top right corner of the screen, it almost looks like the storm is turning left. Watch it, like, turn due north right before it gets to land. It's like it's heading towards Treasure Beach, and then it turns left to turn due north right towards Black River, right towards Crawford, Sandy Ground. Like, it almost looks like it was heading for Treasure Beach or just to the southeast of Black River, and then it turned north and now heading for, it's going to make landfall near Crawford, near Black River, probably right around Crawford is where landfall is going to end up being. Maybe even White House. It could even be that far west. Starlink, don't drop out on us. Starlink's still here. We'll take your comments, your questions on the air. We've been live almost 4 hours since about 7:45 a.m. Eastern time, about 6:45 a.m. Jamaican local time, and we watched. We are still watching Hurricane Melissa become the strongest storm to make landfall by central pressure since the 1935 Labor Day hurricane that hit the Florida Keys. That hurricane had a pressure of 892 when it made landfall, and that is what Melissa has right now. It's tying that record of the Labor Day hurricane 90 years ago. A crazy event unfolding in Jamaica. Yeah, it is a bit of a wobble, Ron. That really is what it looks like. It wobbled west yesterday, then it wobbled south. I mean, these major hurricanes, when they get to this point, they kind of have a mind of their own, and they do kind of whatever they want to do at this point in their life cycle when it's a Cat 5 major hurricane. Hopefully the crew on that Hurricane Hunter aircraft is fine. We read out that statement sent out by the Air Force Weather Reconnaissance Squadron. Hopefully they are okay. They didn't mention any crew injuries, but I can only imagine some of the videos that will come out from that flight. Robert is in New York City. Got about 2,200 of you so far in here. Like and subscribe if you're new. We are tracking Hurricane Melissa, the craziest hurricane this century, the strongest to make landfall in the Atlantic Basin. Unbelievable stuff for the island of Jamaica. Here's the latest from Josh Morgerman. 10:25 a.m., frightening power, whiteout, roofs tearing off, gusts like bombs going off, painful ears. That's what happens. It's like when you take off in a plane. They pressurize the cabin so you don't have the pressure drop that they're feeling. And I think he's in Crawford right now. Praise the Lord for solid concrete, pressure down to 962 right now. Wow. Wow. Cheryl is in the Bahamas. We'll talk a little bit more about the Bahamas a little bit later because Melissa is going to impact the Bahamas later on tomorrow afternoon. Not with this strength, but we could see Category 2, maybe Category 3 winds in the southeastern Bahamas. Not in Nassau, not in Marsh Harbor, not in Bimini, the northern Bahamas, but in the southeastern Bahamas, Melissa will cause some problems there. The Kingston Airport is going to be an interesting, at least, metric to watch in terms of the wind gusts as the day progresses. As we mentioned earlier, as the storm makes landfall, the maximum wind will come down, but the radius of hurricane force winds, where we see 75 mile per hour winds, will go from here to about this. It could double, at least go multiply by 1.5. Cameron, good morning. It's still morning, 11:37. Good to see a fellow Miami graduate in here. Storm surge is going to be 15 to 20 feet, upwards of 20 feet east of the center along this southern shore. The highest surge right along the south central portions of the Jamaican coastline and upwards of 10 feet along the southeastern shores as well. Raleigh's in Houston. Raleigh? Sorry if I'm mispronouncing that. Simonia's in New York. Drop in the chat where you guys are watching from, as we are watching history unfortunately be made together this morning as the strongest storm by central pressure in 90 years is making landfall in Jamaica. The Treasure Beach camera, to be quite honest, does not look that bad right now. Hopefully I'm not jinxing things, but Treasure Beach is right here, so you would think they're in the worst of it, but it actually looked a little bit worse about 5 to 10 minutes ago. Birmingham, UK, watching from Michigan. Thanks for being here, Nurse Shay. Kashiri's in Charlotte. Well, I'm in Raleigh. You're not far away from me. North Carolina. Here's some more video. We're going to see a lot of this land erosion, kind of the precursor to mudslides and landslides. This is from the St. Elizabeth Parish. Western Canada is here. Wow. Lexington, Kentucky, Port Aransas, Texas, the Coastal Bend. I worked in the Coastal Bend for a few months for KIII. Good area. I love the Coastal Bend. Durham, NC. Latoya is about 15 miles from me right now. Look at this video. Wow. Aaron's in Connecticut. Delaware sending prayers. Johannesburg, South Africa. England, Richmond, Virginia. Roxborough, Smithfield. Person County is here. Person County, North Carolina is here. The Lewises are watching from Cotton Peace in St. Catherine Parish. Prayers from the Florida Keys. Yeah, this is the strongest storm to make landfall since the Labor Day hurricane hit the Florida Keys back in 1935. Crazy. I wonder where the Hurricane Center is going to declare the landfall point to be. Karen's in Ohio. Nova Scotia, Fort Lauderdale. Heavy rain in the St. Mary Parish. Thibodaux, Louisiana. Yeah, Ida. Yeah, Ida was a bad storm. Ida was in 21? What year was Ida? 22? I forget which. I mean, there's been so... the crazy thing about this decade of the hurricane season, every single year has had at least one storm that has felt, that at least to meteorologists like me, has been historic. Unbelievable. 2020 that was the busiest hurricane season on record. We went to the Greek alphabet. Last year we had Helene and Milton. In 2023 we had Ian was 22. There was Idalia. There was Ida. Every I storm for a few years seemed like it was a problem. Unreal. Jamaican watching from South Carolina, watching from Charlemont. Atlanta is here. No, I don't know if I'd call it the best for last, but definitely the strongest for last. Thanks for being here, Pablo. Seward, Alaska. Well, there's certainly no hurricanes in Alaska, thankfully. Ocho Rios, rain falling now. Tracy, I'll be interested to see how conditions kind of progress throughout the day today, because Ocho Rios is probably, if I was in Jamaica, if I was a resident, I could go anywhere in terms of trying to avoid the worst. I would probably be in that northeastern corner of the island to avoid the worst wind and avoid the worst surge. Netney saying, this sounds worse than Gilbert. Right now, Black River is gone, according to Mr. James. Ida was 22. I needed a new roof. Yeah, Idalia was 21. Ida was 22. Ian was 23, I think. And then last year, of course, was Helene and Milton. Chris is watching from Tornado Alley, Topeka, Kansas. Laura is in Switzerland. Wow. Ida, 21. Ian, when was Idalia? Which year was Idalia? 23? Garrett, I thought you left. You're back in the chat. Because you were in Ida in 21. Yeah, 23 was Idalia. Every ice storm has been a story, it seems like. Tamara is in the Bronx. Spaceman Gaming is in the Manchester area of Jamaica. We're going to get a new update from the Hurricane Center in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Nadine is saying the Black River Hospital is gone. And over my right shoulder, Madison's saying the Kingston Harbor cam is getting really shaky again. We've got 2,300 folks in here. What do you guys think about the layout on screen right now? Is there too much? Is there another camera we want to add? I can probably add another camera somewhere. Avril, happy birthday, but not exactly a great day to have a birthday, to be quite honest. Any cameras in Black River? No. I don't... No. The only reason why I want to keep the upper right satellite is because it's a longer loop of the storm and it's moving faster than what we have kind of in the big left-hand side of the screen. This is the live feed from Treasure Beach right now. Starlink is still up for the Treasure Beach camera. Rock You Like a Hurricane should be playing in the background. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're not going to do that. As great of a song as that is, we are not going to do that. Got it about 5% volume right now on the Treasure Beach. Looks like it's picking up. The wind's picking up. The rainfall picking up in Treasure Beach. I could put the Kingston Harbor camera next to me in kind of the bottom middle part of the screen. I don't want to put too much on the screen, though, to be quite honest. We got the info bug. No, I don't want to move that. Got the info. We've got... I don't want to put anything up here for now. Chris is in Leesburg, Virginia, and so is Madison. Got some new friends in the chat, I guess. Fredrine is in Linstead in the St. Catherine Parish. Treasure Beach is in St. Elizabeth, yeah. Grace, keep checking in on that, and hopefully we keep communication lines open there. This is in St. Elizabeth, the Big Woods community, Hounslow. Wow. Look at this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's see here. That is in the... Where was that video? That was in St. Elizabeth, in the Big Woods, Hounslow community. Let's pull this up on the map real quick. The Big Woods district, I think. Yeah, so I guess northeast of Treasure Beach here. Might have been right along this road. This looks right. It was probably right along Big Wood Road here. That's all the storm surge. A lot of that is storm surge. I got some other video here. This is in Manchester, Alligator Pond. Oh my God. I'm assuming this is the ocean. I don't know if this guy should be here. Wow. This is an Alligator Pond in Manchester. That's the ocean from Oswald Seafood Restaurant. Okay. Should we pull that up on the map? You said that was the Oswald Seafood Restaurant? Oh, yeah. This makes sense. So, yeah, right along the border of St. Elizabeth and Manchester parishes. I can only imagine how bad the surge is going to get there. Carmen is watching from Grand Bahama. Yeah, Danny, that is the camera we have in the top middle of your screen right now. That's this camera right here. Black River damage bad, according to Marissa. I can only imagine what Black River's going through right now. Did we lose Starlink? Did we lose Treasure Beach? No, I don't think so. Looks like it's still up. Carol's in Miami. Vahid is saying Black River is now Dead River. All done. That was just a recorded video, Apply Focus. That was not a live feed. Somebody sent that to me. Gray says it looks a little breezy. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Starlink is going to make an ad out of that camera up there. They should. If Elon was smart, he would. Well, he is smart, we think. I mean, if we had a camera in Black River, it would be gone by now. Like, there's no way a camera in Black River could survive this. World Central Kitchen pre-deployed to Jamaica. Yeah, they're going to need all the help that they can get, and maybe we'll go down there and help them out. I could get rid of this. The only thing is, like, it's a longer... I don't know. Like, it's a longer duration. Like, it shows the storm moving in over a longer period of time. Kind of a better, it's kind of a time-lapse version of the storm. Yeah, it's a longer loop than what I'm showing on the left side of the screen. This is just an hour loop. The top right is about a 6-hour loop. I could, what I could do is, I can't do visible, well, it would show, hold on a second. What if we try this? Could do that, like a visible satellite loop. Do we hate that or no? If we hate it, I'll take it off. We are in landfall mode right now. Yes, Simone, we are. Landfall has not happened yet, Danny T. All right, I'm going to take it off, actually. We're going to move... How about we do, like, one of these numbers? It's not what I want to move. Let's move this here. Let's move that there. Actually, let's move it here. How about that? How long until landfall? Probably a half an hour. Part of the eye is already on land. You can see it right there. Part of the eye is already on land, but official landfall is when you get 51% of the eye on land. Somebody said the Treasure Beach Cam is from the Lashing Restaurant. Starlink keeps going in and out on us. The flat bridge camera's actually been doing a pretty good job the past hour or so. Not much buffering. Then we got the Kingston Harbor camera over my right shoulder. Joan is watching from the U.S. Yeah, drop in the chat where you're watching. Devin's in Maine. Like and subscribe. Share the live stream with your friends, especially anybody in Jamaica or the Caribbean islands if you haven't already. We're just giving the latest information as we have it from satellite radar, the National Hurricane Center, live cameras there on the ground. And we're going to be on here most of the day, at least through the afternoon, at least until Melissa makes it onto the other side of the island, which is going to be in probably 4 hours. Miramar, Florida, Jamaica. Lenneth is in Jamaica. Hollywood, Florida. Anyone in Black River? Anybody who's in Black River probably does not have access to phone or internet right now. Let's put it that way. Collins in Clarendon. Ontario, Canada. We got lightning and thunder in Johannesburg, South Africa. Veronica, class of 1987. I'm the class of 2021 from the University of Miami. Nassau, Freeport, Bahamas. My friend is in Black River Junction, flooding. Ocala, Florida. Italy, Francesca is in Italy. Angie's in the UK. Travis is in Nassau. Starlink's doing a pretty good job here with this camera, I will say. As we look around at some of the other cameras. But that's kind of the best one right now. Vancouver, Denmark. J. Kim is in Kingston. Montego Bay, we are really worried about wind and then storm surge later this afternoon in Montego Bay. This wind icon, or this wind line here, I programmed it to have Montego Bay, but the wind observation station at the Sangster Airport in Montego Bay went offline about 3 hours ago. It was before 8 a.m. local time, I think. And we had to switch it to Kingston. So we should get another update from the Hurricane Center any moment. Nothing yet. Let me refresh our tab here. Kingston, no new wind number. No update from the Hurricane Center just yet. Vincent is in France. Steve is in Portmore. Yeah, David, we're going to need... this is going to be a whole humanitarian effort to get Jamaica through this storm. We might have lost the camera. Just kidding. Starlink is going to have to make an ad out of this. Yeah, that is encouraging, Skybot. This pole right here has not been blown over. That is very impressive. There's no doubt about that. Jeannie is in Florida. Misha is in Hanover in Jamaica. The hurricane hunters are done inside Melissa. So we can close that tab. I think the Hurricane Center might actually wait to issue a position update until it makes landfall, because landfall is going to be within a half an hour. Oh, there's the new info. Actually, Mark just put it in the chat. Looks like no new info, or no changes. Yeah, no major changes in terms of wind speed, pressure, movement, position, etc. Still 185 mile per hour winds, pressure of 892, moving north-northeast at 9. We should get a new observation in from Kingston any minute now with wind speed, updated wind speeds in Kingston. Got some new video in right now. We're going to pull up, oh, Jeff is live on X. Let's look at this. Not sure where he is. Here is some more video. This is in Grand Palladium in Hanover. I think this is up by Montego Bay. This is in some people were asking about Clarendon. This is in Clarendon. This is Ainontown, A-E-N-O-N. Might be pronouncing that wrong. Apologies if I am. This is also in Clarendon, the Maypen Bridge.
What Maypen Bridge look like? This is on the highway side, on the Glenmore Road. So this is what people near this is, you know, sir. This is on the Glenmore side, Maypen Bridge. Yes, sir. Going to the other side, showing you the other side. Long road, yes, sir. So this
Crazy video. We'll see. I mean, this is nowhere near as high as it's going to get. There's no doubt about that.
You know, I'm on the Glenmore part, you know. So this is what it looked like out here, Maypen Bridge. Whoa. Morning. This is what.
This guy's a good follow, it seems like. Look at, oh my God, look at that. Look at that. This looks like overnight. This looks like early this morning in Clarendon, though. I mean, it looks dark. Looks like conditions deteriorating in Treasure Beach as well. tree that fell on the bridge cam? Is that what you said, Madison? Hold on, let me get out of here. We might have just lost the Treasure Beach camera. Did we lose it? I think we lost it. Usually when you see that, there's a good chance we lost the camera. I will keep it up, but... Oh, do we have it? Starlink is incredible. Nope. I think we lost it. We'll keep an eye on that, but I'm pretty sure we just lost the Treasure Beach camera. It's back! Is it? I'm so confused. It's like going in and out. I think it's back. I'm gonna keep saying I think it's back to manifest it, but I don't know if it's back. I don't know if it's back or not, to be quite honest. It looks like it's done. No, it's not done. It went out for 4 minutes, so it went down at 11:04. Watch the time in the upper right. 11:04, then it jumps to 11:05, and I think it's live now. So it went, and then it went down again, 11:05. And then it jumps to 11:06. So it's intermittently going down, but somehow it's still it's up right now. I mean, it's 12:06 Eastern time. So it's up right now as we speak. This is a live look as Starlink is doing a pretty incredible job. We've got landfall very soon. You see the eye, probably a quarter of it is now on land in the southwestern corner of the country. Once we get half of it on land, that is when the National Hurricane Center will declare landfall in Jamaica. Yeah, there's a tree down. And the flat bridge camera. This camera is going to keep buffering. I mean, we've seen it jump a couple minutes, a couple different times. Lavrine, it is real. This is not fake weather. This is real weather. This is happening right now. Sawtooth eye. They moved 600 to 700. The turbulence moved them 600 feet up, 700 feet down, back and forth in a 1 minute stretch. But then they captured some of the most incredible data ever. Severe turbulence inbound from the southeast. The Eyewall had a sawtooth appearance on all sides but northwest. That is crazy. Look at that drop right there. Unbelievable. 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 Have we seen this video already? Yeah, we've already seen this video. We'll show it again. It's a good video. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's incredible flooding video. It's in the Big Woods, Hounslow community in St. Elizabeth. I think I pulled this up on the map a short time ago. This is all storm surge. This is the hurricane pushing ocean water inland. It's probably a little bit of freshwater flooding as well, but this is mostly the ocean getting pushed in by the hurricane. Got about 2,700 folks in here. We're trying to provide the latest up-to-date information. Tell us where you're watching from. We've got folks from, I know, South Africa, Alaska, North Carolina, the UK, Switzerland. Folks tuning in from all over the world to watch us cover the strongest storm to make landfall in the Atlantic Basin this century. NOAA's on the planet Mars. Okay, now we're going intergalactically, or inter-solar system, Not a word. Nathan's in Nebraska. Irk Johnson's in Grenada. Grenada? I forget how you... Brian Norcross told us how to pronounce Grenada. It's Grenada. I think it's Grenada, but I could be wrong. Mandy is in Southwest Florida. Yeah, this is worse than Ian for Jamaica. This is worse than Ian. 2,800 folks in here. Massachusetts, Scotland, Montego Bay. Really, it's Grenada. I knew it. It is Grenada. It's Grenada. This is going to be a major issue for Montego Bay later today. The Eyewall is going to go over the city of Montego Bay, and then on the backside of the storm, you're going to have storm surge. Is this the latest run of the hurricane model? It is. So once it gets to this side of the island, see all these arrows pushing inwards towards Jamaica? That's the ocean going to be shoving more water inland, especially in Montego Bay. That is what we are really concerned about for Montego Bay later on today. Warsaw, Poland is watching. UPS driver thinks they're controlling this hurricane with a PlayStation controller. Steven's dad is in Negril. Curious what the wind speeds are right now there. We'd have to guess. I would say wind gusts over 120 miles per hour. The harbor cam is not doing anything too crazy right now, I don't think. I'll pull it up here. It's shaking around a little bit. This is the Kingston harbor camera. But Treasure Beach, there's Treasure Beach. Kingston, it almost looks like a pretty normal day. Kingston's getting pretty fortunate at all this. I mean, they really are. Even the flat bridge, like, this does not look that bad. This is going to deteriorate, but I did think it would look worse by this point in the morning time. It isn't that far, but in this case, it does play a difference, Deborah, because Negril is on the west side of the Eyewall, so they're not going to get the storm surge that Treasure Beach is getting. Let's see here. I think we might have some new video. Here's Black River. We might have some video in Black River. Hold on here. I'd have some Black River video. Thanks to Marky, a friend of Hester, for bringing in this video. Wow. This is from about an hour ago, so I'm sure it's gotten worse. But that's what it looked like about an hour ago. One thing interesting here on the satellite loop is the hurricane has kind of bended a little bit to the west here. I'm going to try to use my telestrator here. The telestrator has been kind of finicky today, but we're going to try it again. Hurricanes want to avoid interacting with land for as long as they can, and that's what we've been seeing here. The hurricane has bended a little bit to the west in the past hour or so. It's trying to avoid making landfall for as long as it can. There's only so long it can do that before upper level steering currents north of Melissa force it to make landfall. But it's trying to avoid landfall for as long as it really can. Do I have the telestrator now? Oh, maybe? Yeah, okay, here we go. So it was moving like this, but now it's trying to avoid the landfall, so it's taken a bit of a left turn. And that's probably going to be worse for Montego Bay, because that's going to bring stronger winds to Montego Bay later on this afternoon. It's probably going to avoid the landfall for as long as it can. And then once the full eye is on land, once it gets to about here, it's going to rush as fast as it can to the north to try to get to the other side of the mountain. Because hurricanes do not want to be on land. They lose their energy really quickly once they do get on to land. Yeah, some folks are saying, not in our chat and some other streams, they're saying the Treasure Island cam is a loop. I mean, we can't deny that. There is a timestamp on the camera. Oops. In the upper left-hand corner. You can see the timestamp in the upper left-hand corner. So, I doubt it's a loop. Anything's possible, but I mean, we're gonna keep showing it, at least for the time being. Here's some more. Wow, look at this Black River video. Kingston is not going to see the effects that Montego Bay sees. Look at this video. This is in Black River.
Kuzinka fly. You don't see no play thing in a man. Play. Can blow from a Jesus Christ. Where the zinc can blow from? I don't know. Here zinc.
Roofs starting to fly off of houses in Black River. This was posted 18 minutes ago. In St. Elizabeth, the ply they used to reinforce the windows are flying off. Yeah, strong winds in Kingston, but nowhere near what we're going to see in Montego Bay. Wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour in Kingston. We've got the Kingston wind, as you can see, the top left. That's the latest sustained wind at the Kingston airport as of 11 a.m. local time. Landfall imminent in the next probably 15 to 20 minutes. This is more video from Black River.
Look over here, look on the zinc top here, son. Look on the zinc top, don't lift up, you know. See there?
I want to know how they're getting this video out. Like, is there still power? Is there still internet? Is there still... Crazy. The worst of the storm right now is probably in the Black River Crawford area. Right in that kind of eastern eyewall right there. Right in the Black River Crawford area is where the worst of the storm is impacting right now. Over 3,000 folks in the live stream right now. Here's some new video, a couple new pieces of video as well. Let's show you this.
Jesus Christ!
Language/volume warning, obviously, on some of these videos.
God! Lord God! Father! Father! What up your hand, Father? What up your hand, Father? Lord!
Can't control what people say in these videos, but... what was it? What else was I going to look at here? There's some other video. Hold on, let's pull this up for you. This is the one. Oh, here we go. Is this a still? Oh, somebody made a Twitter account of the Treasure Beach power pole. I see. Somebody literally made a Twitter account of the power pole that you can see on the stream right now. You can see right that has not moved. Gave proof through the night that our pole was still there. This is supposed to be a serious live stream. Crazy. Somebody made a Twitter account just for that poll. Let's see here. We're taking your questions, comments on the air. Over 3,200 of us in here. No clue why people would stay in houses not too well equipped to sustain a Cat 3, let alone a high-end Cat 5. Why not take shelter when there's more walls between you and the winds? Yeah, I mean, you want to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside, get away from windows, put a mattress. If you're watching in Jamaica, especially Montego Bay later on today, the last resort is to put a mattress over your head to protect you from any sort of flying debris that could come flying in. Yeah, again, there's some conjecture on some other live streams saying that this Treasure Beach camera is either looping or it's fake or it's AI. I mean, it's moving around. There's a timestamp on it. Like, Hales thinks it doesn't look any stronger than Hurricane Milton, which is a Category 3 at landfall. Well, in the top left-hand corner of the screen, you can see that the hurricane hunters found wind speeds of 185 miles per hour and the lowest pressure since the 1935 Labor Day hurricane of 892 millibars. So that is not true. I wish it was less strong than it is, but alas, it is not. Do we have any new video as I accidentally click Premiere Pro yet again? Here's some video. This is from an hour and 10 minutes ago, but we will pull it up here. This is in Black River, 11:12 a.m. So this is Jamaican time. It actually might be like 10 minutes ago. I don't know if this is Jamaican local time or Eastern time. Definitely getting worse. Landfall within 15 minutes, I would say. Treasure Beach camera does not look that bad. Some people say it's AI. Some people think it's looping. You can think what you want. What should we look at now? The Treasure Beach cam is actually buffering a lot less now, as a matter of fact, than what it was earlier. Yeah, I would agree with that, Thiago. It's kind of moving more towards Savannah Lamar. Savannah Lamar is going to get the western edge of the Eyewall, because the eye right now is... Where is... It's about like... It's like from Savannah Lamar over to Black River. The eye is like this right now. That's about where the eye is. Yeah, Francine, it is connected to Starlink. It is, and that's why I think it's been able to stay up for this long. Kingston will see another 6 to 12 inches of rain and wind gusts up to 90 miles per hour. We're not going to see winds in Kingston that we're going to see in Montego Bay later on today, that's for sure. Montego Bay is going to take it on the chin. You're going to get the left side, that western eye wall, to go right over Montego Bay later on today. That's what we're really worried about. Yeah, the water's getting close to the shack on the bridge cam. This is the closest live feed that we have to the eye, Dinos. Not going to hit the USA UPS driver. Yeah, so Montego Bay right now is getting winds out of the east. Winds right now in Montego are going like this because of the way hurricanes spin. But later on, once the hurricane gets to here, once it gets back over the Caribbean, the wind is going to flip for Montego and areas on the northwestern side of the island and come more out of the northwest. That is going to push water from the ocean, from the Caribbean Sea, into Montego Bay, what we call reverse storm surge. So we're going to see incredible, in all the wrong ways, coastal flooding later on today along the northwestern coast because of the wind flipping directions. Instead of it being out of the east, how it is now with the eye to the south, it's going to flip once the eye clears the island to the north, and the wind will be out of the west for places like Montego Bay. Is the man still in the shack? That's a good question. Let's find out. Well, we can't see him from this angle. Hold on a second. Hold on, they're panning over. Where is he? He's not there. There was a guy sitting right here, just to the right of the shack, and he is not there anymore. That's a good, I don't know who asked that. Who asked that? Tiffany? That's a good question. Kashiri thinks he's there. I don't see him. Wait, maybe he is? I don't think so. He's probably inside, yeah. Your doula Brandy says from JS Photo, which is how we have the Treasure Beach camera. The stream is live. Big up to TB Electric and Plumbing for the installation. My roof is gone, but the camera is still going. As it is. Yeah, Global, we stream for all major hurricanes, and we're really a severe weather company, so for severe weather season next year, we'll live stream every tornadic outbreak, big time severe weather event across the U.S. We predict lightning, we predict hail, we predict tornadoes, everything severe weather-wise, and we're starting to work on a hurricane model as well. When is the storm leaving St. Elizabeth? Later this afternoon in 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, Gary, Montego Bay is going to sustain some major damage tonight. There was 2 men and a dog at the shack. That's crazy. Did he just show up on screen again? I don't have any videos of St. Thomas. We're gathering all the videos we can, Warren. Got a lot of videos coming in, got a lot of feeds to monitor, a lot going on right now. Yeah, about 5 hours, Shauna. Latest from the Hurricane Center. This was as of 30 minutes ago. Next update at 1 p.m. or as needed for landfall. We're going to get landfall any minute now. Once you get half the eye on land here, that's when we'll have landfall. Hanover is down to 2% connectivity. St. Elizabeth down to 53% connectivity. Trelawney 55%. Kingston 60% connectivity to the internet. Yeah, we will offer to the UK very soon, Dave. That is in the pipeline. Visibility looking a little bit better from that Treasure Beach camera. The worst should be on the decline, if you will, for Treasure Beach. Take your comments, your questions on the air. Where are you watching from? We had that poll earlier. 70% of folks are not watching from Jamaica. Conditions will improve later this afternoon, likely late this afternoon, around 5 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock across the island. It'll hit Cuba and then the southeastern Bahamas, and then it will could hit Bermuda actually on Friday. UPS drivers in Austin, Texas. Kyle is in China. His parents are in Jamaica, though. Yeah, the fact that these power lines, you can see the roof of that house coming off that we're looking at right now. Power lines are still up. Lots of folks from New York. We've got video, maybe this is a photo of a school in Clarendon of the roof coming off, starting to come off. Landfall any minute now. We'll get the latest from the Hurricane Center once landfall occurs, but the eye is getting awfully close to making landfall. Hurricanes want to stay over water as long as they can, and that's why it's kind of bended to the left a little bit in the past hour. It's tried to stay over water, but the overall steering currents are making a jump to the north now. We'll show you some lightning in the Eyewall. Some lightning making it on even close to Montego Bay. Look at some strikes all the way up close to Montego Bay. You can see the Eyewall right here. Kind of a faint circle made out. We've got all sorts of cameras thanks to Jamaica. There's the Kingston Harbor. The harbor's over my right shoulder. Over my left shoulder is the flat bridge camera, but both of those are buffering. They're trying. Let's go back to Treasure Beach. It's actually been a pretty reliable camera the past few minutes. Until now. Oh. It's back. Maybe. Marlon says electricity's down about 10 minutes ago in Clarendon. Let's show this. Wow. This is in St. Elizabeth. Here's some video in Mandeville. We'll watch the rest of this video.
Guys.
Wow.
I end the live. My phone battery are dead. I get some charge for it.
Let's watch this video. This is in Mandeville in Manchester. There goes the trees snapping. Got some more video also coming in. This is in St. Thomas.
It's dangerous. Yours not move. It's not gonna move.
The bank is breaking. People are grabbing what they can.
So how them the how you did the exhibition? How the exhibition go? At the diamond, yes, a diamond was here. A diamond was right here for you.
Steven, is it not letting you send a link to the chat? Or is it not letting you send links in here? If you add us on Twitter at FlashWeatherAI, that could work. Crazy video. Tony's in England. Yeah, it may not let you send a link in here. I don't know if I can edit that on stream. I can try. don't know if I can edit that. Jamaican watching from Middletown, New York. Here's another one. Look at some of these. Wow, look at this. There's no location given on this one. I've been told volume warning on this set of video. Stand by. This is Savannah Lamar. Some trees snapped, but so far, at least in this video, infrastructure standing, at least at the time of this being posted or set or whatever. The eye is about 12 to 15 miles wide, Vanessa. Lots of folks from the UK in here. Lisa's in Utah. Bertram is in Baltimore. Official landfall happens when 51% of the eye makes it onto land. We are awfully close. If I went and paused this, is this, here we go. Let's draw the line here. We're about, what, 40% of the way there? We're almost there. It's close. I bet right around 1 o'clock, maybe just before 1 o'clock, is when we have official landfall. This is the JPS office in Black River. Wow. It's a short video, but it goes to show the damage that's already happened. Wow. Wow. The Treasure Beach camera up there does look a little bit better. It doesn't look as, the visibility has improved a lot. You've got trees down, but that, I mean, these power poles are still up. That is incredibly impressive, and that's good news for Treasure Beach. Thank you for the kind words, Haley. We don't want to be on here talking about the strongest storm in modern history, but we're here to protect lives and property. So we do what we have to do. Like and subscribe, share this feed with your friends, and we're going to be on the air all afternoon, at least until 5 o'clock local time. Yeah, Gary, we're worried about the back half of the storm. We are very worried about once Melissa gets to about, so it's here right now, obviously, it'll track northeastward, we think. But the thing is, the past hour or so, it's actually tracked due north instead of tracking a little bit northeasterly. So if it tracks more northerly like this, you're going to have the Eyewall go right over Montego Bay, and then it's going to take some semblance of a right turn towards Cuba. Drawing was never my strong suit. It'll take a right-hand turn towards Cuba. And once the eye gets to about here, you're going to have vicious winds on the backside of the storm, pushing storm surge into Montego Bay and areas along the northwestern coast of the island that could cause some major, major issues. Really worried about the storm surge in the Montego Bay Cove. I mean, you got the airport. If the airport runway doesn't get underwater, that's going to be a miracle. Yeah. you send us any videos on Twitter, we will see them, or if you tag us in any of them, we will see those, or through our direct messages. Landfall is imminent. Any second now, I expect to hear something from the Hurricane Center regarding landfall. Miss Blessed Honey says, my house is on the south coast. Hopefully if it's concrete, if it's well built, if it's bolted into the foundation, hopefully we have a good outcome there. Yeah, the right side of the storm is the dirty side when it's coming from the south, but then when it's leaving to the north, it's actually the left side, which is why we're more worried about Montego Bay's wind and storm surge after Melissa gets across to the other side of the island and back into the Caribbean Sea. Let's check this video. A lot of these videos we've shown you already. I mean, this is a really good one. Somebody's in Blue Mountain. Wow. It takes a brave soul to be in Blue Mountain right now. I think we saw this video already, but crazy flooding in Clarendon. This was some really crazy video too, the Maypen Bridge. Yeah, not that bad in Kingston, Gary. Montego Bay is going to get way worse than Kingston will. More Clarendon video. This was earlier this morning. I would expect an update from the Hurricane Center any second now regarding hurricane landfall. Any second. For some reason, Kashiri, the links are not, it's not letting you send a link. I'm trying to find the setting to turn it on. Stand by. Okay, this is pretty complicated. We're going to try to turn this on. Stand by. we may not be able to add them for this stream. If you send us to them on Twitter, that would be the best way to do it. I probably won't be able to turn it on for this stream, but if you send it to us on Twitter or Instagram even, that would be great. Appreciate you trying to send us a video, though. At Flash Weather AI. Black River's medical facilities completely destroyed, according to this tweet. Mandeville is being hit bad, according to Sean Love Jones. I mean, the western half of the island is really taking it on the chin right now. The entire western half of the island. It's really bad. Yeah, that's a good point, Gary. You know, hopefully, I don't know if the Montego Bay airport is going to be, yeah, Madison just sent this link. That's our link tree. You can send us your video through any one of those social media platforms through our link tree. But back to the whole airport point, you know, I don't know if Sangster Airport is going to be operational anytime soon after this hurricane. But that could mean, with the eye going over the western side of the island, that the Kingston airport could be functional a lot sooner. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens, but we're going to see a whole lot less damage in the Kingston area in the eastern third of the island than we will towards Montego Bay. Professional Woman saying Montego Bay getting hit intensely. Trevian saying Montego Bay getting wicked winds and rain right now. Prime Minister said airport inspection tomorrow, emergency flights Thursday. Okay. Yeah, Gary, that's what I think is going to happen, is the western side of Jamaica could be off limits or just impassable. This is in St. Thomas. Look at that water flow. Look how fast it's moving. Wow. Wow. Landfall is happening right now. We see it on satellite. Just about half of the storm is across the coast. If we draw a line along the coast, that is official landfall. I bet at the 1 o'clock position update from the Hurricane Center, we get official word that Melissa has made landfall. Nothing since the noon position update. Al Joe with Clarendon getting strong winds and rain right now. Gary says if you're in Kingston and a U.S. tourist, you think you'll likely be able to leave the island in a few days. Kashiri saying Montego Bay is definitely getting worse. Foofy saying I'm in Kingston. Thankfully, no rain or winds. Well, that's good. This is in Treasure Beach. This looks sped up, but still. Interesting footage. I think Kingston will come out of this, I'm not going to say relatively unscathed. I mean, compared to the western third of the island, it'll be relatively unscathed. But hopefully the airport will be operational as soon as, like Gary said, tomorrow or Thursday. Today is Tuesday, right? I think. It's been a busy week. This is in St. Thomas. Look at this runoff. Look at that. Look at it running off. Look at this. Good drainage. We'll see how long it can hold up, though. It's pretty crazy how this Treasure Beach camera has been able to stay up for this long. Elon's going to make a crazy ad out of this for Starlink. Kashiri, are you in Montego Bay right now? Oh, that's right. You're in Concord. You're not in Jamaica. Oh, so close. Family is. Gotcha. This is in Clarendon. I think we might have already seen this video, but worth repeating. This is in St. Andrew. Wow, look at this. Tree catches fire after a pole falls on this. Watch this. Watch this. This is crazy. Look at it. It's on fire. Oh my God. I've never seen anything like this. Wow. Wow. Montego Bay cam getting worse. It says Amber Leaf. Mango tree. This is the Black River Hospital. Stand by. This is, this might be a photo, or is it a video? It's a video. This is the Black River Hospital. Terrible. Terrible. Lost the Treasure Beach cam there for a second. Sorry, it's back. Burbeth is watching from New Jersey, originally from Westmoreland, originally praying for your people. We are praying for the Jamaicans that are going, some of them going through hell on earth right now. Look at all the lightning. This is crazy. This is from our Flash app. You can download it on your app store. May not be available in all countries yet. Will be very soon. We just came out with version 2 a couple months ago. Look at all of this lightning around the Eyewall. Look at that. Awful. And some of that's getting close to Montego Bay. The conditions in Montego Bay are about to get a lot worse. I know we have some folks in Montego Bay right now. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? Bad. Yeah, there's going to be relief programs like crazy. We're gonna get the information of those relief programs out to people as soon as we know them. I'm sure the Red Cross will have stuff. Somebody's talking about the World Food Kitchen, I think. There will be a lot of humanitarian efforts, countless. We can hope and pray, and there better be countless humanitarian efforts after this storm is over. Waiting to get the latest for the storm. Hurricane landfall is imminent. I think it already happened. I think it happened about 10 minutes ago. The Hurricane Center has not put the official statement out yet of landfall. Still the 12 Eastern time update. It's 1 o'clock Eastern. We should be getting an update any second now. This is in Black River. We saw that video. Did we see this video? I think we did. Okay, we have landfall. Yeah, we saw this video. Yeah, there's landfall.
Jesus Christ!
They're calling it one of the most powerful hurricane landfalls on record in the Atlantic Basin. Melissa has made landfall in southwestern Jamaica near New Hope with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and a minimum central pressure of 892. This makes Melissa the tied for the strongest storm on record in the Atlantic with a minimum pressure of 892. This ties the Labor Day hurricane of 1935 with the strongest pressure, the lowest pressure I should say, on record. Insane. 185 miles per hour. That ties the wind record with Dorian and with that Labor Day hurricane. Melissa breaking records or tying records, I should say, that we don't like to be tied. We thought we'd never see it again, and here we are. They're calling landfall point New Hope. So that would be right here near White House. Landfall at New Hope. That's the official landfalling statement from the National Hurricane Center. That says it all right there. Can we check on Shack Guy? We can. Let's see here. Here's Flatbridge. Where is Shack Guy? So there's the shack. No, I want to move that. Is he still there? I don't think he's there anymore. I think he left. Good for him. I would have left too. Francine says, power just went, transformer blew up. Thank you, Chris. We're trying to give as much info, not too much info. Yeah, Shack Guy is gone. Let's blow this up for a second. He's gone. Where is he? He was right down there. He's not there anymore. Maybe he went to go get lunch. It is noon in Jamaica, so maybe he went to go get a snack. Anna, what do you mean the red, orange, and yellow sections? What do you mean by that? Which sections are you talking about? If there's anybody in Montego Bay, I'm interested to see what you're seeing, what you're hearing, what you're feeling. The shack is still there. Up there and back there. Same cameras back there and above me. Kashiri thinks he's probably in there sleeping. I mean, possible. Cayman Islands are spared. Yes, they are. Let's find a Montego Bay live camera here. Strongest storm by wind speed since Hurricane Dorian made landfall in the Bahamas in 2019, 6 years ago. I'm trying to find some other cams we can pull up here. Give me a second here. We did lose the sound from the Treasure Beach cam. Do we still want to see Treasure Beach, or do we want to see something else? I hope Shack Guy is all right too. I agree. Yeah, water took over Flatbridge overnight, Tracy. It did. This is in Crossroads, which is in Kingston. Kingston really does not look that bad at all. I mean, this looks more like an afternoon thunderstorm. Juxtapose that with what Treasure Beach is going through. I mean, the harbor over my right shoulder here does not look like a walk in the park, and neither does Flatbridge. But Kingston is not going to get the worst of this, that's for sure. Cousins in Kingston reporting just rain and wind. Yeah. We did have the little London camera, but it is down. It is offline, unfortunately. I mean, I could pull it up, but it's offline. I mean, I can show it to you. Thanks for your patience. But it's offline, unfortunately. What's that hotel in Montego Bay called? The one that has the resort, or what's that name of that place? That they got a camera. I can't just steal ABC's live footage. I don't know what they have. I can't just steal their camera. Grand Palladium, yeah, that's it, yeah. And it's offline. We tried. Not found. We tried. Either too many people on the website or the wind got to it. Tracy saying, I can't reach my husband's phone, not working. That's not good. Yeah, the wind might have gotten it. We're looking on our back end to see if we can find any live cams in Montego Bay, because it's going to get real bad there real soon. Yeah, I know it's not in Montego Bay, but it's close enough to where we can still get a decent idea. Because Jamaica does not have many cameras at all in the western part of the island. The Westmoreland Little London camera was probably the best, and it went down, at least the best for the western half of the island. Like, we've got Crossroads in Kingston, we've got Kingston Harbor, we've got Downtown Parade, Kingston camera. We've got Barbican, which is, of course, a neighborhood in Kingston. Yeah, it just made official landfall 15 minutes ago in New Hope. National Hurricane Center says landfall in New Hope, one of the most powerful hurricane landfalls on record in the Atlantic Basin. Is the Waffle House still open? That's a good question. That's always the, that's how you know when a storm is really bad in America, if the Waffle House is still open or not. Is that Margaritaville in Jamaica? Is that the Margaritaville version of Waffle House? The old record for strongest storm to make landfall in Jamaica was Hurricane Gilbert back in 1988. That storm had 130 mile per hour winds when it made landfall. And Melissa just broke that by 55. miles per hour. Yeah, I can't just take ABC News' feed, though. Try the S Hotel camera. Do they have a camera? Doesn't look like they have a camera. (1:17) Eastern Time, 12:17 Jamaican Time. Hurricane Melissa making landfall about 15 to 20 minutes ago in New Hope, Jamaica, is where they're calling the landfall point, with maximum sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, the strongest storm to make landfall in Jamaica by 55 miles per hour, and the strongest storm tied for the strongest by minimum central pressure ever recorded in the Atlantic. We are witnessing, unfortunately, history today. I mean, I could yank ABC News' stream. It's on YouTube. I could. It'd be pretty easy to put right up there. I could. If you guys want me to do it, I will. There's nothing I can say about it. It's on YouTube. Technically, anything on YouTube is public domain unless it's copyrighted, so I could. New Hope is near White House, so landfall was right here. They're calling it in New Hope, so the Westmoreland Parish, kind of the southeastern corner of the Westmoreland Parish. ABC News makes a lot of money, don't they? Stand by. Now I could crop it down to make it not look like theirs. It's like nothing ever happened. I mean, to be honest, this isn't the greatest camera I've seen, but as the gentleman wipes the lens with his towel. Let's see. We're taking your comments, your questions on the air. Over 3,000 of us still in the live stream. The Palladium Hotel, that stream went down. That website stream, the plan was to use that one at the Palladium Hotel, but that one went down. So we can't use that, unfortunately. This hurricane is in Jamaica, Garcia. It is in Jamaica. The Rick's Cafe camera in Negril also went down. That went down yesterday, I think. Should I add some text up there that says Montego Bay? It is in western Jamaica, just south of Montego Bay, Camille. Not going to go to Florida, thankfully, no. Wow, what a name, Margaret? Miss McDonald, let's call it that, is in New Hope. Her roof is partially gone. If that is the maximum damage she got in New Hope, that is a miracle. I mean, that is insane, and that is really good. To only have a partial roof gone where a 185 mile per hour hurricane made landfall. That would be a miracle. Wow. Yeah, the feed in the upper right is from Montego Bay. I don't know if, give me a second, does this camera have, okay, this camera does have sound, so we're gonna close out some of these cameras, at least on my end, just to save some memory on my computer. This computer has been working in overdrive today, that's for sure. Now, I don't want to go full screen. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Hula. We're trying. My computer is doing a more legendary job than I am, to be fair. It's balancing about 15 different video feeds, including the feeds that are going back there, streaming for you guys. Got the satellite feed, got microphone sources, but we'll be doing a lot of streaming, a lot more streaming over the next year. So like, subscribe, follow along for the latest extreme weather coverage around North America, especially the United States. What is this video? This is in St. Elizabeth. Stay with me here. There we go. This is in St. Elizabeth and Top Hill. Big time wind. Not the craziest video I've seen, but wind is wind. Here is a house submerged in St. Anne. Wow, look at this. This is in the northeastern part of the island. Look at that. Look at that flooding. Terrible. Wow. Gotta honor this cameraman wiping the lens every like 5 seconds. That's dedication right there. That is dedication. Yeah, this wind report in Kingston is correct. I went to double check. because I'm pulling this kind of on the back end, like got some code written to pull that data, and it's right. I thought it might be underdone. I thought maybe it was either underdone or the Norman Manley Airport weather station went offline, but that's correct. We don't even have a gust being reported there. I mean, that's not bad at all in Kingston. That is not bad at all. Yeah, Black River got nailed. Black River got hammered. Here's Flat River. We're keeping an eye on the Flat River camera there too. This is Montego Bay. This is, wow, this is in Westmoreland Parish. Trees on cars. We're going to see plenty of videos like this, I'm sure. It's horizontal, so you might want to rotate your head here a little bit. Does this have sound? I think it has sound. Wow. I mean, I'm going to guess this is in the eye, because there's not much wind. It almost looks like the sun is out. And looks like they're going to try to drive the car. Okay. Okay. That's a choice. That is a choice. My mom's roof in Middle Quarters, St. Elizabeth came off. Wow. What will the top winds be in Montego Bay coming up with the first Eyewall? Over 120 miles per hour. Yeah, there was no volume on that video. I tried to turn it on, but there just was no volume. Yeah, I've got the audio from the camera in Montego Bay up. I can turn that audio up. It's not that loud right now. That would be max volume. It literally just sounds like rain and wind. I'll turn it up a little bit. I'll leave it there at like, what is this, 80%? Yeah, 81. Got over 3,000 folks, so total of 105,000 views. Wow, where are you watching from? Like and subscribe. Drop in the chat where you are watching from. We had the poll earlier, 10,000 votes. 70% of you not watching from Jamaica. Carlos wondering how many hours is Melissa going to be in Jamaica? About 4 hours. So we've entered hour one. We entered hour one about 15 minutes ago, or 45 minutes ago, and we've got about 3 hours to go, give or take. Barbados, Atlanta, Mr. Powell's in the US of A. Je suis moi is in Florida. Hawaii is here. Mississippi, Panama City, PCB is here. From Jamaica, Orlando, Poland, Belgium. Wow. Australia. Do we have Antarctica? If you're from Antarctica, I will give you a prize. I will personally give you a prize if you are in here from Antarctica. Netherlands. Kingston, Pennsylvania, Miami, Queens, Tampa, Gastonia. Good afternoon to Charlotte. I'm in Raleigh. Fort Worth, Boston, Ireland, Mars. Somebody's from Mars. Is somebody on Jupiter or the moon right now, I wonder? A couple Atlantas in here, a couple Carolinas. Antigua. Traveling Joe is in Raleigh, North Carolina. Good afternoon, Traveling Joe. Iowa. I loved Iowa when I lived in Iowa. Des Moines was great. I really did love it. Barbados. Lots of folks smashing the heart button. You guys are very kind. Miami. As we are watching live footage of the satellite, that's what's in the big part of the screen. The radar is right there from Cuba. A live feed from Jamaica that ABC News is kindly letting us use. In the top right. We're going to have Garrett back on here in a couple minutes. What is this? We might have some new video. Stand by. This is live, and we could put this somewhere. Do we want to watch this for a few minutes? Oh, did he end the stream? Play the Jeopardy music. Do we have Mr. Panthers 13 and 4 RJ Smith? What happened to your stream, sir? No, it's still up. Do we want to watch this for a few minutes? Hula is going to call me Global Dave. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe? I'm going to create a new poll since we got a good results on 10,000 votes, 71% not watching from Jamaica. I'm going to start a new poll. Do we want rain and wind sound on this Montego stream? Do we want that kind of rain and winds kind of background sound or no? I'll start this poll. We'll keep it going for a couple minutes. I'm interested to see what our results are on that poll. You can vote in it. Once we get to like 500, 1,000 votes, I will stop the stream or stop the. We will stop the poll. It looks like Mr. RJ Smith's stream here is not working. Maybe it is. 200 votes, 80% say keep it. That is pretty overwhelming. This guy wiping the camera lens, I hope he's getting paid well. Yeah, this video is buffering too much. It's probably just his connection. I will turn down the volume on it though. Hold on. I am not from Jamaica. Hula said, I voted no initially, but I'm a woman and would like to change it to yes. Never mind. The poll results are pretty clear. It's 82% yes. I will turn down the volume, but I'm going to leave it on. I'll keep this live stream kind of in our back pocket here, but his feed, his self-service as expected, is pretty in and out. Update on power outages, 75% without power in St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Hanover, and St. James parishes, 35% of the island has no power. 35% of the island has no power. Can we go here maybe? I don't know if this covers. That's a different site. The eye is in the western part of the island. Hold on a second. Well, this is horrible. Hold on, look at this. I almost don't want to show this. Apparently, the Westmoreland Parish Disaster Coordinator suffered a stroke. I don't know if it's in this video or...
Parish of Westmoreland.
I'm not going to show this. If this video has him having a stroke on camera, I don't know if I want to show this unless people want to be shown this. I'm going to hold off on showing this for now until you guys let me know if we want to see that or not. Because I would like to show like a press conference or something, but I'm going to watch it on my screen, and I'll let you guys know what's I'll let you guys know. Hold on. Oh, it's not that bad. It's not. The stroke must have been after the fact, because he's fine in this video. I don't know where they're getting this info that this person suffered a stroke, but it was not in that. I'm not going to show it, but okay, I'll show it.
Of an unfortunate incident that has occurred.
Oh, he's talking about the person getting a... Sorry. This gentleman is talking about the local government minister. This guy is Desmond McKenzie, and he's saying that Westmoreland's disaster coordinator suffered a stroke while she was out doing something for the hurricane. So let me start this over and we'll listen to this.
In advising of an unfortunate incident that has occurred involving the disaster coordinator for the parish of Westmoreland, in the process of executing her responsibilities, she suffered a stroke and had to be rushed to the Savlamar Hospital, where she's presently admitted. This has been Mrs. Marcine Campbell-Carr, the parish disaster coordinator for the parish of Westmoreland. This is one of our hardest working disaster coordinator, and under the stress and the pressure of the work. I have been in touch with the Mayor Delancey of Savlamar this morning. We spoke on the matter, and replacement has been put in place, and Ms. Vast to assist in the process while we see what is happening. But the numbers still remains the same as it relates to the contact for Westmoreland. I am just asking Jamaica to reach out to Mrs. Campbell-Carr in prayers and her family and wish her all the best. And we here in the ministry and the entire government of Jamaica wants to express our thanks for her and her family, and hope that God will see her through this difficult.
And she's in our thoughts and prayers, and as well as everybody else going through this horrendous disaster in Jamaica right now. And we're back to live coverage. Let's turn back on the audio of the Montego Bay camera, just some kind of background rain wind noise. Here is some interesting video as well. Let me pull it up. The Southern Regional Health Authority advising members of the public that the roadway to the front gate of the Mandeville Regional Hospital is flooded. Wow. You cannot get to the front gate of the Mandeville Regional Hospital. We have not heard anything recently on Spanish Town, Albert. Not to say good or bad, but speaking of Starlink from earlier, this is Starlink just tweeted this 20 minutes ago. For those impacted by Melissa, let me drop this. Hold on. For those impacted by Melissa in Jamaica and the Bahamas, Starlink service free through the end of November to help with response and recovery efforts. Good on Starlink. Wow. Garrett is back in 3 minutes. We have this video. Noon at Montego Bay location, roof panels flying off, broken tiki huts, trees uprooted, ocean is to the pool. This is Sam, who's chasing Hurricane Melissa in Montego Bay. I don't think he means Montego Bat. I think he means Montego Bay, but we all have typos. The eye is just about fully on land, and we are going to see some weakening a little bit with the maximum sustained winds. Those will drop about 5 miles per hour, 5 to 10 miles per hour every hour. But as those drop, the wind field expands. The hurricane force wind field expands as we have new Treasure Beach video just in. This is video from everywhere, I guess. St. Elizabeth, we saw some of this, but this is still good video. Yeah, we already saw part of this, but I haven't seen this first part of this video. This is from Treasure Beach. It will not re-strengthen before it hits Cuba. It'll be a Cat 3 when it makes landfall in Cuba, but the hurricane force wind field will likely be bigger than what it is right now. We're not going to see 185 mile per hour winds in Cuba, probably max of about 120, but the 75 mile per hour wind radius is going to be a whole lot bigger than what it is now. Christine's in Homestead, thank you for sending those prayers along. Kingston, I mean, by and large, Kingston is looking, this could be a lot worse for Kingston. That's the wind report as of 44 minutes ago at 24 miles per hour. That's going to come up as we talked about, as that hurricane force wind field expands. But to have only 25 sustained winds right now, really not bad at all. Yeah, landfall about 45 minutes ago, Mr. or Mrs. Morris. Grand Palladium, yeah, I checked that Grand Palladium camera. That camera was down, at least as of about a half an hour ago. Yeah, good infrastructure plus, the eye of the storm being here and not here. Big difference between the eye being here and the eye being here for Kingston. I mean, that kind of goes without saying. Big difference in impacts between those two landfalling positions. Sharon's in St. Kitts and Nevis. Where is everybody watching from? We've had lots of European folks. We've had a couple folks from down under in Australia. Where's everybody watching from today? Virginia, Costa Rica. Puerto Rico, Denmark, your mom's house, okay. Got a funny guy in the chat. Trinidad and Tobago, Gainesville, Ontario, France, Kingston, Hopewell, Hanover in Jamaica, Pittsburgh, Miami, Bahamas, Atlanta, Connecticut, Antarctica, Indiana, the UK, Humboldt County in Northern California. Wow, we got folks all over the world, not even the country, all over the world tuning in to watch live coverage of the strongest storm in our lifetimes make landfall in Jamaica. The dark side of the moon, Brazil. We're going to have Garrett join back in here in a second to give his thoughts on... Oh, he's back. Look at that. Stand by, Garrett.
Can you hear me?
There he is.
Do we have an echo? Are we okay?
No, you sound great.
Awesome. How you hanging in, Dave?
Now there's an echo. You shouldn't have said that. We're good. We are obviously busy, but we knew we would be on a day like today. So.
Yeah. How's the sound okay right now? Still an echo?
People are going to want to kill us, but no, it sounds great. Yeah. It doesn't sound... I think every time you join this, it might turn on a setting. Stand by. Yeah, it always does this. Talk again. I think we're good.
Yeah, I just heard something change in the ear.
Sounds good enough.
Fixed it. Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Cool.
I'm probably going to step away for 2 minutes if you want to take over, kind of give your thoughts on what's happened with landfall, et cetera, the past couple of hours. We've got 3,300 folks in here. Maybe talk about what Jason said, that what we don't know is what might scare us the most, as I fix your camera right about now, and I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Sounds good. Yeah, Dave, a lot of these storms is kind of a fog of war type of feel to it during this time. We just, communications are getting cut off. Most of the island is without power. We're trying to relay as many videos as we can. While I've been gone the last couple hours, myself, Madison Deese, who has been awesome in support, Jason Deese, our CEO as well, just kind of all hands on deck, trying to find and scour for any information to feed to Dave. It's getting fewer and fewer, far between to, with videos and different content, which tells me that it's getting bad enough where either the people who are taking the videos are in harm's way, the power is out, or the infrastructure is failing in these areas. So there is a lot to digest, even though we're getting less and less information. But we didn't know how bad it was in the mountains of the Carolinas with Helene until we really saw the aftermath. And then the same went with Hurricane Katrina, kind of the benchmark storm in the United States. I will always remember Shepard Smith on Fox News. I was only 9 or 10, but declaring that the worst missed New Orleans, and then the wind shifted out of the north, and the levees began to fail with the water coming in from Lake Pontchartrain. So we just don't know exactly what we're dealing with until the storm kind of passes through. And now with the eye fully on land, these areas of Black River and areas just to the west, just to the east, St. Elizabeth, are really in ground zero right now, but the threat starts to shift a little bit farther north to more populated areas. Montego Bay, first and foremost. We currently have an east wind. That wind in the next 45 minutes to an hour and a half will start to slowly shift and quarter until it comes out of the north, and that's when you'll see the storm surge come in there. So that kind of fog of war mentality of just, we don't really know how bad it is yet. And a lot of times you see the early videos of the storm starting to come in, and you're like, well, this isn't as bad as it could be. No, I don't see houses flattened. You're not going to see houses flattened on video until the aftermath. And then just to give a little bit of a perspective away from being away from the camera for a couple hours, just kind of digesting everything that we just watched this morning, and now setting the stage. This is the officially tied for the strongest hurricane on record, to ever hit land in the Atlantic basin. That's not hyperbole. It's not hype. That is what the numbers show. It is also with top 5 ever strongest system, regardless of making landfall or not. But for a storm to be reaching its peak and also impact such a populated area, a very island destination, a lot of obviously over 3 million locals on the island as well. It's without question a pretty sobering experience, and for everybody on here, for everybody watching via social media or whatever. Obviously, the prayers and thoughts to the island community, but also not being quick to declare anything, declare that it wasn't bad, declare that they missed the worst of it, declare that it's the worst thing ever. Let's let the kind of the system play out, and we'll start getting a clearer picture. But for now, the best we can do, the best Dave can do, myself, Flash, the best we can do is try to relay all the information that we're scouring through, and that's what we will continue to do here on this live coverage.
Yeah, you, Madison, Jason, Flash team sending. That's what we're pulling up all the video from, is kind of acting like a quasi news operation here. As I worked in TV news, I guess, for 4 years, kind of what we're doing right now. Actually, latest update in from the Hurricane Center. There's a position update, south-south, 20 miles south-southwest of Montego. Do we have, did they not change the max winds?
899, 165 miles per hour.
Okay, so we'll wait on that to update as they push that through their API and through their back end. But yeah, down to 165, pressure at 899.
And what they say, 25 miles from Montego Bay? 20.
That's what my bug has. Yeah, 20 miles. It's going to go right at Montego. 25 miles away from this.
Yeah, and we're 25 miles away from the eye re-emerging over water.
So obviously it's going to come down off of its peak, but it's pretty quickly trying to move its way across the island. I don't know how much will probably fall to a Category 4. Still a very dangerous storm as it enters open waters, heading towards its next destination, which will be Cuba and then the Bahamas.
Yeah, it's still a Cat 5, as you mentioned. There was something I was going to look at. I forget what it is now. Let's go back to the satellite. You can see the eye. It's not starting to fill in at all, but it is starting to cool. You don't see the darks in there. That's turning into more kind of milky whites. So it's expected when the hurricane goes over land, it starts to weaken, starts to lose a little bit of its punch. But it's still a Cat 5, and that is not good at all. I'm going to adjust this ticker text.
Yeah, Dave, we're starting to get some in areas where there's less wind, so you still have some internet connection. But there has been a ton of rain. You are starting to get a lot of flooding images, freshwater flooding images, and have these in the chat. Pretty dramatic videos for the viewers to be able to see.
Yeah, here we go. This Giovanni Dennis guy has been an incredible source. These accounts always kind of come out of the woodwork during major events. Look at this flooding. Oh, my God. Clarendon.
Yep.
This is outside. I'm looking outside in my house.
And that horse being chained up is a whole different conversation.
Another image. Our pole is now in the eye in Treasure Beach.
Is it?
Yep, it is fairly calm, it appears.
Oh my God, this is the craziest video we've seen so far.
Yeah.
My computer is a little overloaded right now. Stand by.
Gosh.
Look at this. More video coming in. This is also in Clarendon.
See it there?
Yeah, so you can see, I mean, this is similar to what we talked about, with what happened in the highlands and the Appalachians with Helene. You get a lot of steep slopes, a lot of water runoff, mudslides. That's going to be the concern through probably 60-80% of the island.
This is a sped up video, you can tell, but maybe it's not. Because the voice does not sound sped up. Look at this.
Where?
In Clarendon.
Just tsunami run at this, could I? Think I'm not normal this. And it just.
Yeah, the flooding in Santa Cruz. This is all in Santa Cruz, Clarendon, however you say it. It's not good. It's not good.
And the flag pole or the utility pole is still standing. This is unbelievable. Somebody made a Twitter account for this pole. That's just, I mean, people find their own comic relief in these times, man. I guess. Yeah.
It's been a lighthearted follow for the last hour.
Yeah, you need some levity in times of gravity, I guess.
Yeah.
Giovanni Dennis has probably been the best follow so far. And it looks like he works for Jamaican television. We saw that. There's an ATM stolen near the police station. Yeah, you're always worried about this in the aftermath.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Westmoreland, look at this.
We are complaining about, see that? Roof them go everywhere we go.
Yeah, NBC is reporting that all the medical facilities in Black River, the hospital, have been completely destroyed. A local senator says from there.
Wow. Oh, Andy Hazelton was on the plane. Look at this. Look at this. Just landed after the flight. I was processing the drop sun data before I went out. I saw the 219 knot above the surface. Probably will be a swath of tornado-like damage. I think we almost tied a flight level wind record today. Unfortunately, tied the Labor Day hurricane for lowest pressure at landfall in the Atlantic. We've got almost 4,000 folks in here. I kind of want to reintroduce you and myself. I'm Dave Downey, lead meteorologist to Flash Weather AI. Joining us today, Director of Innovation and Development, Garrett Bastardi. We predict lightning, we predict hail, we predict tornadoes. We're working on a hurricane model, and we are also forming a new kind of wall-to-wall weather coverage, severe weather coverage, extreme weather coverage, whatever you want to call it, network on YouTube and across social platforms. We're just launching, this is our first, I guess, main event that we're covering, but we'll cover every main event in the Atlantic. We'll cover snowstorms in the U.S., tornado outbreaks, you name it. We cover them right here. Thanks for joining us today. We're just here to provide the coverage and the info on what's a historic storm happening right now, Garrett.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Thank you, everybody, for jumping on and watching. Hopefully, if you're in Jamaica, you still have. Yesterday, we had an unbelievable amount of folks from the island watching our stream, and had a lot watching this morning. Hopefully, you still have power. Hopefully, you're able to still get communication and be able to be kept up to date. And for those watching, outside of the island of Jamaica, whether you're in the path of Melissa coming forward in the next couple of days, or just watching to stay informed, or have family in Jamaica, we're doing everything we can. We're an AI company. We use a lot of cutting edge research and modeling to forecast the weather and bring it to folks who need this information. So we're happy to do that from the data perspective, but then today is a little bit of a different mode, kind of right up Dave's wheelhouse, on the media front, and being able to communicate this information, and my ability to just to help out however we can. We have a great team at Flash. Our CEO has been feeding us information. He's been locked in as much as anybody would be in this. So our CEO's daughter, Madison, doing an unbelievable job, part of our marketing team. The entire team here, a lot of talented folks, and we're here to kind of keep you up to date on this storm, and then this is a template of things to come with this media platform. Only scratching the surface. Any major event that will be occurring, like Dave said, we will be on it. But resetting, like you mentioned, Dave, we just had tied for the strongest hurricane on record in the Atlantic, making landfall. Tied for the strongest landfalling hurricane. 892 millibars. We have some screenshots of Dave and I's face this morning watching that that data come in real time. Pretty authentic. I didn't know I was on camera, mouth gaping wide open, but sometimes you get lost in things that you're seeing. A pretty mesmerizing morning when it comes to the storm, and then obviously monitoring the unfortunate impacts and destruction that Melissa is bringing to the island of Jamaica today. Yeah.
Somebody's saying, Dave, you deserve a cold red stripe beer. I mean, sure, say less.
Heck yeah.
Enough about us. Where are you guys watching from? We had close to 4,000, and we started talking about us, and we lost about 400 of you. What a shame.
Yeah, we got to stop talking about ourselves.
Yeah, enough talking about ourselves. Where are you guys watching from as we look at the latest rainfall potential? They're still forecasting 20 to 30 inches of rain across Jamaica, the central part of Jamaica. Clear Lake, Iowa. There we go. North central Iowa. Kingston, Manchester, New Orleans, but baptizing in Kingston. Wow, okay. They just changed the floater here on us, Garrett, so I'm either going to have to pick a different... They just changed the mesoscale sector here.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get off of the floater. I'll do it. I'm going to have to do it this way.
Yeah, to just change it.
That is out of our control. That's up to NASA and the people with the government. Seattle, Tucson. Tucson is about the opposite of what is happening in Jamaica right now. North Carolina, Vegas, South Carolina, the Virgin Islands, Wisconsin, England, Clarendon, Franklin, North Carolina. Yeah.
Lyle, Colin, if you're in Black River, if you're in Clarendon, what is, if you're actually in Black River, you feed us feed us some information in the chat here. What is going on the ground? What is the update? Anything along those lines would be very helpful. Keep going, Dave.
Cameron saying most of Jamaica is without electricity. You will lose the Jamaican viewers. This is Treasure Beach. This is significant structural damage. Goes without saying there. Watching from Belize. Wow, and this is only the front part of the eye. The back part of the eye wall is going through Treasure Island or Treasure Beach, Black River, those places right now. Jersey Shore, St. Catherine, Jamaica, we have light. You must be in the eye. St. Catherine's east, though. St. Catherine's closer to Kingston. I'm not sure how you have light, but
Maybe
my
they have
cousin.
electricity.
My cousin. Oh, we have 75%. Okay, still have electricity. My cousin from Black River sent me a voice note saying things are bad. Trees are falling on houses. I don't know.
And Elizabeth is not good. Can't get in contact to Manchester either.
Highland Beach, Florida, and Germantown, Maryland. Spent summers growing up in Sèvres Lamar. Still have plenty of family in Jamaica praying hard, as are we.
Yeah.
As are we. Following a lot of conference in Tampa. Black River reporting wind over 150 miles per hour. Everything getting leveled. Any update on Trelawney? I have not heard much out of Trelawney at all, actually. Netherlands watching. Melissa is here. If you're talking here as in Jamaica, yes. Melissa is here as I try to eat this banana.
You gotten your coffee yet, Dave?
It's out. I need more.
Don't talk to Dave before he's had his coffee.
That's what Madison says.
Yeah, a lot of great a lot of great content or a lot of great comments in here, just feeding back. The chat has been great and active, and we're appreciative. We're appreciative that helps kind of fill the void, especially if you're on the ground. We're obviously not on the ground. I'm in Houston, Dave's in central North Carolina. We're trying to get as much information passed to us as possible, and relay it as efficient as possible. And so if you have any information, you are on the ground, keep filling us in the same way we're trying to stay filled in via social media and other sources that we know are reliable.
I had two, Mark, to answer your question. I just got 2 double espressos this morning to hopefully push us through, but it is 2 o'clock, and they usually say your blood sugar and your energy levels drop around this time of the day, but we're pushing through. If I go get coffee, I might need Garrett to cover me for 5 minutes, but we'll see how long. We'll see. I would rather have to endure a hurricane in the daytime than the nighttime. Yeah, nighttime, anything. Tornadoes, hurricanes, much worse at night. No doubt about that. Everybody in Alligator Pond is crying out now. I'm sorry I never took the bus yesterday to go to higher ground. The whole coastline is gone. I'm not sure where Jason is getting that quote from, but yeah, we pulled up a video earlier from Alligator Pond. It didn't look that bad at the time, but it looked like it was getting a lot worse. Montego Bay right here. This guy's having a little too much fun. This guy's having a little bit too much fun. Conditions rapidly deteriorating in Montego Bay. If you look at the eye, like at this, the radar at this picture to my left, I'm pointing right, but to my left, the eye wall is about to get to Montego Bay. And that's when things are going to get a whole lot worse in the second most populated city in Jamaica. Have we heard from Morgerman? I was actually thinking about that just before you got on.
Yeah, I had checked. Nothing since we saw a couple videos. I think Weather Nation. He's partnered with Weather Nation, maybe. Saw a couple of videos. They looked like they were earlier in the morning. 10:25 local time is the last time we've heard from him. So it's been about 3 hours. The pressure was 962, so he was getting very close to being in the Eyewall, if not in the Eyewall at that time.
Should we pull the Treasure Beach camera back up?
Yeah, that's actually a good idea, especially we'll be able to see kind of the transition from the eye straight back into the southern Eyewall, if they're not already back in the Eyewall.
Well, this is it.
Yeah. Little
I'm
foggy.
not sure what we're looking at here. Yeah, I'm not. Let's put that away for now. Madison knows her millibars now. Yeah, it's pretty impressive over land. I have not heard from Negril recently. No, Bob. Doesn't mean it's bad, but we don't have any. I haven't seen any video or any pictures. Kingston sustained winds only at 28 miles per hour. I mean, that's good.
Oh.
What else do we got here? Thank you, Carlos. I would like to see great job instead of pretty good job, but I'll take that. Close enough.
Dave
White
demands
House
excellence.
Well, I mean, White House was where landfall happened, Shanna. No, if the pressure number goes up, Thomas, 899, that goes up. The pressure number, a higher number, is less strong. That's why you call high pressure like good weather, low pressure, bad weather. Carlos, you're too kind. Too kind. The 165 mile per hour winds are around the eye. So the strongest winds are right around, encircling the eye. This is in Mandeville an hour ago. That's not good. Yeah, Jared, do you want to take the Jason's comment about experiencing the northern versus the southern Eyewall and how different it is, and how the southern, when you first get hit by in Black River, in places along the coast that got the Eyewall first, the wind gradually increases from probably 20 to 40 to 60 to 160. I mean, it gradually goes up as the storm gets closer. But with the southern Eyewall, you go from 0 to 160 pretty fast.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw an unbelievable image earlier this year with Hurricane Aaron, I believe, who had a similarly small core and small eye, and the hurricane hunters took a picture of the ocean, and you could see the white streaks, where the wind was blowing at 100, 120 miles per hour plus, and then in the same image, but about the width of your house to the left in the eye, there was much less in the way of white caps and white streaks on the top of the ocean. So all that to say, it can change on a dime. We can go from like Dave mentioned, like Jason mentioned, a fairly calm feeling to, within the matter of minutes, building up from calm to 50 to 100 miles an hour in 5 to 10 minutes, if that. And so that's why we stress and it's out of a completely different direction too. So if you're hunkered down, against a wall that's been protected by a strong easterly strong easterly wind, on a storm moving south to north, the wind's going to be out of the completely opposite direction. It's going to come in way quicker. That's why we say don't venture out into the eye. Don't start wandering around, because you get too far away, you might not be able to get back to your safe space because of how quick those winds will come in.
I think the Flatbridge camera went down. I'm pretty sure it went down, because there has not been a new image since 12:15 local time, which is an hour ago. I'm pretty sure it went down. Let me put up a new camera back here.
While Dave is doing that, just a quick update on the status of the hurricane. As of 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. local time in Jamaica, the winds are down to 165 miles per hour. It's still strong Category 5, with the minimum central pressure still under 900 millibars at 899 millibars, which would make it a top 3 storm of all time over land. The eye is very close to starting to emerge, at least the northern part of the eye, emerging over the portion of the Caribbean Sea that is north of Jamaica. And so we're probably looking at within the next couple of hours, and you can almost see in the last couple frames, the eye slows up before going in the land. Once it gets over land, it starts to kind of jog a little quicker. It's going to really try to jump to the northern portions of the island, and get back over water as quick as possible. And so that is where we're at with the hurricane. We will not see it reach the peak it has reached, but what you are going to see is you're going to see these winds expand. And by tonight, we're going to be looking at a similarly destructive scenario, with a much more perpendicular approach to a very flat east to west landmass. At least the eastern portion of Cuba, kind of the foot of Cuba, is later tonight. So Santiago de Cuba, Guantanamo Bay tonight, Montego Bay in the next, now for the next 4 to 6 hours, and then we'll see what the aftermath is in Jamaica, and then we'll kind of, like we've said earlier, kind of the stepping stones of the islands, going Jamaica to Cuba, then to the Bahamas, into the morning hours and into tomorrow.
We'll be live tomorrow to cover it. Yeah, I mean, Flatbridge did not look bad when the camera went down, so I'm going to guess the power just went out. Because I think now about half, if not just over half, of Sea Jamaica's cameras are now down. We've unfortunately gotten to the part of the storm where whatever has gotten damaged is probably, we're not going to get. Oh, this is good video.
Wow, Dave, after that, take a look at what I just shared out of St. Elizabeth. This is probably, I don't know if this has been viewed yet or if this is a repeat, but this is, someone who's been in a Category 4. I mean, these are gusts at 120, 130 miles an hour, a few miles inland, which is difficult to do.
Yeah, it's just St. Elizabeth here.
And the sound is very dramatic. Very, makes it very dramatic.
Mm-hmm. Carol sending prayers from Ohio to Jamaica. As a fellow Ohioan, native Ohioan, I'm with you there. Like and subscribe if you're new to the channel. We provide live coverage for every major weather event, especially in America, and every landfalling hurricane, that is for sure. Snack box waiting to hear from his family or his or her family in Westmoreland. Is the Black River Hospital okay? We have heard bad things, unfortunately, about the Black River Hospital. We have not been able to independently confirm them, but we have heard that there could be major, major damage to the Black River Hospital. Thank you for the kind words, Lucretia. It'll be off of the island in a couple of hours. I didn't pull up the satellite back up. There we go.
Another angle of whichever river this is in Santa Cruz, or stream, which is now a raging river, just shared in the chat, Dave. Just dramatic imaging.
Oh, we have not seen this video.
Jesus have mercy, God. Look on the road. I rode that now.
Look at that.
I rode that people.
This is in Santa Cruz.
That is the road. Have mercy, God. The whole of in front of my
Watch it one more time.
Jesus have mercy, God. Look on the road. I rode that now. I rode that people. I rode that. That is the road. Have mercy, God. The whole of
What's the other one here? Oh, it's the same video, just different account. Yeah. I'm going to change the ticker. We've had some questions. Yeah, Melissa made landfall at 1 o'clock.
Oh my goodness. Sharing a this is we definitely have not seen this yet. This is Treasure Beach.
Let's see this. That's from the front part of the eye. They probably just went through the back part of the eye wall. We've not heard much about Haiti. We have not heard much about Haiti. Lashing Force said he got reports that the Black River Hospital was being evacuated, still waiting confirmation if indeed that is true. This is insane.
Are we still southeast of 28 in Montego Bay? I don't know how that's possible. Oh,
thank you, Barbara. Current motion of direction of the hurricane, you can see it above me, north-northeast at 8. Wow. This is in St. Elizabeth.
Do we have a Montego Bay live conditions or no?
We have the camera. Yeah, we have the camera top middle that ABC News graciously granted to us.
Nice. I'm trying to see, Dave. I'm about to send a thread. I don't know if you've seen it. I don't know how I've missed it to this point. I believe this is today. This was the hurricane hunters this morning flying through the eye. Just somehow images even more stunning than what we saw yesterday. Almost doesn't look real. I
mean, it's perfectly circular. Especially at the cirrus level too, which is very, very difficult to do.
Wow. It's like a giant crescent moon of light creeping down. The sea looks unhappy. Well put.
Yeah, I would agree.
Direct sunlight is almost to the bottom of the eye. This is insane. He deleted 400 pics.
Yeah.
Wow.
Incredible.
I don't know if this is new or not. Oh, this was from earlier. I think we watched this, but still.
Alligator Pond.
Yeah.
Apparently, Flatbridge has been there since 1774.
1770. That's impressive.
And it's designed to flood and submerge.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
It is weakening, Kevin, but it's not weakening. It's not weakening as fast as we'd like it to. Let's put it that way.
Hey, do you know we will continue to receive hourly position updates from the Hurricane Center?
I think as long as it stays over land, yeah.
Yeah. And we do have another planned recon that will take off in an hour and a half.
Oh, we do? Oh, wow.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, the eye really started to become cloud filled now. Approaching the North Shore here within the next hour, I would say.
Yeah, I'm going to go, I would say like 3 o'clock local time, probably 4 Eastern. Do they not? Where are the? Oh, here they are. Yeah. Key messages still saying. Well, this is from a couple hours ago. Extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Catastrophic winds. Total structural failure. Likely near the path of Melissa Center. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, destructive winds expected along the remainder of the island. With widespread infrastructure damage, power, communication outages, and communities to be isolated. Along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected throughout the day.
Apparently, the
straits in between Cuba and Jamaica are known as the Cayman Trench.
Between Jamaica and Cuba?
Yeah. So emerging over the Cayman Trench.
See how it's starting
versus continuing to say the Caribbean.
It kind of went northeast and then north. Now it's turning back northeast. You see that?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Noticed that in the last few frames.
The Cayman Trench. You learn something new every day.
Yeah. It was weird continuing to call it the.
I mean, it obviously still is the Caribbean Sea, but saying it's going to emerge over the Caribbean, even though it was over the Caribbean, is just hard to communicate.
Still got some lightning there.
Yeah, that's incredible.
In and around Montego Bay. That's when you know the storm is still really strong. Wow. This is another view of the Black River Hospital, apparently. This is a long video. We might just stay with this, though.
Yeah, we're definitely in a situation right now where it's just hard to get any sort of information. Obviously, we have a video here, but I believe this is from 2 hours ago.
This was posted 10 minutes ago, but
yeah,
it could be old. I don't know. Got a minute on it. We'll let it ride here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this might be old. I haven't seen this video yet, so we're going to show a new video if we have it. Wow.
How many, Dave, how many hurricanes have you been in?
None.
If really?
No, because I left for Irma, Dorian, missed Miami. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You?
The 4 or 5. Sandy in 2012. I was in New York City. Isaias, which impacted. I was in Atlantic City for that. Had 80, 90 mile an hour gusts on the beach. And then the two, Ida and Beryl, were the two worst ones. And just I was watching a video from Jeff Piotrowski, and something you notice if you are in these storms, especially in some of the stronger bands near the center, where convection becomes a little bit more less. Sometimes it goes in waves. You just notice how fast the clouds are moving. Just moving at unbelievable rate levels, and it has to be going 70, 80 miles an hour. It's very, very obvious how much power is in the storm. But just saw a video here from Jeff, and even it's hard to tell on video, but even on his video, you could see how quick it was moving.
Did Jeff post something recently?
About an hour ago. Let me find that link. It's from I don't know, which we want to. Another YouTube, something that was streamed live. You go in. 40 minutes in, maybe. 45 minutes in. Yeah, you can really see the clouds just around the eye ripping through.
It's in Clarendon. We saw this video. This video was crazy. I'll pull up your video here. Twister Chasers. More ads. Good, good, good. This guy's the
around the clouds, and they're trying to tornado. And there's been like 7 go by your house. 100%. We may even get a tornado here soon.
Right in that range.
I've definitely had funnels off overhead.
So I went a tornado.
And I've got real warm, hot. It's like hot air. It's not cool at all. It's hot. It's real warm and hot air.
Trees
with the air surging down, the air comes to the ground. I've got really warm air. It feels like it's nothing. Look at this rotation here now. Look at the spin. Look at the spinning going on in all the clouds. Wow. It's not totally unusual, but this is like super.
Wow. We had this guy stream up earlier in Montego.
The Jamaican tourism minister confirmed there are over 25,000 tourists stuck in Montego Bay.
25,000 tourists stuck in Montego? Wow. Thanks for being here, Sheila. Montego Bay is about to go through it right now for the next couple of hours, probably for the next 2 hours. They're gonna get hammered. Because the Eyewall is about to be in Montego Bay right now. Wow. Somebody making the comment that the main building material for residential construction in the U.S. is wood. The main material in Jamaica is carbon steel reinforced concrete. We have seen that so far. I mean, it's been good to see a lot of the structures that we have seen, not total failure at all, because I think of that reinforced concrete. Which is going to save a lot of damage, that's for sure.
Is there any update on Savannah, Lamar, and Westmoreland? Not much.
This is Skyline Drive in St. Andrew.
Let's hope nothing drops down right now, but let me take a video. The whole side of the hill over there just woohoo came down right here. Wow. Thank God nobody was driving on this road because somebody will be seriously injured.
About 3 hours till it leaves Jamaica. 2 to 3.
Josh Mortimer with Weather Nation TV, and I'm in Crawford in St. Louis.
Wow.
Please, somebody please tell me.
This guy tried to weigh down his breadfruit tree to stop it from toppling over. Are we going to see it topple over? We're not.
Holding strong.
Holding strong. Just like Flash Weather AI's live stream.
We are definitely holding strong.
I've never had breadfruit. Have you had breadfruit, Garrett?
I am just learning of this now. It's the first I'm hearing of breadfruit.
Maybe we should try it.
I couldn't even guess what breadfruit looks like.
Never gonna know unless you try. This was a roof ripped off of a section of the Savannah Lamar, apparently hospital, I guess. There it goes. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Helena telling us we must get some roasted breadfruit. I'm really hungry. I would love some roasted breadfruit right now. That sounds good. Yeah, what does breadfruit taste like? I'm actually really curious. Francis saying we will definitely enjoy breadfruit. Look at weather chasing Cam. He's driving in the storm. Let's see this. It's Brandon Clement. Oh, he's driving around. Oh boy. Tastes buttery. That tastes good. Pizza? All right, enough with the food talk. I'm way too hungry to be talking about pizza right now. That's enough. Somebody's saying pull up weather chase. This is his live stream. He's driving around.
Wow.
Again, I'm not going to steal his stream, but somebody said to pull it up, so we pulled it up here. Roasted or fried breadfruit with ackee and saltfish. I mean, I love Jamaican jerk chicken. I'm allergic to seafood, can't do that, but...
Are you real?
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it. Look at all the lightning! Look at all of this lightning in... I should know this parish by now. St. James. St. James Parish. Look at all this lightning east of Montego, south of Mount Zion. Is Jim Cantoria on the island? That is a really good question. Do you know the answer to that question, Garrett? Is he there?
No, he is not. No, he's been in studio.
What?
I don't think he can you yeah. But can you think of a time that he's been on the ground in somewhere outside of the United States?
That's a good point.
I don't think ever.
Does he not okay, maybe he doesn't leave the US. I actually kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, I don't think the Weather Channel does that. I don't think that's a standard practice of theirs in general.
Well, thanks for being here, Ralph. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Now the whole chat's talking about Jim Cantori. How do people, like, even outside of America know who Jim Cantori is? That's crazy.
Yeah, I remember we're heading down to my dad and I went and chased Ida in southeast Louisiana, and he was he's like, we were north of New Orleans. We didn't want to get stuck in New Orleans, and like he was in New Orleans, and he's like, you got to get into here. It's like, we're not going into there because we don't know if we'll get out. Couldn't afford to stay in New Orleans for 3 weeks, as fun as that would maybe sound.
Yeah, Lynn, I know the Fox Weather guy. His producer, what's his name? Rob. Well, the guy who's on here is Rob. Jared Maloney, one of his producers, college buddy, they're up there. I don't think he's posted any footage. Let me look here. I had told Jared whatever he posts, I'm going to put on air, but... this was a few hours ago. Bamboo River, Morant Bay in St. Thomas, flooding. It did hit Westmoreland. It did, Nadia. It did. Patty D says because Jim Cantori is the oh, she retracted her message. She said because I remember what it said though, because Jim Cantori is the laughingstock of the weather community. That's some bold words from Patty D in the chat. That message is now retracted, as I mentioned, though.
That is a hot take.
That is a take. No, yeah. Mobay. I'll call it Mobay if they call it Mobay.
He is. You probably should leave the area if you see him coming into the area.
If Jim Cantori is there and Waffle House is closed, run for your life.
That's Armageddon. Yeah, it's Armageddon.
Run for your life.
It's bad. Yeah, it's as bad as it gets.
Now they're talking about goat milk in the chat and plum cake with raisins. All right, we're talking about a lot of food now. I've got a different food item here. I'm not going to spoil what it is, but any footage from Clarendon? Yeah, we've had some footage from Clarendon throughout the day. Sorry, I didn't mean to detract it. I was trying to edit a typo. Wow, so she means it. Patty D does mean that Jim Cantori is the laughingstock of the weather community. Wow. All right.
For the record,
yes.
Dave.
Yes.
We do not share that same view.
No.
For the record.
No, I mean on and for the 3,394 people in here. That's on the record. Yeah.
While we're at it right now, before we loop back into Melissa reemerging north of the island.
This is some Clarendon. Hold on, somebody was asking for some Clarendon video, so I'm going to show some Clarendon video. Go ahead.
No, just the QR code for our app, which is objectively for us, we think the best weather app out there. Keeps popping up. When you see that pop up, download it. Flash Weather AI app. It's available both in the Google Play and the iOS Apple stores. Just search Flash Weather AI or Flash AI and it'll pop up for you. Or when the QR code pops up here, in a moment, take a look and get your phone out and try to download that. Best way to get it's the most intuitive weather app out there, and you'll be able to get live notifications for when we go live. You'll be able to watch our live streams through the in-app web viewer on there as well. Just all-encompassing kind of one-stop shop for everything that you need weather-wise. And as the guy who helps run our innovation and our development of a lot of our products, but especially our app, the things we have coming down the pipeline to continue to add some cool features in there are very cool. Just that, very, very cool. So take a look at that, check that out, download it, and join the Flash Weather community.
Yeah.
And like and subscribe the video, or like the video, subscribe to the channel. Would be great to get to 3K subscribers. So let's.
Oh, we're there. We're at 3,600.
I haven't even refreshed here, and on this.
Let's get to 4,000.
Yeah, let's get to 5,000. Yeah, I've had the window open for 6 hours, so we're up 800 in the last 5 or 6 hours. That's pretty good. Let's get to 4,000 or 5,000. Thank you guys.
We've been consistently over 3,000 concurrent for the past 2 hours, so good. Somebody asked, how do you become a weatherman? Go to college for it, get a meteorology degree. It's a lot of math, a lot of science, a lot of physics, but it's worth it, especially to protect life and property in situations like these. So, Chef Shane, say that 5 times fast, says, stop with the goat milk. And now there's a goat milk fight in the chat. Linda says, I'm telling everyone about you guys. Well, thank you, Linda. Lots of lightning still encircling Montego Bay. Does this imply that Montego Bay is in the eye or about to be in the eye? I don't know. Thank you, John. Yeah, tornadoes being spotted. Yeah. we heard on Jeff's stream when we tuned in for a few minutes there that it sounded like there was he was going kind of crazy about, I feel the wind, I feel the warm air rising. There's probably going to be tornadoes in the eastern bands. Again, we can't really have a radar view of this. Has the hurricane picked up speed? Yeah, it's moving at about 8 miles per hour, not super fast, but Je suis moi. We didn't exist we weren't doing this last year. I was working for local TV, so we're going to be doing this a whole lot more now that we have a good platform. Just lost contact with my family in MB. They probably lost, I mean, they're going through it right now. They have, see the satellite, I'm going to pause it here at the end of the loop. Mo Bay is, of course, right there where the tip of the cursor is. They're in the northern Eyewall right now. Northern Eyewall right now is what Mo Bay is going through.
Hey, Dave, I have a question. Any idea on the path after Cuba? Would you mind pulling up one of the halves at 12Z?
You want parent or storm?
Yeah. We'll go storm. And just let's take a look at kind of the progression from here. Actually, and see if there's any, what is is there any sort of recouping of the energy or the intensity of the storm back over water? That's the question. It's going to be moving so quick, it won't have a lot of time over the Cayman Trench to reorganize. But
so it exits.
Yep.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Exits here. Yeah. Yeah. No. Exits just northeast or just to the east of Montego Bay in the next, 90 to 120 minutes or so, and then from that point, let's loop it ahead to when it makes landfall in Cuba. What time is that? I can't see the
middle. Yeah.
Time card.
I'll drop this for a second. Makes landfall middle of the night, like 3 a.m. 3:30, 4 maybe, near Santiago de Cuba. You're going to get some really bad surge in Santiago de Cuba. We're not going to be covering the Cuban landfall live tonight. A couple different reasons. A, because it is going to be 3:30 a.m. B, because I don't think we have any cameras in eastern Cuba for obvious reasons. And C, none of the hurricane chasers are in Cuba, again, for obvious reasons. So the storm gets back over open water by late tomorrow morning and then hits the southeastern Bahamas tomorrow afternoon and evening. Will probably
much broader wind field.
Yeah, and much weaker. Maximum sustained winds of what, like 100? Well, HAFS actually has it as a Cat 1, maybe a Cat 2, maybe a Cat 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, you're going to get the core completely hollowed out, and then just really the top end speed kind of gone. Everything that you see outside of 50 miles, 60 miles outside of the core will be really the core now will be the peak. So to answer your question, the path after Cuba is up through the Bahamas, the kind of far east Bahamas, not all the way to the Turks and Caicos. And then does the HAFS,
look at this.
This is tomorrow. This is Wednesday evening. Yeah.
Look at how it initialized.
Was it 8? I can't see the number.
874.
Yeah, we won't be seeing that for quite some time.
Yeah, HAFS speed was a little bit better, 896. So yeah, landfall overnight in Cuba, back over open water by lunchtime tomorrow, and then southeastern Bahamas, Cat 1, Cat 2 impacts for the southeastern Bahamas. Tropical storm force winds maximum, maybe even tropical storm gusts in the Turks and Caicos. And then Bermuda will see some low impacts Thursday night into Friday.
And you said Thursday night into Friday for Bermuda.
Correct. Yeah, probably early Friday morning for Bermuda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you are in the chat and you have video to share, Madison was able to set up a link to send video footage. Just click the Linktree link and you'll be able to upload your video. We will post it on here. The more content, the better for us.
What was that noise? Oh, it was just the stream. I think, is ABC News' stream buffering? Let me give it a refresh here. Oh, we might have lost their feed. Uh-oh. Yeah, we lost it. All right, so we are going to drop that. Yeah, we don't have the flat bridge camera anymore.
So for those who are watching from the island, a little bit more context. Is Flatbridge like a popular? Is it a famous spot? Is it? I mean, to me, it sounds like it might be. Seems like a lot of people know of it, but is it a famous spot? Culturally, or a lot of attention paid to it. We have one yes so far, but it just seems like there's a lot of there's a stream put on it, that a live cam put on it, and so anything that has a live cam on it sometimes has some significance. Seems like everybody knows about Flatbridge. So yeah, I've got some yeses. Yeah, built in 1700. That'd be pretty incredible.
It's a historical bridge before the highway connected the north to the south.
Nice.
Wow. Asking from downtown Mo Bay, where's the eye now? About 10 miles to your south.
Someone's saying the Flatbridge feed is showing, but we don't see it.
It's there, but it's about 3 hours old. It gets to 12:15:34, and then it starts buffering. So it's down. There's only 400 people watching it too. What?
Madison just sent a pretty dramatic video again out of Mandeville. A lot of this account, this Volcahol account, a lot of videos out of Manchester right now.
Yeah.
Manchester, St. Mary's, Mandeville. Yeah. It's there's some.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, roof rescues. Now you're starting to get some more video come in here.
How did they even get this video out?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna let this play again. Santa Cruz. I mean, this is crazy video. Like, how are they even standing? Like, you can't even tell where these guys are standing. Wow.
Hey, give me about 2 minutes, Dave.
Yeah.
I'll be muted here.
Yeah. We'll keep you on the air, but you'll be muted. Yeah, APT, we reported that earlier. Yeah, there's the eye. Look how much it shrank. It is weakening, which is, of course, good, but not weakening fast enough, unfortunately. That camera in Kingston's getting worse. This is also in Mandeville. I don't know if we just showed this.
Give some clothes, water video, look, water to roof height. Fireman have here to rescue work. People get trapped in a house. And the ground about this one next house that we can't even see. But you can imagine. Give some clothes, water video, look, water to roof height. Fireman have here to rescue work. People get trapped in a house.
This is the Savannah Lamar Hospital. Section of the hospital roof came off. Sam doing some math here on you'd have to climb up 3,600 feet. So this is a great way of thinking about this. So you would have to, a slab of air over 1 kilometer thick was removed from the atmosphere thanks to Melissa. I mean, that is insane. This is a lot of calculus. That's what meteorology is based on, though. It's crazy. The back wind in Kingston's coming through right around now. You're probably getting, and that's what we have up there. You can that's in Kingston. It looks pretty bad there. And then the Kingston Harbor's that camera. Noisy, to say the least. I have some other video here. Let's turn the audio back on for this for the ABC stream. Chronicle is hearing it get bad in St. Anne. Yeah, the eye is on the doorstep. We actually just got a new advisory in from the Hurricane Center. Let me pull
169.06.
Okay. They're saying the eye is about 15 miles south of Montego Bay. Yeah, 169.06. Moving north at 8, north-northeast at 8. I don't think that has changed. Remain sheltered, catastrophic winds, flash flooding, surge, still ongoing. Mattress and helmet. Yeah, light lore, you're going to get... You two are getting out of here. Send you guys on your way. Wind, heavy rain, Melissa going hard in Kingston, Jamaica. Now, according to 23 Clip. Andrea's watching from New Jersey. Where is everybody watching from right now as we just passed 150,000 views on the live stream? We've had Australia, we've had Denmark, we've had the UK, we've had, of course, Jamaica, we've had St. Martin, a lot of states in the U.S. Teresa's in Texas. Virginia, France, Barbados, Montreal, Port St. Lucie, Miramar, Florida, Wilkesboro, NC. This is Black River. This might be an earlier picture. Miami, Toronto, Atlanta.
Warning from Jamaican officials, and this message was relayed from Jason Deese. Rising water levels in rivers, gullies, and swamps could cause crocodiles to move into residential areas in search of dry ground.
Watch out for crocs in Montego Bay.
Watch out for the crocs.
Vincent is in New Zealand. Wow. Thanks for watching, Vincent. With this. Kingston now reporting a sustained wind of 47 miles per hour.
Yeah, Dave, take a look at a couple of the links I just sent from the hurricane hunters. A video from yesterday and then some more images from the eye today.
Did we see this already? Yeah, we did. Yeah, let's see. This is one of the Hurricane Hunter missions, I think, yesterday, Garrett?
Yes, that is correct. Yesterday.
Language warning. We can't get fined by the FCC. We're not a TV station, obviously. There go the books. Fasten your seatbelt, Garrett.
Yeah, you're definitely going to be holding on to the...
Is that Capucci right there?
Roof,
There he is. There's the drop zones. The drop zones are littered all over the floor.
They have dropped. They have dropped in the plane.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. There it is. This is literally a minute ago in Montego Bay. I think the eye is there.
Wow.
Or the eye wall, I should say, not the eye. Haltex is watching from Wisconsin. John and Carla are in the United Kingdom. Our app will be live in the United Kingdom soon, don't worry. You know what we could do is I could put this... How do I want to do this? Do we want to have this? I'm going to keep
live
this.
in Montego Bay.
Yeah, I'm going to have it up on a tab just to kind of check back and forth on. I'm going to keep the ABC News stream kind of top middle there. Yeah, look at this from the hurricane hunters yesterday. I mean, that is just insanity.
Yeah, it just doesn't even look real.
I'm gonna drop the radar here. Wow. Crazy.
AI or real footage, that is real.
We might be an AI forecasting company, but that is
right. Real. Yeah. Two different kind of AIs, I guess. Both sort of the same, but Cajun Navy positioning to do first international deployment. It's probably needed.
Nathalie's saying seeing pics out of Mandeville houses completely submerged.
Yeah. It seems to be the worst of the inland flooding images right now.
Yeah, that kind of central part of the island. Visual assessments indicate that the conditions in Mandeville, Manchester are unfavorable due to the progression of Melissa. Well, I would say that goes without saying on this footage. Oh, we already saw this, but I mean, this is probably the craziest video that I have seen so far. As Garrett just got lost in the floodwaters, or we lost him, period. I don't know. That is the craziest video I have seen so far. Wow. Misty's in Charlotte. I'm not too far away from you, Misty. Wow. Mo Bay is taking it on the chin right now. There is no doubt about that. Worst conditions so far for Mo Bay. We got a couple different live streams here. Oh, these live streams are the same thing, it looks like. Looks like our cameraman in Montego Bay has gone inside. Probably good for them. $3,400 folks in here. Where are you watching from? I'm going to actually create this poll again. Are you watching from Jamaica? Here's some more Mandeville video.
Give so close, water video, look, water to roof height. Fireman up here do rescue work. People get trapped in a house. And the ground about this one next house that we can't even see.
Yeah, man, you can't see.
So you can imagine.
Rescue operations underway in Mandeville. Wow, look at this video. Oh, this is just a still. Firefighters working to save trapped individuals in Mandeville. Yeah, the central part of the island is seeing the worst of it right now. All right, we're not going to listen to that music. Phoenix, St. Lucia, the UK. Yeah, made landfall just, I think, at 1 o'clock, about 2 hours, 1 o'clock Eastern, noon local time. We have not heard much, well, we haven't heard anything about Little London. As Mo Bay is taking it on the chin right now. You can see with the stream in the upper right. And then the eye is basically, the eye wall, what's left of the eye wall is going through Montego Bay right now. Have I eaten AI Weatherman? I ate before the stream, 8 hours ago, and I have a snack right here, but I don't know if I want to eat it in front of you guys. What time will it fully pass the island? 5 o'clock, hour and a half. That's when the eye will get back into the water. If you're talking like the entire storm, probably like 7 p.m. local time, 8 p.m. local time tonight, maybe even a little bit later, like sunset tonight or a little bit later. Michael says it's disgusting to eat on camera. Thank you for your opinion, Michael. It's very valued. Belize is watching. Barrington's from Jamaica, living in Canada. Andrea's from Palm Beach Gardens. The sound on this stream now is just like creaking. What is that? It's so weird. I don't know if it's like the building he's in or... Oops, I just minimized it. Sorry. There we go. Yeah, there was video of that ATM machine getting stolen. I can try to go find it. Just eat the sandwich. I'm not like that hungry yet, though. What do we think? The eye is going to be back over water in probably an hour? When will rain in Kingston? This evening, probably 9 or 10 o'clock. Savlamar was hit hard. We saw some earlier video. It did not look good. It looked really bad earlier, I will say that. Treasure Beach. Somebody mentioned the ATM. Let me find that video real quick. This was some flooding in Clarendon, or I guess just storm video. This was probably some of the craziest flooding video I've seen so far.
This is outside. I'm looking outside in my house, looking outside. And there are no rivers, anything like that near to me.
I wonder, yeah. This is just incredible video from yesterday, from the hurricane hunters going through the storm. Yeah, it's the stadium effect right there. This is just insane. Just insane. Cell service down in Montego Bay per WC. This is the eye of the storm yesterday that we're looking at, Lady Slim. This is the eye of the storm from yesterday when the hurricane hunters were flying through it. This is in Downs, in Manchester. Terrible flooding. We're going to see a ton more of that. Clarendon, this is a few hours ago. There's the storm. There she is. She's actually kind of turned right a little bit those last few scans. Maybe trying to get over water a little bit faster. Not as much lightning. We've been watching this to see how much lightning with the storm. The lightning count has definitely dropped pretty substantially, so that's good. The storm is weakening. The Hurricane Center, as of the 3 o'clock advisory update, said it still had maximum winds of 160 miles per hour, which keeps it as a Category 5 storm, but not for much longer. That'll probably, at the 4 o'clock update, it will be probably knocked down to 150 or 155, which would be a Category 4 storm. Taking your comments, your questions, your thoughts, complaints, etc. about the storm. Where are you watching from? What do you think about this storm so far? We had that poll. What percentage of you are watching from Jamaica? I'm surprised it's even 21% at this point. Please show anything that you saw on SAV. What is SAV? Savannah Lamar. I don't know if I've seen any videos from Savannah Lamar. The wind is raging in Spanish Town, according to Anastasia. Haven't heard much about Negril either. The western half of the island is probably without electricity, if not without electricity, without communication, internet. There was a post earlier by NetBlocks. We'll show this video. We've shown this video a couple times, at least once, but this is a good video to show again. This is the hotel in, oh, this is Savannah Lamar. This is like the one video we have. The roof got ripped off of the public hospital there, or part of the hospital, supposedly, in Savannah Lamar.
So guys,
this is Clarendon from earlier.
The Alley Bridge here in the
The Alley Bridge. Negril. Nadia lost contact with your daughter 3 hours ago. She's in Westmoreland. I mean, we know that there's been a drop-off in power and communications from the west side of the island. We know that. We don't have a lot of video coming in at all from the western half of the island. Terry was on a cruise in Mo Bay a year ago. Yeah, our thoughts, prayers, our support with the Jamaicans through this historic time. The strongest storm on history in the Atlantic to make landfall happening today. Tied for the strongest technically, but T1 is still number one with the 1935 Labor Day hurricane. We're going to stay on the air at least another hour. It's 3:30 Eastern time here in the United States. We got 3,100 folks in here. We've got a lot of folks in here. Faithland, Madison pinned our link tree. Send us video on our X account. If you send it, direct message us on X, that's how I'll probably find it the fastest. And then I can show it on stream from there. This is some of the craziest video that I've seen. Oops. Violent here in Trelawney, Falmouth, according to Denise. This is the Santa Cruz police station. No sound on this video. Look at that flooding. We're going to see so many more videos. So many flooding videos. We're going to see so many wind videos come out over the coming weeks. We've been evacuated to a stairwell. Trees are flying everywhere. Live wires everywhere. Roof coming off. That guy was in Montego Bay. Love Tashi says, Black River resident says the hardest winds have passed, but the wreckage is devastating. Yeah, I can only imagine. Black River took it on the chin and then some. The winds are picking up in Kingston. Not any crazy damage being seen or reported in Kingston. But you can see upper left-hand corner of the screen, sustained winds at the Kingston airport at Norman Manley of 47 miles per hour. No word on Falmouth. I've not heard anything from Falmouth. Nothing new from Josh, a well-known hurricane chaser. I've not heard from him in 4 hours. That goes to show, I think we've lost power, we've lost communications, thanks to either power outages or internet down, etc. If you don't hear anything from Josh, then that means there's probably a loss of contact because of either power or communications. We've seen lots of flooding, JM and Clarendon. We've seen tons of flooding videos. This is in St. Andrew. Wow, look at the water. This is the Hope River, saying the Hope River is in Spate. Gordon Town Road, St. Andrew. Category 5, Denise. There were at least 7 deaths reported as of yesterday. I'm sure that number is only going to go up. I encourage you guys to follow some of these local Jamaican journalists. They're providing on-the-ground reports. The audio on this video is crazy.
New one.
shown video from this guy, and there's no video in this post. It's just a text. I'm trying to push video through. Signal is weak. All I can say is total destruction. Jamaica will never be the same. I guess this post kind of speaks for itself. Likely 110, 120 mile per hour winds in Cuba, Paul. Okay, this is officially the craziest video I've seen so far. This is in Black River. Watch how fast this water is moving. Chris, you just can't say that. It's clearly not total destruction. Well, considering there's a Category 5 hurricane that's still on the island. Some people, man. Look at how fast this water's moving. I will say this, Jamaica's going to recover from this far faster than anywhere in the United States would. That's just a fact. The United States would take years to recover from this, and I'm sure it's going to take the Jamaicans months. That video of the water flowing is unbelievable. That is a rapid. Forget a river, that's rapids. Wow. This is St. Elizabeth, Gillard District. Why? Because of bureaucracy. It's a pretty simple answer after seeing what happened in North Carolina from Helene last year. Got to go through all sorts of different committees and FEMA and how do we get the money? Is it the state? Is it the federal? Just bureaucracy. Mo Bay is in the worst of it right now. The eye going to emerge off the north coast of Jamaica back into the Caribbean Sea, likely in the next hour or so by about 4:30. This is Treasure Beach from this morning. This is Montego Bay right now, whenever this tweet was posted, which was 30 minutes ago. Wow. $120, 140 mile per hour winds here. This is an hour ago, talking about Black River. Kingston is right here over my left shoulder. Some rain, some wind. There's even a car out there driving. Kingston is not seeing. There's the harbor, though. Reds is saying Kingston storm surge underwater. Brody, where are you? I'm of the bay. My house is gone. What do I do now? Well, it depends where you are. Go inland. Find higher ground. That's the first thing you need to do. Yeah, insurance companies are that's a whole other conversation, Barbara. Especially after Ian hit. After Ian hit Fort Myers a few years back. Find higher ground, Brody. That's the main thing. Especially if there's if there's water. Did we lose the ABC News footage again? No, we did not. Okay, Paul, have a good day. Will there be live cams in Cuba? I don't know. We're not going to be live for the Cuban landfall tonight. That's going to happen at like 3 a.m. We are not going to be live for the Cuban landfall. This is in Santa Cruz. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, Chris. Thank you, Pauline. See if I can find some other new video here. This is in St. Mary, doesn't say where. TikTok. It's a great thing, I guess. This is video supposedly in Morant Bay. Thank you, Almighty Zen. Did he just say I'm filming a TikTok video? What did I just watch?
Send one wheel.
Huh?
Oh yeah, man. Wait, just. Yeah, all right. Just link me down.
What?
Yo, Mara, that me I tell you, say the place flood out bad, brother. The whole place flood out, you know, bro. Watch it. The whole place flood out that. You know? Oh, cyclone. We have a flooded area. In Morant Day. Flooded. This is a bridge right here. Nobody can cross it. That man car. Round this, sir. Ah. Yo, y'all know say, this cause it, dog. I just this one moving. And this, it look like this cause, you know, this is a big part of the water back this, you know, bro.
How did this again?
What the bridge, man, the bridge to cross.
Look at this.
So
look at that.
This
and what is this? Oh, so this is a time lapse of the Hurricane Hunter plane, yeah, going through the eye. This is not AI. That's the craziest part of this. I've been on this plane before. I'm not going to pull up the picture, but this plane is incredible. Major flood in the city of Santa Cruz. We drove in from the east. The water's rushing down the road coming from the east like a river flash flood. Water 4 feet deep into buildings and vehicles.
Catastrophic flood underway in Santa Cruz right now.
Jeff Piotrowski, great follow.
This water is coming up the hills to the east and north around the city of Santa Cruz and flooding into town, and we have got a catastrophic flood underway in Santa Cruz right now. We couldn't get there, we got blocked.
And then we got debris. Gotta watch for down power lines in these kinds of situations. Info from Mo Bay here. Hold on. Look at this. Come on. Here it is. So, the group, whoever the group is, just called me from Rio, Rajay, and Mo Bay. They told me parts of buildings are flying past their balcony. I just got this video from them and they lost cell service. Mo Bay is taking it on the chin right now.
Oh, bad. I can see the hut.
APT says, my brother is in Falmouth and it's getting terrifying there. On satellite, this storm is rapidly weakening. I'm interested to see what the Hurricane Center calls the strength here at the 4 o'clock update. It's definitely lost 10 to 15 miles per hour wind at least. At least. Oops, there's Adobe Premiere Pro. I need to like move this away from everything else to stop accidentally clicking on it. L. Dave. More video. This is Montego Bay. mean, if this is really Montego Bay, that's pretty insane. This was sent in from our Instagram. Hold on. Somebody sent this to our Instagram. Can I make this bigger? I'm not sure. Do we know where this was sent in from, Madison? From Tasha Douglas on Instagram. Oh, this is in Spanish Town in St. Catherine. See, like this guy, flat bridge is submerged or completely gone. And then somebody quote tweets it and said, flat bridge is designed to be submerged when the river is in spate due to heavy rainfall. It's been there since 1774 and is not going anywhere. Nowhere. It's going nowhere. That's impressive. Timothy is in the UK. Thanks for stopping by, Timothy. Somebody tweeted that this was their first time experiencing the wind making concrete shake. Yeah, if I felt that, I would lose my mind. Looking for new info, new... video, new photos. Flat Bridge really is a legendary structure. It is weakening as we speak, lady. Should I eat the sandwich, Brent? Should I eat it? I'm kind of hungry. Like and subscribe if you haven't already. We're trying to get to 4,000 subs. We're about 274 away, but who's counting? Might have a former National Weather Service lead meteorologist join us here on the stream to provide his insight. What is today? Tuesday? I got to stop yawning. Been up too early watching this thing. Hard to sleep last night when you got a Cat 5 heading towards a island with 3 million people on it. Yeah, Garrett had to go somewhere. He kind of Irish exited. He's good. I will tell him that you were asking about him, though, Tara. I'll tell him. Victoria wants me to eat the sandwich. Margot says eat the sandwich. Did they work at the... No, they worked in Atlanta. Not the National Weather Center, no. Lots of encouragement to eat the sandwich. Next time, get goat milk and coffee with honey and cinnamon. That sounds good. That sounds good. What does not sound good is what Mo Bay is going through right now. We only have so much information. We do know that cell service was cut off to the majority of the island, if not all of it, at least that northwestern corner. I'm trying to find some new video, especially from Montego. I want to see if we get any new Montego Bay video. This is supposedly Jamaica. I can't confirm that this is Montego Bay. The cathedral roof in my living room is taking a beating. Pieces of roof landing on the floor. Water coming in. Wind blowing through the closed windows enough to raise the curtains, and it blew the plywood off of one window we nailed it down to. Wow. Hold on, I need this back. All right, we're going to get Jason in here. Let me get him the link. See how much stuff I have up here? Yeah, too much. I'm lost already. I'm lost. Here we go. Had 174,000 folks stopped by the stream so far. Yeah, I got PowerShell up. We're running code. We're doing a lot. We're running HTMLs. We're trying to cover everything. Here's the good news. Actually, I just noticed this. We don't have any lightning in the Eyewall anymore. So that means the storm has weakened pretty substantially. We're going to get an update from the Hurricane Center in the next 3 minutes as to how strong they think the storm is now. And there was recon on the way. Let's see. This was this morning. They're leaving in 3 minutes. Recon is leaving in 3 minutes to go check out the storm. I don't like that there either. I guess it's got to go there. Chris says, Madison, tell Dave to eat the sandwich. I'm fasting today. What if I do pass out on stream? I think I hear Jason. Maybe this is my cue to have an Uncrustable. There he is.
Might be your time, Dave. Might be your time.
Jason Deese, founder, CEO, Flash Weather AI, and National Weather Service meteorologist with, I'm not going to give away your age on stream, but a couple decades of experience at the NWS office in Atlanta. Jason, just your take on the storm thus far.
Yeah, just a historic day, really, in all the wrong ways. We've seen storms like this in the past affect the United States, with Katrina and such, time and time again. But this one, it kind of reminds me of, the first Apollo missions on the moon. I think they described it as magnificent desolation. And for this one, I would call this one frighteningly perfect. It was a perfect storm for all the wrong reasons. And from a meteorological standpoint, I heard you and Garrett talking earlier. It's difficult not to nerd out on a storm like this because it's just, we've never seen anything really like this in our time. But at the same time, you realize the devastation that's going on with this storm, and it just puts it all in perspective. But yeah, this will certainly, for the history books, this one will be right up there with the top hurricanes that we've ever seen.
Yeah, latest advisory or latest position update just in from the Hurricane Center. The update has hit our bug here above me. 150 mile per hour, category 4. Now 10 miles south of Montego Bay. I don't know why that position on our end's not updating. But the pressure's up to 914, down from 892, which tied the record of the Labor Day hurricane in 1935, 90 years ago. Something that Garrett and I talked about yesterday that I have not brought up so far today is that 37 years ago was Hurricane Gilbert to hit Jamaica, right? And then 37 years before that was Hurricane Charlie IE, in 1951 that also hit Jamaica. I don't know what it is with 37-year return periods in the island of Jamaica, but maybe we should not go to Jamaica in 2062.
That's a good point, Dave. Yeah, I mean, there's some of the strange things that go on with some of these storms and cyclic patterns that we see, especially with this one. Yeah, that's something else. I had not known that until you just said that. So interesting stuff that goes on with these storms sometimes. But
this was in White House, Jamaica.
In a shingle snow globe.
Wow.
A shingle snow globe.
Yeah.
Where can I put this? This was, I didn't know there was a sandals.
Real bad out
I didn't know this was a sandals resort, and this is like right next to Landfall. I mean, Landfall was in New Hope, which is next to White House. So that is crazy. The flooding video. I mean, we're only getting started with the aftermath video coming in from, especially the central part of the country. This is
right,
Helene-esque, really.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the elevation, you're going to get the instantaneous effects of the heavy rainfall, but then you're going to get the delayed effects from the elevation rain, and all of that rain has to go somewhere at that high elevation, and it's all going to feed into these same streams, rivers, and tributaries that have already been stressed by 20, 30 inches of rain. So you're right. This is just the beginning of, unfortunately, of some of the river rises that we'll see in these areas as we see the effects of the terrain start to kick in.
This is reportedly in Montego Bay.
Yeah, it was interesting. You're saying 150 mile per hour, category 4. There was definitely some degradation to the eyes that moved across Jamaica, but for it to keep that strength and be so close to emerging on the other side now, those mountains and elevation on the east side will hinder, with those rain bands, it will hinder the return flow slightly, but not enough that that storm's maintained enough of its strength that that eastern portion of Cuba, and then even as we get up into the Bahamas, those areas are certainly going to feel the effects coming up later tonight into tomorrow.
Yeah, eastern. Here's some more. I have not seen this video. This is reportedly in Clarendon. Gonna hear audio? Come on. Maybe there's no audio. This is Annan Town, which is in St. Anne, not Clarendon.
Big man thing.
They're just standing out there like it's a summer afternoon, I guess.
I guess so. They didn't get the report about the crocodiles, I guess. So that's.
Yeah, literally. Somebody asking what cat level will hit Cuba. I think it's forecast to be a cat 3. I think it's still forecast to be a major. Yeah, you got that M next to the name, so it'll still be a major hurricane on the other side of Cuba. We got a gust at Kingston. What are we gusting to? 48? Okay, that's not too bad. Oops. So it would be a cat 3 when it hits Cuba. It'll be a cat 3. Maybe it'll probably be a 2 when it goes through the southeastern Bahamas. Hurricane warning up for the southeastern Bahamas. Tropical storm warning still up for Haiti. There's been a tropical storm warning for the southern coast of Haiti for 4 or 5 days now. And you got the Turks and Caicos in a tropical storm warning as well. And Bermuda is in the 3-day cone. Bermuda already got scraped by Hurricane Aaron. What was the other one? Like a month ago, they got scraped by. I forget. Bermuda's been in a cone of a couple different storms this year.
Yeah, such a small island in the middle of nowhere, and yet it seems like it's been targeted time and time again this year.
It has.
Yeah, that's interesting. Interesting on the category 3. For Cuba, I would be interested to see if there's any changes to that later on, just based on how it's maintaining its strength thus far and about to emerge back over those warm waters again.
Yeah. Let's go back to the satellite loop here. Garrett's dad, Joe Bastardi, was commenting on the fact that when you get really strong, maybe I'll pull up the tweet, when you get really strong hurricanes, when you get these really perfect cyclostrophic balanced hurricanes, they spin down really fast. It's easier for a weaker hurricane to make it over the island and then regenerate itself. Once you get a hurricane of 892 millibars, it doesn't reform that fast at all.
Right. And, I agree with that. I think the only thing to caution with that is, with all of these storms over the last 5 to 10 years, we're starting to see things that we didn't think we would see in the past. So we're starting to see new things with those warmer waters. So I wouldn't put anything past this storm, but from the science standpoint, he's absolutely right. It's definitely harder to regenerate these stronger storms as they emerge off the coast. Mm-hmm. I did want to take this time, Dave. I know you won't give kudos to yourself, but I've been on the outside looking in for you and Garrett, and you guys have done an amazing job keeping everybody informed. So I'm sure, along with all the people here on the chat, really, really nice job. Not eating your sandwich, but also staying extremely focused during it's hard to stay during a live stream for that long and bringing up new information and figuring out what's real and what's not real, and keeping up with all that. And you guys have done a phenomenal job and a real service to those who have family in Jamaica and keeping them informed. So really good job on that.
Well, yeah, thank you. I mean, there's going to be no credit. You don't have earbuds in, don't you?
No.
We got to get you headphones because I can hear myself twice. Hold on. All right, that'll stop that. Yeah, it's been 8.5 hours, but the storm still hasn't cleared its way into the Caribbean. Once it does get into the Caribbean, we'll get off at some point in the next hour or two, but not yet. There was something... what did Mattis... Was it? Oh, yeah, Montego Bay video. What do we got here? This is reportedly in Montego Bay from Sean Wenzel an hour ago. I'm surprised it still's got cell service or something.
It'll be interesting to see what the aftermath is up in Montego Bay. You've got the storm weakening slightly, but still jogged just a little bit to the west, which put them in the stronger winds. Obviously, a little bit more population center there. So I think we're going to see some pretty devastating impacts, even on the north side of the island, when all is said and done.
Yeah, I agree. Wind, surge, and we've talked about that reverse surge. What we mean by that is once the eye gets to here, even if it's off the island, you're still going to get water getting thrown in from north to south. Because where the storm is now, it's probably here? You're probably just beginning to see it in Montego, but it's going to pick up once it especially moves off the island in the next couple of hours. Hopefully, as the winds die down, the surge threat also dies down.
Right, but there again, you have to be careful because that's when you get a little bit of a lull or a sense of hey, this storm is maybe lessening as it pulls away, and maybe the winds lessen a little bit, but then get the backside and the storm surge coming in like you talked about. And I saw where 70% of Jamaicans live within 3 miles of the coast, so heavy population center right there along the coast. You haven't had any storm surge effects yet. You may feel like, hey, I'm out of the woods on this, and you may not be as the storm pulls away. So,
yeah, more video. If this is actually somebody on a boat, I don't have much. I don't know what to say to this. I don't know what to say to this.
No.
My boy Captain Speedy finally admits it's getting bad, and I think he abandoned ship. Hopefully, Captain Speedy can walk away from his boat back to the dock.
Yeah, there's not much to say about that, Dave.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would.
Yeah.
We saw that video. Yeah, back to the satellite. This thing was just absolute buzzsaw. It still has winds of 150. So that's what the Hurricane Center thinks. Yeah, on a boat is wild. This is at the Black River Hospital, reportedly. Staff members contending with live wires.
Is that good in the light gone?
Oh, yeah.
So now we're at risk of suffering.
That's one that's repeatedly come up. So that hospital in that area was definitely ravaged, and going to be unfortunate because they're going to be needed more than ever right now. So hopefully they can get some temporary structure in place to help the people who are in trouble there.
Yeah. Crazy.
Is that good in the light gone? Exactly. Fire this.
One thing we've again, you've been inside, so it's easier for me to look from the outside at what's been going on. But starting to get more and more comments from that southwest coast, where we, I don't know how people are getting messages out, but somehow they are. But any message that gets out, you're hearing that regret, and we hear this time and time again with these types of storms and hurricanes. People, feel like they can ride it out, feel like, hey, I haven't seen a storm, that I can't handle.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you get these historic storms, then you start hearing, boy, I wish I'd have gotten out of here. When you're facing that many threats from the wind, the objects that the wind is blowing, the storm surge, the flooding, it just becomes a very scary situation. So,
what was the biggest lesson in, when you worked for the Weather Service, in terms of public, communication? I mean, you were in Atlanta at least the last part of your career, right? So not a hurricane-centered weather forecast office, but you were in Florida for a while too. So what was the best way to communicate hazard? The hurricane has so many hazards: wind, storm surge, rainfall, tornadoes.
Right.
How do you bundle it all together?
Right. I mean, they continue to face that challenge today that we faced, for the last 20 years that I was with the Weather Service, which is people tend to focus on the center of the storm and the Eyewall for the biggest effects from the storm, and that's not always the case.
Yeah.
And so we saw that time and time and time again, and Helene's probably the prime example of that. People were buying generators in Atlanta, getting ready for the storm, and it ended up being the rainfall that was the big story. So it was always identifying what we didn't know with a particular storm and communicating that to the public and trying to figure that out. And not Garrett talked about Katrina earlier, put it perfectly. That the sentiment, most people forget that, but the sentiment with Katrina was, hey, we escaped. That was the initial sentiment with Katrina, was, hey, we got by here in New Orleans with this storm. And then the levees broke, and then everything changed for that city forever. And so, trying to pick out, with this storm, complex elevation, very strong storm, the infrastructure, varying infrastructure of the locations in that place, there's going to be things that, we didn't think of that are going to impact that country forever, or republic forever. So we're going to have to, it'll be interesting, but communicating those facts has always been the most difficult. So, it's always what we think we know, but we don't know with these storms. I'll give you one more example, just to fill some winter storm type. So there was a famous case up in Boston. In the fall, Boston got 5 inches of snow. 5 inches of snow in Boston is nothing, right? And they get 5 inches of snow all the time. Well, the 5 inches of snow occurred in October before the leaves fell off. The snow piled on the leaves took the trees down, the trees took all the power lines down, and then half the city was without power. So, obviously something, that was difficult to foresee and think about, but, you learn from these. But all of these cases like this have something it's hard to see what's coming and communicate that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good perspective there. We've gotten a lot of videos today from Mandeville. We can't verify this, but that's where it seems like the worst of the flooding is happening right now in Mandeville, kind of in the central part of the island, which is where, that's where Mandeville, yeah, it's right here, central part of the island where the Hurricane Center did have the highest rainfall threat. This is updated, but earlier, this is rainfall still to come, not storm total rainfall. We had a bullseye of 20 to 30 inches right in the central part of the island, which is probably why we're seeing rescue teams focusing on search and rescue operations, all flood related here. I guess this is reportedly Ward Avenue in Mandeville. So,
all right. This one, of course, was complicated by the fact that, you know, it is an island and, you know, the entire island is being affected by this. So it's not like, you know, something affecting South Florida where you can just tell everybody to drive north and get out. And so, you know, I do have a lot of sympathy for the people who are there who, you know, it's easy to say go inland, but you go inland and, you know, you may have the massive flooding effects from terrain-induced floods and that are coming with this storm. So very difficult situation in terms of keeping the mass of the population safe.
Yeah, the airport's closed Sunday, I think. I think the airport's closed like Sunday morning maybe. So you can't get out at that point. Unless you have a boat, you want to take a boat to the Cayman Islands or to Cuba, there's no way you can evacuate. And like you said, when you have a hurricane like Hurricane Irma, or name your hurricane that hits the U.S., it's drive I-95 north out of Miami or drive I-75 north out of Fort Myers and Tampa. So
right.
We have the luxury that most Jamaicans do not for evacuation protocols. We have video? Do we have video? I don't know if we have any new video. It's going to be a slow crawl for some videos to come in.
A second. Oh, there is one tree down. 2 trees down.
This is Montego Bay.
Just a second. Just a second. Oh, there is one tree.
Yeah, Carl, a lot on the island of Jamaica. Alien landscape. Ooh. All right, come on. There we go.
Oh, there is one tree down. 2 trees down. Just a second.
Yeah, Madison's done a great job with weather video. What's the word? As a content, what's the word I want? Aggregator.
Aggregator, that's a good word.
Madison's been a great content aggregator today with videos, photos, user-generated content, folks sending us stuff on Instagram, X. This is something you just sent me.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the problem is I'm not. Madison's been on here all day, so I'm not sure which one of these you've shown yet. So, but post some in there.
I think we've seen a little bit of this, but I mean, this goes to show this is still a microcosm and an example of what folks in Montego Bay. Madison's putting that on her business card. She says, "This is a good summary of what they're dealing with in Montego Bay right now."
Right. Touch a little bit on what we talked about before and the challenges of communicating hazards with these storms. And so, you know, that's one of the things we're going to be looking at over the next year, hopefully in preparation for next hurricane season, developing indices for these storms that take into account everything. So, it takes into account where the flooding will be, from not only the rainfall, but from the storm surge. Where will your winds be? Where will the tornado threat be? And you talked about aggregate, but aggregate all of those into a single number, into a single indice. And so, say 0 to 10, in terms of 0 being the worst, 10 being you're going to be okay. And so for this area, you would definitely have, zeros over the western part of the island, but, you wouldn't necessarily have 10 over the eastern part, because you're still getting the rain bands coming in and the flood threat and a little bit of wind over there. So trying to boil everything down into, a single number, single threat. So if you think about Helene, if we could do that with Helene, then you wouldn't be looking at the center of that hurricane coming in. You would see this band of, oh my gosh, we're going to be condition 0 all the way across the mountains into the Appalachians there. And then you say, why? And it'll say heavy rainfall. So get your focus off of that center of the storm impact and more to, hey, what is this storm going to do from a holistic point, including all of the storm surge, including the tornadoes, including the rainfall. So be looking for those products coming from us next year. We learn from hurricanes like this. Unfortunately, we don't ever want to see this hurricanes like this affect areas like it is today, but we do learn from them quite a bit, and we're able to incorporate those lessons into our products.
Yeah, we started with lightning prediction, and it is hail prediction, it's going to be tornadic prediction, it's going to be hurricane prediction, it's going to be, again, what the impact, that's the hardest communication part of hurricanes, is communicating the impact outside of this archaic thing that's been around for 30 years that still does not do justice at all. I went to college in Miami, and we did these workshops with the Hurricane Center, with HRD, with the Hurricane Research Division. It's like, how do we improve the communication behind a cone? We were told there's going to be a new cone coming out. This was back in 2018. 7 years later, they're still using the same cone, because people know that people who've seen this stuff happen unfold before know that this is not an adequate tool to tell people what's coming.
Right. And not only the communication of impacts, but just the frequency of update. And so, I always tell people 30 years ago, it took 6 hours to update a hurricane forecast. Today, it takes 6 hours to update a hurricane forecast. That's got to change. We're in this realm of AI deep learning models that, enables us to provide much more rapid updates. We've seen with storms down in Charlie, down in Southwest Florida, that took the immediate jog and affected areas that we didn't think it would. Those frequent updates are much needed for those, and so we'll be looking at those as well.
Yeah, people want, especially in this age of information dissemination, want updates, want the latest when we can have it, not every 6 hours or whatever. It's not the old AVN model, right? Was that an old model, the AVN? Am I making that up?
That is an old model. Yeah, that became the GFS. So,
okay.
Yes. You're taking me back now, Dave.
And now we've got Flashcast, and we're going to do a whole lot more than what the GFS or anything else could do, that's for sure. Let's see here. As it passed over Jamaica now, it's about to move. The eye, what's left of the eye right here, is about to move back into the Caribbean Sea north of Jamaica. It's pretty hard to tell that there's a center of a storm there anymore. The eye has definitely eroded. There are hurricane hunters on the way from Florida. Right now it's going to take them probably an hour and a half to get there, but we'll see how strong the storm is as it made its cross over the island of Jamaica. Videos, I think, are going to be they're going to be slow. They're going to be slow to be coming out of most of the western part of the island because of power loss, because of internet connectivity. As of yesterday, Marjorie, there were 7 deaths. That was before the storm made landfall. We don't know what the latest numbers are. We're not going to know a final death toll for weeks, if not potentially months. But people still here in North Carolina argue about the death toll of Helene a year after it made landfall, 13 months later.
Yeah, it will be weeks to months before, but it is interesting in this day and age of drones. We'll at least be able to survey the damage here much faster than we could in the past here over the next several days. And so it will be, we've been scrambling to get footage, and it's difficult, with the conditions right there right now. But, come tomorrow, you're going to see videos everywhere from the drone coverage, likely, as long as we can get that information out through Starlink or otherwise. You'll start to see those popping up and see the extent of the devastation out there. But yeah, this will not be, unfortunately, will not be a single number death count for this one. It will go up, and we'll see the effects of not only the Eyewall, but the storm surge flooding as well. So with these, but it takes a while before you fully see those effects.
Indeed. Madison says she's running thin on content. Well, she's done a pretty incredible job today with being the chief content aggregator, if you will, of today. 80%, we ran a poll earlier, we ran another poll now. Are you watching from Jamaica? 80% now saying no. Again, partially because of a loss of connectivity, power, etc. So, been live almost 9 hours now. Probably should have been on a little bit earlier this morning. It looked like it was going to make landfall earlier, and then it took that kind of left turn north. Looked like it was going to make landfall near Treasure Beach. And then it, as you talked about earlier in our group chat, it wanted to stay over water as long as it could before it eventually made that landfall near New Hope.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it almost looks like, it's hard to tell with the degradation of the wall, the eye wall and the eye center right now, but, maybe a little bit more of a jog to the east there in the last few frames. So it'll be, interesting to see where it emerges out, and that'll undoubtedly have a big impact on how much more re-intensification we can see prior to it getting to Cuba.
Yeah, the hurricane model here clears out the center of the storm pretty considerably, where the eye was a hole, kind of a big hole there in the middle, and then an even a bigger gap once it goes over Cuba. Landfall in Cuba in the middle of the night tonight around 3, 4, 5 a.m. Gets back over the southwestern Atlantic by 10 or 11 a.m. tomorrow, lashing the southeastern Bahamas tomorrow afternoon into the evening with some tropical storm force winds in the Turks and Caicos. And then gaining latitude pretty quickly at this point with some outer rain bands looking like for Bermuda Thursday night into Friday morning. So this is a multi-island, multi-country event. Last week, some long-range models thought this could be an event for the United States. Something squirrely could happen, but something squirrely is not going to happen, thankfully. At least thankfully for the U.S., Jason.
Yes, it is 44 degrees currently at my Virginia home, which is a testament to the high-pressure system that's remaining in place and is largely keeping the U.S. safe from this particular storm. So I guess I'll gladly take the cold in terms of keeping some of the U.S. residents safe, but certainly feel very sorry for Jamaican residents still.
Indeed. Let's see what kind of video we have here. Is this from Negril? This would be some of the first video from Negril we've seen. I'm not going to turn on the volume here. Apparently this volume gets pretty loud. Tracy's watching from St. Catherine, and Nellie is from the USVI. Cosmo Davis is from Ian Ground Zero in Port Charlotte, Florida. Styling well over 55 is in Kingston. Kingston doesn't look too bad right now. Kingston really, hopefully, getting out of this relatively unscathed, especially compared to Montego. This is St. Elizabeth. I don't know where exactly in St. Elizabeth. Mandy is in Nicaragua. Munich, Germany. Negril, is it Negril? Negril. Learn something new every day. My computer is now getting tired from today, it appears.
Got tired before you did, Dave. How about that?
It needs a sandwich.
I think it does. It needs something.
All right, something's going on with the GPU here, it looks like. It's not rendering these videos. Somebody's tired there in the background.
You heard that?
We heard that.
Yes, little Dakota is tired for the day. She's tired
There
of
we go,
hurricane.
finally.
It was interesting, and a lot of the videos you've shown, Dave, is just the people in the streets, So, I mean, they, it's not like in the United States here where they're, if you're in the streets, we usually criticize you because, you've got a place to go. Some of these people don't have, suitable structures to go to in some cases, and so they're looking for any place to go. So, really worrisome in terms of, those fast rising waters and the floods and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Mary's in Spain. Carmen is watching in Sweden. Deandra is saying Ocho Rios winds are scary. We don't have any cameras, or See Jamaica doesn't have any cameras on the northern side of the island, unfortunately. What do you think, Jason? I mean, we go till 5 and then might call it from there?
I think so on this one, as long as that, content, we're not able to provide the content. I think probably most of the western half of that island is out of power right now, and they're not able to, or internet, and not able to get anything out. So I think this marathon might be coming to an end quickly for us, but certainly going to feel some effects through this evening for the Montego Bay and as we mentioned with that storm surge. But yeah, I think maybe another 30 minutes and we can call it here.
Okay. Will Arsenault calling in from Raleigh. Hello, Will. Thanks for tuning in. Ocho Rios, somebody was asking about this an hour ago, it looks like it was. Not too bad. Garrett and I picked Ocho Rios yesterday on a map if we had to go to a spot, and if we were locals and wanted to ride out the storm, we would have picked Ocho Rios.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, we would have picked this spot right here. Do satellite phones function in this weather? Jason, do you know the answer to that question? I don't know if I know the answer to that.
They will. I mean, they gave us satellite phones at the Weather Service to go out in remote spots during wildfires, during hurricanes, things like that. So, I think there is certainly degradation of service in a storm like this. So it's going to be tough to get anything out. But those satellite phones are pretty much the only thing you can depend on once the infrastructure goes down across some of these places.
Mm-hmm. And some, like, I know my phone has satellite ability. I think messaging and calling. That might be just the new standard on iPhones, which would be good, especially for events like these.
Right. With the amount of people that we've seen in the feed who have family in Jamaica, that's the hardest part for the people who aren't in the storm, is just not hearing, from their loved ones, are you okay?
Yeah.
And they're seeing this, destruction and crazy videos and flooding and all of that, and not being able to hear. So hopefully they're able to get through, at least for a brief time, to find out if they're okay.
Will wants to know if I've been to Jamaica. Wish I'd gone in the past. No, I've been to other places in the Caribbean, Aruba, Bahamas, but I've not been to Jamaica. I'd want to. We'll go some point after this storm. This is Bustamante Hospital. I'm not sure where this is. I can find out though. Power line down. Anybody know where the Bustamante Hospital for Children is? Is this near Freeport? Or why do I keep calling Kingston Freeport? It's in Kingston. It's on the Bahamas. Got it. Yeah, it's in. So there is some minor damage, at least, in portions of Kingston. In Kingston, yeah. Kaylee is from Fort Myers, minutes from the Caloosahatchee River. Trees, power lines down. Yeah, I mean, there's a look. That's pretty much downtown Kingston. I mean, that looks pretty good by and large. The harbor, that camera's been shaking since we got on the air 9 hours ago, but not much word on Negril, no, Amaya. That kind of goes back to our point of there's not a whole lot of information we're probably going to get the rest of the day today. Again, power down, internet connectivity down, and then we're about to hit nightfall too in the next couple of hours. So we're gonna have to wait until probably daylight tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream is gonna be kind of a two-pronged stream, Jason. It's gonna be what are we seeing in Jamaica a day later, and what are the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos seeing?
Right, for sure, yeah. Seeing those images from all day from Kingston, just kind of made me think about. You never know what these storms are going to bring, but ironically in this case, a storm that would have been, which it was originally forecast to be, a 930, 950 type storm, may have brought stronger winds to Kingston.
Yeah.
But because this storm was so tight, so concentric, and it brought the really heavy winds to the western part, it brought that envelope of winds in and narrower, so that Kingston may escape here with not as much winds as they would have had with a weaker storm, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Counterintuitive, but that's the way these things work sometimes.
Yeah, it gets all of its energy up tight instead of it being more broad. Because if we looked at the wind field let's look at this on Cyclonic. The red ring is hurricane force winds. The yellow ring is severe thunderstorms, 60+ mile per hour winds. So you're not getting 60+. The Kingston wind report is right there next to my finger here. It's gusting to 48. We saw, I think, the highest sustained earlier at like 45, so maybe gusting to 60 to 70 earlier. I thought yesterday we might get an 80 or 90 gust in Kingston, but I don't think we've come close to that.
Right. No, not there. So, yeah, you can just tell the tight concentric nature of this particular storm. Not good for where it made landfall, but maybe spared some of those areas to the east. So, just one of the many interesting aspects of these really strong storms. So,
Somebody wants to know projected exit time. The eye will be off the island and probably within the hour. I mean, we can look at the SAT image here. If the remnant center is, let me stop it. If the remnant center is probably here, you can see the cursor, right, Jason?
yeah, I got it.
I mean, if you say the remnant center's there, it'll be off the island within the hour.
Yeah, for sure.
And then your question, when does the rain stop? This is 7 p.m. local time. This is 10 p.m. local time. Probably, all the rain will clear the island definitely by midnight. Maybe a few lingering showers along the northern slopes. Some orographic, lift when you get that north to south flow on the back end. But the main show is going to be over in the next few hours for Jamaica, which is good. It is picking up speed. It's moving north-northeast at 9. I wonder if they're going to increase that movement speed here in the 5 o'clock full advisory package. Earlier this morning, it was moving at about 5 or 6, so it is slowly starting to move faster and pick up some forward speed, which will make it a quicker hit for Cuba, for the Bahamas, for the Turks and Caicos. So they're saying isolated 16+ inches of rain in Cuba, while yesterday that said isolated 30+ inches for Jamaica. I think on Saturday, actually, or on Sunday, we had isolated 40+ inches in the eastern part of the island.
Yeah, it's always generally good for these things to speed up. I saw earlier that Melissa ranked number 1 in terms of slowest major hurricanes in the Caribbean basin, at average speed of 4.6 miles per hour, I believe it was, which is incredibly slow, and just adds to the effects of the rainfall, allows for more intensification over the warmer waters, all of that. So, a little bit increase in forward speed would certainly be welcome with this storm. Not allow it as much time to regenerate, because the waters are still warm north of the island. So it would be a good thing for the forward speed to increase.
Relentless wind and rain here in Montego. This has been really the content that we've seen from Montego Bay. Obviously, people hopefully are not going to leave their houses and try to figure out what's going on outside. But, wow.
One thing from most of the videos we've seen is, we talk about all the bad things that have been with this storm, and certainly they've been there. But one good aspect that islands like this have for them in general, I'm reminded of the comedian Ron White, who said it's not that the wind blows, it's what the wind blows. And so, there's not like, when we saw in Asheville, these huge canopies of mature trees and things like that can blow down and blow into things and destroy things. So for the most part, there is vegetation there for sure, and things that can blow around. But if you had this huge forest of large trees or something like that around those areas, you would probably be seeing even more damage. So that's at least something they had going for them.
You've got a big-time rain band going over Kingston right now. I pulled the Cuban radar back up because you can kind of see in the last frame there is a band going right through Kingston. We'll see. We get a new Kingston Airport observation at the top of the hour, so we got to wait 15 more minutes to see what the latest wind report is. But let me pull it up over here. You can probably see it right in the final frame. Definitely see the degradation of the Eyewall.
Right. And it's not in the prime location that you would typically see any type of tornado formation, but certainly possible with those rain bands still. A lot of circulation within those, so that would be, in addition to the rainfall right now for Kingston, that would be the primary threat as that rain band comes on. Are there any brief tornadoes associated with those particular storms as they come across? Typically they're EF0, EF1 type tornadoes that are associated with tropical systems. So, not the strongest, but certainly could do some damage.
Yeah.
Right in front of us, but it looks like it's might be
bad in
gone,
Montego. Wife's cousin's in the
I'm not
middle
going-
of
I
it
can't see
now.
down
It's
there.
down.
It's down.
Uh-oh.
It wasn't a very big tree.
There's other pieces.
Yeah, when we had Debbie, a Cat 1 hurricane, make landfall last year right along the North Carolina-South Carolina border, went west and it turned north. It spawned an EF3 in eastern North Carolina. I mean, it's pretty rare for a hurricane to spawn an EF2 plus, but Debbie did.
Yeah, if you're going to see that, you're going to see it more in the what we call mid-latitudes, which would be areas of North Carolina, Georgia, places like that. Typically down in the Caribbean areas down there, you're going to see a little bit weaker activity.
Yeah,
What's the strongest hurricane you've been through, Dave?
I've never been through it. Like Irma in 2017, my freshman year at Miami, we got sent home because Irma looked like it was going to be Andrew, but way worse.
Right.
Dorian, I stayed in Miami in 19, but we got a couple outer bands, but that was it. There was a tropical storm my senior year. It was like tropical storm. It was like beta on the Greek alphabet. I haven't really been through one. You?
I actually went through. Now I am going to be dating myself. Thanks a lot, Dave. But
Well, you asked the question.
I know I did. Back in 1988, I was in Charlotte for Hurricane Hugo.
Okay.
As it came through, and so I was in middle school. I still remember them making the announcement over the middle school intercom prior to Hugo making landfall in Charleston, South Carolina. They said if winds reach 60 miles per hour, we won't go to school. And we were like, there's no way winds will make it to 60 miles per hour this far inland. Well, they made it to 90 miles per hour that far inland. And as I was talking about before, that whole area there was just inundated with mature trees that came down and took power lines down and took infrastructure out, and Charlotte was basically down for a week or more for some areas with that particular storm. So just goes to show you, all storms are different. That storm was a very rapidly moving storm, so was able to maintain its intensity as it moved inland for a long time. So and then it wasn't just a couple years later until we had Hurricane Andrew. So, and that kind of supplanted Hugo as the major hurricane of the time.
Yeah. And that was the first time a cone was used by Norcross. He made his own cone. That was the yeah. A couple more videos here as we come up on the top of the hour. We'll stay on the air for the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center. I literally thought we just had it. We do not have it just yet. We've seen, this is one of the crazier videos we've seen today. This is in Clarendon and Spalding, reportedly. Cave Valley, St. Anne, with houses submerged. And then we saw this one too. Treasure Beach. This was before, I remember we showed this before the back eyewall came through. This was in part of the eye. This was before, again, the back eyewall came through. So, crazy.
I wonder if that was the guy's boat that we saw earlier. Hope not.
There was a Sentinel, Look at this. There was a Sentinel 2 is like a high resolution satellite, and there was a pass right before landfall. Most areas get covered twice a week by this satellite, and it caught Melissa right before it made landfall.
Wow. How about that?
Wow.
Yeah.
This guy's arguing that this was, I think, I remember this is from the hospital. You can't see it. The hospital in Black River. Patient privacy, but the roof is gone there.
Yeah, that imagery, I mean, it just, it makes me wish this had been what we call a fish storm, which means it doesn't affect land. It only affects, stays out over the open waters, because it would have been nice to just enjoy this storm and the pure beauty of, how perfect this storm was in structure. But when it comes with the loss of life and the catastrophic nature of what's happening to Jamaica, it's definitely not worth it.
What else do we have here? There's the advisory. 15 miles east of Montego Bay. Are they still saying 150 on this? No, they're saying 145, pressure at 921. It's kind of funny how the position stat doesn't want to update. And sometimes it does. So it's fetching in right now. Here we go. Is that the right color on that, Jason? I think it is. 145 and 921. And that's the latest from the Hurricane Center. Still a Cat 4. They're keeping the motion north-northeast at 8. And we were talking about Bermuda. That's the change with this advisory. The Met Service of Bermuda issuing a hurricane watch for Bermuda. I think it's safe to say this hurricane name will be retired, Jason. I don't think we'll see a Melissa again.
Yeah, I think I posted earlier, maybe it got lost in there, how this would be the 8th M storm to be retired. The record is I, with 13 retired storms for the letter I. So
Irma, Ian, Adalia, Ida. I don't know the rest.
I was going to say, if you name all 13 days, then I'm going to give it to you. But yeah, it makes sense, as we get into the more mature hurricane season. Now this, getting into the M's, you're getting a little bit late. So it's, I think M is tied for 3rd or 4th as far as the most retired letters. So kind of late in the game there for those to be retired. So it's interesting how that's occurred. And I think most of them have been recent too. So pretty interesting on the letter M. But yeah, this one will definitely be retired. We will not have any more Melissas for sure.
No, we will not. All right, 190, almost 194,000 people, views at least, stopping by today. 9.5 hours, just about. But we're not done. We'll be back tomorrow. Jason, thanks for stopping by.
Sure.
Maybe we'll have you on tomorrow too. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? You're a busy man, so maybe not.
I don't want to step on Garrett. Garrett and you are the real stars. So you guys take it what you want, and I'll jump in where I have to.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna kind of end it here. Well, I'm not done yet. We'll stay another 5 minutes. I'm gonna kind of wrap it up with the stream, and then kind of talk to them about what we're gonna have tomorrow.
Okay, I'm gonna drop off, Dave. But
okay.
It's all yours. Great job today, as always, and I speak for all the people in the chat. You've provided a great service to everyone out there, so great job. See you later.
How did I get muted? The World Meteorological Organization makes the call on retiring a name. We've still got 2,000 folks in here. Any final questions before we, I guess, wrap things up for today? It's been a long day. Been on the air over 9 hours, but hopefully informative for everybody in the chat. And I can finally eat this sandwich. No, just kidding. We're live again tomorrow. We'll have a video in the morning, and then we'll be live likely in the afternoon tomorrow. Yeah, Echo, that's kind of what we've seen. The power's going out like crazy. We just don't have a lot of videos. We don't have a lot of content, coming in. Thank you. Yeah, Jacqueline, well, we're just getting started. That's why we don't have the likes, the subs yet. The subs, the views, etc. We're just kind of getting the party started here at Flash. So for Garrett, for Jason, for the entire Flash team, there's much more content to come as we head into severe weather season next year. Flash, we're going to have some interesting and life-saving, property-saving stuff coming out very soon. So thanks to everybody for being in here. It's still 2,000 in here now, almost 200,000 total views today. Thanks to everybody, and we will see you not too soon. We don't want to do these too often because that means something bad is happening. But like, subscribe if you haven't already.